Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Amy, and I'm here with Paperson. It's been a long time, hi.
Yeah, it has been a long time. It's good to be back. I'm excited for PUBG Esports this year, really excited.
So we're here to introduce the PUBG Global Series 1, the very first global event of PUBG Esports 2023. PUBG Global Series is the offline event which will be replacing the PGS, which was held online till last year. Before that, I want to briefly expand about the 2023 PUBG Esports roadmap. So we had the regional series, and we're having the PGS 1 in Malaysia. And then we're going to have the regional series, which is the qualifier of the PGS 2. And then we're going to have another regional series, and then PNC, and the final round, PGS 2023.
Yeah, obviously, this is a lot this year. I'm really excited, once again, to be a part of it. And of course, PGS 1 kicking off in Kuala, Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. I'll be there casting. I'm super excited. April 27th until May 7th, so tons of action to look forward to.
I want to talk about the brief explanation about the PGS 1 structure. It's simply similar to the PGS 2022. So we're going to divide the 24 teams into 3 groups. We're going to do the 3 days of group stage, and the top 16 teams from the group stage advance to the winners bracket, and the bottom 8 goes to losers bracket. So in the winners bracket, the top 8 teams directly advances to the grand finals, and the bottom 8 goes to loser bracket, where they have to compete with the bottom 8 of group stage. The top 8 teams from the loser bracket goes to the grand finals, and these final 16 teams will be competing in 3 days of grand finals to become the champion of PGS 1. Before we break down the 24 teams, I want to talk about the GPT Global Partner Team program, which have launched in 2023. We have picked 8 global partner teams out of 470 teams who applied to become a part of GPT program based on the governance, fandom, and history and their past performance in the top tier events. So 8 GPT teams have secured their spot in both PGS 1 and PGS 2, and also we're going to make the special team edition in-game skins for them. And the 4 teams, Navi, Pero, and 17 Gaming and FaZe Clan Team Edition skin is now available in-game store, so please check out.
Yeah, and then for 4AM, Gen.G, Sonics, and Twisted Minds, you can get their skins at PGS 2, so make sure you look forward to that.
So rest of the 16 teams are qualified from the regional series, right?
Yes, exactly. So they were really intense qualifiers. Of course, we have 3 teams from the PAS, 2 teams from the PTS, 1 team from the PVS, PCR, PJC, and PML, 2 teams from the PCL, 3 teams from the PWS, and 2 teams from the PEC. So teams from all over the world qualified.
So let's break down the 24 teams in details, and this time we're going to explain by the regional series, and we'll start off with PCL, PUBG Champions League. So here we have 3 GPT teams, 4 Angry Men, 17 Gaming, and Patrick Road.
I'm really excited about this because, especially 4AM, let's start with them. They played so well in the PCL, they won the PCL. This is so exciting for one of our original strong teams in PUBG Esports. You know, you think back to 2019 PGC where they played so well, and now they're back playing incredible PUBG.
Yeah, we were kind of worried with the 4AM in the weekly finals because they barely made it to the grand finals with ranking 13th, but all of a sudden, they were dominating in the PCL and winning another championship in the PCL.
And Crazy was a big part of that. He played out of his mind. Of course, now you have Summer as their IGL as well. A veteran, everybody knows this guy now. He has been so good for so long in PUBG Esports. No surprise to see them perform well in the PCL.
So 17 Gaming also ranked 3rd. Are their performance?
Yeah, and even without Show, who retired, we still have a very strong roster here. I mean, on the backs of Lil Ghost and xiaobei in particular, they still play extremely well. A great 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗗 team. You love to see these guys perform like that.
So Patrick Road was 8th. What happened to them? They always seem to be a slow starter and climb up the leaderboard at last.
Yeah, of course, after winning 3 PCSs, everybody kind of expected them to be that dominant team that was always challenging for titles. Since then, it hasn't been quite as good. And so I think for Petrichor Road here, really, it's a matter of coordination. If they can get together on the same page and play like we know they're capable of, certainly they can compete for a championship.
So in PCL, we had 2 regional seats, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Esports and New Happy had secured their spots.
I think fans are going to be really happy to see New Happy back once again. The dynamic duo of 𝗟𝗡 and Ming continue to be incredible fraggers. You know, 𝗟𝗡 continues to lead that team to great success as their IGL, so no one should be surprised with the talent that's on this roster that they're able to qualify for a major once again.
Yeah, they have the potential. And the 𝗟𝗋 Esports with 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 coming back. Crazy was crazy in the PCL Grand Finals, but as we see the overall PCL, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 won the MVP.
𝗟𝗋, I think we're really excited for this team because they struggled a little bit at the end of last year, but now 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's come to the team, and it's a great fit for both 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗋. He's brought some much needed fragging power to this team. He put up the most kills over the entire PCL. He did almost 10,000 total damage and averaged 327 damage per game. That is flat out nuts, especially in a league like the PCL.
Yeah, let's see if he can show off like he did in the infantry and PCS events. So next is a Korean regional series, the PUBG Weekly Series Korea. So here we have one global partner team, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 seemed to play very well in the weekly final, but in the grand finals they ended up 5th. Even though the team wasn't the best, the PO was the best player in PWS Grand Finals.
No doubt about it. He's still the best. He's probably the best DMR in the world, in my opinion, right now. His stats in the finals are absolutely otherworldly. I mean, averaging 368 damage per match. That's crazy good. It's what we expect out of him in some ways, but he's playing maybe the best PUBG of his life right now, individually. So it's really exciting to see him with 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 again.
What do you think about the new squad, new 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 squad?
They seem to be still having a little bit of struggle getting on the same page at times, but when they're clicking together, they're still a very strong veteran team. You know, you've got players, multiple players who won major titles in PUBG Esports, and they're not going to be scared of a big stage like PGS.
So here we have 3 qualifiers, Danawa Esports, Pentagram, and Ghibli Esports. And the surprising news is that Danawa Esports finally won their regional series. They were always performing very well on the global stage, but they didn't have a chance to win the regional series. But this year they brought Inonix and Loki with the dynamic duo of Soul and Salute, and I think this team is now complete.
This should be the best version of this team we've ever seen. Like, straight up, this is the best team that Danawa has ever fielded. As you can see, the emotion from Sonic, the coach of Danawa. I really, really think they have a shot to win PGS.
The interesting fact is that Danawa Esports won all the Miramar maps in the last stage.
Yeah, I mean, they are a really good Miramar team. So now if they can really start to put it together on Erangel as well, absolutely a team to look out for.
And Pentagram ranked 2nd. They are relatively new. Actually, it's a new team. But if you look into the members, they're consisted of the veteran PUBG players. Pentagram was not really playing well in the weekly finals, but so suddenly in the grand finals, they became such a strong team.
Yeah, so they were finally able to summon some magic. I mean, Wicked, a really veteran IGL, Hikari, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and 𝗟𝗏, great players. So we know these guys have a lot of talent. It just took a while for them to kind of get comfortable with each other. What changed for them, I think, was that they started to play more cohesively, safer in the early game. They weren't losing like individual players. So it was just them addressing some problems really well and at the right time.
So next was Ghibli Esports, who ranked 3rd.
Heaven in particular impressed the heck out of me. I mean, he put up crazy good numbers, 390 damage per match. That is insane. That is better than PO. That's how good Heaven was during this. Ghibli's aggressive style continues to suit them well.
Next is for Chinese Taipei. PUBG Master League is back. Global Esports Exit has dominated the league, winning by 150 points gap.
Yeah, they're crazy. I mean, every year it just seems like GX is always the ones that are coming out of Chinese Taipei and playing really well. Leo's back. He's playing out of his mind too, so good to have him back. Of course, some of the greats on that team like Xavier and 𝗟𝗏. And then Yuri's here now. Some people might remember him from PCS2, Team Sadie's, and PCS2 Asia. But yeah, a really strong team once again. So another one of our legacy teams, just like GEX, Sun Sister, was able to win the PJC this year, coming through at the end with some big points to get ahead of Rascal Jester. A great squad here. RunAX and 𝗟𝗏 have been really, really strong. You also have Taegu, who's a Korean player, but he's been playing in Japan for quite some time with E36 and Rascal Jester previously. And Fevin is there as well, who had a pretty strong series. So overall, this team looks really well balanced, and it's great to see Sun Sister back at an international event again.
We have 2 teams advancing to the PGS 1 from the PUBG Talent Series. As always, Daytrade Gaming has won the league.
Yeah, the pinnacle of PUBG in Thailand has been Daytrade for some time now. And even last year, we saw a lot of improvements with this team. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in particular was playing out of his mind during the PTS. So this is maybe the best we've ever seen him playing right now in the PTS. Can't wait to see what he can do at PGS 1.
Second place was quite changing a lot throughout the event. At the end, Purple Mood Esports with Donna White has secured the last spot.
Yeah, the longtime veteran of PUBG Esports on Myth for such a long time. Now he's over here with Purple Mood, taking a group of young players with him and having great success. He himself put up phenomenal numbers, over 300 damage per game, great performance. So really exciting to see these guys be able to come to an event, and let's see if they can perform well.
Next is PUBG Vietnam Series, where one team has advanced to the PGS 1, and it was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Esports.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are really familiar with this team now, particularly because of 𝗟𝗏. I think a lot of people would call him the Rookie of the Year for 2022. But 𝗟𝗏 has been performing really, really well now for 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Actually put up a slightly better KDA with similar damage numbers to 𝗟𝗏. So can't wait to see what these guys do. They really made a splash last year.
Next is PUBG Challenger Rumble with 1 seed. From this year, the OCE teams have also competed in PCR. This time, it was very close competition for that 1 spot. Archangel Predator, Gaskins, and 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 were the top 3, but at the end, 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 got that spot.
𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 is going to be interesting. This is a team of players who don't have a ton of experience at the international level, so I'm kind of curious to see how they perform.
Next is PUBG America Series, and in this region, we have 1 global partner team, 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗. 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 won like 5 PCS Americas, including 2 from last year, but this time in PAS, they were second. Still strong, but not as dominant.
Yeah, still really good. Still some things to work on. You know, 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 always going to be nuts. We know that. He still put up crazy good stats, averaged over 350 damage per game. So this team, still a threat, no matter what.
Next, we have 3 teams who have qualified from PAS. Luminosity Gaming, it's the old E United squad, and this team have won 6 chicken dinners out of 15 matches, which means that this team is definitely the teams to watch for.
Yeah, so some insanely talented fraggers on this team. We know a lot of people in the past have talked about Kickstart, but now Snakers has really stepped it up. He averaged over 400 damage per game. That's out of this world.
Next team to qualify was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, which ranked 3rd. This team is also the squad that always make it to the global stage.
Yeah, they're a team of veterans, great guys who have been around for a really long time. Now you also have Vegas coming to this team, another veteran, a guy who's been around since PGC, 2019, even before that. Very strong player, great mechanics individually. Wasn't maybe as good of a performance as he would have liked, but still, this is a solid team. Their macro's great. This is going to be a team that's going to just kind of always be there and playing well.
And the last spot goes to Third Eye, which the team name is quite new, but if you look into the members, they are quite familiar members in the PUBG esports scene.
Yeah, you've got Richie B and Vox from the old 300 squad. Adam has been a great IGL recently in the last couple of years. Oldless playing on Space Station and Bing Bang Boom. So no doubt that this team has experience in PUBG esports.
So let's move on to the last regional series, PUBG EMEA Championship. In the EMEA region, we have 3 global partner teams, Na'Vi, the PGS 2022 champion, and FaZe Clan, and Twisted Minds. So FaZe Clan ranked 5th. That's the best out of other JPT teams. They seems like they're gelling well with each other with the new squad, 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 and James coming in. How do you think about this new squad?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're playing really well, actually. Even though they maybe didn't get the result they wanted, their damage numbers are all really good. Everybody averaging about 300 damage or more per game, so that's really strong. I think if they could just get their placement points a little bit higher, get a little bit deeper into games, this should be a team to watch out for.
Next is Na'Vi. This is the team that won the PGS 2022, which means they have a potential in the global stage. Even though they ranked 7th, it seems like Example and 𝗟𝗏𝗚 is still the fantastic duo of this team.
Yeah, I don't think you can count out this team very much at all. I mean, with the way that they performed that final day at PGC, everyone will remember that. I have no doubts that these guys can turn it around and win PGS 1.
Next is Twisted Minds. It's quite surprising that they have ranked 8th because this squad is a team that have dominated Europe EMEA events from the past years.
No doubt. I think, in their 3rd place finish at PGC last year, Still a lot of confidence in this team, just like Na'Vi. I don't doubt that they are going to perform better at PGS 1. I think all three of the PEC GPT teams can absolutely be in the grand finals and have a shot at winning.
Yeah, we have two teams who qualified from the PEC. These two teams might sound unfamiliar with global fans, so I think we need to explain more.
Yeah, Howl has been around for a while. They've qualified for some PCSs previously. They've never gotten better than, I think, 11th place at a PCS. So definitely not a team that was on people's radars to win this. It shocked me, for sure. But they played really, really well, especially Ruin. He played out of his mind during the grand finals here. So I'm really curious to see how they do at PGS 1. Maybe this is just their year.
So the second place went to the Ascend. This team is consisted of the PNC German team.
Yeah, other than 𝗟𝗗𝗗, of course, but everybody else is a German player, and they've had a great performance here.
Being top 2 in this competitive region means that we can expect more of this team. So let's see how they play in PGS 1. So now that we have explained all 24 teams who will participate in PGS 1, let's talk about how these 24 teams were divided into 3 groups. So they were divided into 3 groups based on their rank from the regional series.
I think they look extremely even, to be honest. When I saw these, you always try to look for the strongest group, and it was really hard for me to choose one. I guess Group B, but really A, C as well are extremely difficult. So everybody here is going to have to fight really hard to get to that winner's bracket.
So today we've covered A to Z about PGS 1 format to participating teams, and to add on, this time we don't have the Pick'em challenge, but still we do have a fantasy league from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. The fantasy league structure has slightly changed, so please check out the 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and the way you can earn the prize has also changed.
Yeah, now so depending on how you do, you will get 𝗟𝗏 points, and then you can use those to convert them into G-Coin in-game. So get out there, compete against everyone else in the world. You can even set up your own little groups to compete against your friends. It's a lot of fun. Get involved.
PUBG Global Series 1, the very first PUBG Global event in 2023, will kick off on April 27th in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. It's going to be held for 10 days, 6 matches a day. So mark your calendar, stay tuned, and see you then. Bye-bye!
Hey, it's Uba from Team Na'Vi.
大家好，我是实习战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是 PL 战队的 XLab 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
I've imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, CM's Letter, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PGS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG Esports global event of the year, PGS 1 will kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams will chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams will come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at punching their ticket to the grand finals. In the loser's bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS 1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS 1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest point totals from PGS 1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to pick your dream team. predict the winners of PGS 1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG Esports. Stay tuned to find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，吴弟弟这边的，前面踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using the nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag, please. The map. He is able to get it. 마지막 게임 이름을
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lines up.
เอ็กซ์คลูซีฟโดนแฟนน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟนอยู่
9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดท
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền mới.
Wow!
Đẹp quá, rất đẹp.
他这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。そして上から一方的にムクに対しても。
Can and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Can, this is their first.
Teams, but only one team is on an absolute collision course with greatness here as we begin things for PGS 1, the first ever PGS to grace your screens as we begin the tournament as a whole. We are live here from the Battle Arena, Malaysia, as we have the premier esports event venue here live in the 𝗟𝗡 shopping center from PJ. My name's 𝗟𝗓, and to my left-hand side, to get things rolling, we have Avenger here once again, the dynamic duo. We're back. We're ready to go here for an international extravaganza here, Avenger.
I love your energy. It's always amazing to be here and always amazing to get the show started on day one, right? Everyone's been trying to get here through the region. It's been so many months trying to get here. Now we have the final 24 teams and I can't wait to get the show started.
No, definitely. It's been a long time coming since we've had some more international extravaganzas going on. Of course, we had PGC at the very end of last year, where we were able to crown RV as our world champions. Of course, they did pretty well for themselves. However, now we really reset the tables here, because we have the opportunity for a lot of these teams, Avenger, to have one last charge at what is going to be the current state of PUBG Esports, because we know that there's changes on the horizon and everybody wants to stake their claims as veterans here for this tournament.
Yeah, of course, it's so huge, because obviously you have here the first chance to show your marking. As we look at the schedule, of course, here, James, it's the first chance to dance. These teams here, they could actually be going to PGC by winning this event, potentially.
We've got plenty coming at you here throughout the next week and a half, of course. It's going to start with the group stage. We will have 3 days of that group stage going on. And then from there on, you could qualify to the winners bracket, or you'll be unfortunate and fall down to that lower bracket, which we'll be covering after the winner bracket, of course. 1 day off, and then after that, 3 days of grand final. You want to be qualifying for that, obviously. The big money on the line there, very important, and also the prestige of being the champion.
For sure, and I love this one. But the double elimination here is fantastic, right? If you don't go through the winners, you're going to have a chance to losers as well.
And what is it all going to be for? All right, so prize pool. This is how it breaks down. $500,000 in total. If you're able to attain number 1, 80,000 smackaroonies here, Avenger, so lots to play for.
And even now that you've just been qualified here, even if you get 24th, you still get $10,000. Quite a lot. Like, it's a good month's salary.
$10,000!
You can't believe it.
Love it indeed here for the 24 teams that are available. And of course, as always here, Martin, the true tried and tested point system that we have going on. If you get first place, 10 points, not bad.
Yeah, it's the classic, right? 10 points to win, 1 point for a kill. And here, of course, the format, James, as you're elaborating now before, top 16 you have to get to the winners bracket, to have that extra chance of going to the final. Then you have to get top 8 to go straight to the grand finals. If you're in the bottom 8 of that winner bracket, you go down to the bottom 8 of the group stage.
You were close.
Yeah, I was close. And then they play the losers bracket for another chance, right? Yeah. Of course, here, top 16 should be kind of easy, but still, we're going to have 8 teams that are not going to make it to the winner bracket.
I think what's awesome about this, again, and is always awesome previously from tournaments that we've had so far, double elimination here for the format makes it opportunities abound for these teams to try and qualify for that finals. And here we have the teams that are going to be playing things out. To our left-hand side, we have the global partner teams coming in here. We know that these teams, fierce, strong, as they were claimed and chosen for that global partnership positions. And then to the right-hand side, we have our 16 teams coming in from those regional seeds. And here's how it breaks down in terms of the groups. For the first 3 days, we will be covering these groups. They will go head-to-head with one another. A, B, then you've got the B, C, then you've got AC to finish things off here, Avenger. Looking at these groups, personally, I couldn't really choose a group of death.
You know what? There's so many people that have been saying that, and like also talking about the talent, talking amongst us with us. It is so hard to say one, and also it's been really balanced. So I actually love how we have the groups here. It's been seeded super well and super balanced. And of course here, the road to PGC.
Yeah, very important. So if you were able to claim first place, that's 200 PGC points to be able to moving forwards for the PGS 1 points. So if you're able to claim 200 points here, Martin, you're effectively kind of getting yourself towards PGC.
Yeah, I would say it's almost impossible for 4 teams to cross you. Like, they would have to get like 3rd here and then like top 4 in PGS 2. And it's not 4 teams that we're going to see doing that. Obviously 300 points in PGS 2, PGE, and that's obviously going to be a whole different thing. But here, let's take a look at the power rankings.
We are blitzing through this, guys. We're going to be getting to those games in a little bit's time, but the power rankings are as follows. As you can see, 17 Gaming, especially if you were watching PGC last year, if you're kind of more of a casual viewer tuning in for the big tournaments as a whole, they really made a name for themselves, Avenger, so it's understandable why they would take that number 1 spot.
It's a little bit sad to see Show retire, though. I was loving how we saw him play, but he had to bow down and he's not playing here. But still, it's a very strong roster. And of course, we also see Little Ghost here in the very top spot of the player individual power ranking.
Yeah, Little Ghost taking that number 1 spot here. And, you know, when you're looking at these numbers, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, yeah, I might be kind of internalizing this for fantasy picks down the line.
For sure.
As, of course, 𝗟𝗗 is also presenting all of these numbers, all of these factoids you can extract and try and play for that fantasy down the line. Example up there, for me, he's always a pig that I always go for. He's kind of good.
Yeah, it's, I mean, if you're the defending world champ right now and you've been playing as he has been playing, it's a good pick for sure, but expensive. And that's where the whole strategy is going a little bit of a change for that too.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so Fantasy League is as follows. Of course, the scoring format is what we know and love at the moment. Kill points, +2 points. Survive until the end of the game and able to win it effectively, +5 points. You die before 10 minutes, -3. Oof. And 100 damage equals 1 point.
Yeah. Super, super easy, as we've been seeing it here. Oh, our picks here, James. Tell me about your picks.
All right, I went for example, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. We've got 𝗟𝗓 and it's Chris went for here for the AB that's going to be going on.
Who did you go for?
It's Chris.
Okay.
It's Chris.
Fantastic.
He's able to clutch things out. So I think actually for the price, he's very, very reasonable.
Yeah, I think so too. I had to go for another pick. I had to go for kind of 3 S or A tier players in terms of pricing. Yeah. And then go for Vegas. I think it was way too cheap. 14,000 was way too cheap for me. So I had to go for that. And of course here, Cameron, Toby, and Toffee's team too. Look how happy Toffee's is. He's so happy that he picked almost the same team that I did. The only player that is the different one is he's picked Shrimpsy, of course, and I have picked Crazy 112.
3 North American players.
Oh yeah.
Whoa! He's really relying on them.
Dipping.
That is amazing. No, we can't. Let's not compare him to Toby's previous double dipping shenanigans. All right. No. This is all fair. We've 6 matches coming at you for today, and we're going to be alternating, Martin. We're going to be going. Me. Exactly.
Obviously here, it's a huge thing. We're starting Mirror Match. It's lovely. We have a lot of potential hot drops still. There's a lot of undiscussed things. We have not had that many scrims.
Yeah.
And this scrims that we've had, there have been a lot of just, going Picado Pachingi and just fighting it out, kind of getting a little bit of a TDM with everyone else. So it's obviously been lovely, but I'm expecting a lot of competition on a lot of the kind of highly contested spots.
I think so. However, to kind of counteract that and have this small discussion for a moment before we get this going,
I love that.
We have seen on the international stage when people have gone for hot drops, it has not only not worked out for you and the team that you're opposing, but it also hasn't garnered you a championship, a world championship and things like that. So teams need to resolve these things early in a tournament like this.
I agree, but the argument that I've been hearing from the players and the teams is that you only need to get top 16.
Yeah.
Which is kind of easy compared to when we've been at PGC, right? It was top 16 or bottom 16. Here, it's only 8 teams, and even with a hot drop, you could have some good games maybe on the other map.
All right, well, we're 30 seconds out before we get things going here. Martin, whose eyes do you have on for the tournament as a whole?
I gotta say, we have to obviously look at Navi, the global defending champion for PGC, but I actually think we're gonna have some really fierce competition coming out of 4AM too.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. It is PGS1. We are about to begin the festivities, begin the extravaganza as PUBG Esports truly begins.
Hello and welcome to PGS1. My name is Bella and I'm more than excited to be your host for this journey. We're coming live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where we have the 24 teams, the best in the world, to fly in here and compete for 10 days for their fair share of the $500,000 prize pool and of course the title of the PGS1 Championship. But that's not all. PGC points are on the line here for PGS1 and 2, where the top 4 pointers will be directly qualified to compete at the PUBG Global Championship. With so much to play for, make sure to stay tuned for all of the PGS1 action starting today and finishing into the Global Championship. Grand Finals will be starting on May 5th into the 7th. Today marks the beginning of our players' journeys with the group stages. We're going to have all of the 24 teams compete over 3 days to secure their spot in the winner's bracket, which will be the first step towards the trophy. I have groups A and B right behind me, ready to start this off with a bang. Is everyone ready? Yeah, I know I am. Okay, so let's watch our players drop in to the land of the new era.
I put in a lot of time and effort to get here. Kind of breaks me down every time when you try that hard and you don't reach your goal. So I just want to win.
之前我们没能让世界看到我们最好的一面，这一次的 PGS 就是为了展现我们真正的实力。 I'm not satisfied with just being good. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work harder than anyone else to get there.
I know that everyone will be gunning for us this year, but that just fuels my fire to defend my title and prove that I'm still the best.
离 4M 上次在全球舞台上亮相已经过去了2年，但是现在我们回来了，准备好见证我们的实力吧。
저희는 이기는 방법을 알고 있고 어느 팀과의 대결에서도 지지 않고 이기겠습니다.
比起在意其他队伍，我们更关注自己的表现吧，把自己擅长的东西发挥出来，那我们是能去争夺这个冠军的。
我们要的是冠军，直到达成目标，我们绝不止步。
Our triumph in America was just a warm-up. Now we're ready to demonstrate our true skills to the world.
ถึงแม้ว่าเราจะเจออุปสรรคมาเยอะมากแต่ว่าเราได้แก้ไขแล้วก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่ที่สุดเลยครับ
Khả năng và thành tích của em thì khó có ai có thể sánh bằng được và chức vô địch thế giới thì sắp đến gần với bọn em rồi.
私たちは他のチームみたいに実績は持っていないんですが勝つ自信は持っています。
저희 다나 e스포츠가 모든 팀의 라이벌이 되는 것처럼 저희 팀이 되게 강한 거를 모든 팀들이 알고 있을 텐데 상대들을 부셔버리겠습니다.
I'm not here to talk. I'm here to play. Let's get out there and show everyone what we have.
我们已经做好了准备，全力以赴来打好每一场比赛。
I am not satisfied with just one championship. My goal is to defend my title and become a multiple-time champion, solidifying my legacy in the esports world.
And welcome everyone to PGS 1, the inaugural PGS, the first PUBG Esports event of 2023, the first international event of 2023. And we begin a long, winding road towards PGC. It begins here today. All of these teams have fought and clawed to get to this point, and we cannot wait to get these games started as we take a look at them. And to bring you through this journey today, I'm Paper Thin, and joining me, the electric Cammy D. Cammy, I'm so excited to be here, my friend, and I can't wait to get this going.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting time. We have 24 great teams here, some that we are really familiar with on the global stage. A lot of new names as well, new players and rosters, some new rosters that we've never really seen before here, and it's always going to be exciting to see how they can perform, but our eyes always are going to be on the top dogs that have been at these global events for the past 4-5 years, some even longer than that, I imagine.
Yeah, certainly this is such an exciting tournament because everybody in each group is talented. There are so many insane teams across all of it. You know, we've got our reigning global champions, Na'Vi, here today. I can think of so many other teams, New Happy in the PCL, you know, 17 Gaming, of course, as well. 4AM, you know, bringing Summer in as their IGL. There's so many interesting storylines from NA. You have Luminosity that has really started to pick it up and really been a team that can consistently compete for titles.
Yeah, I mean, talk about North America, that's kind of my expertise, right?
All right,
like,
I set you up for that one, okay?
No, but like the Luminosity Sonics head-to-head back and forth for the past number of years is still really, really exciting to see play out. But then they've also both had changes, seeing Gunnar come in for the Sonics. Are we going to have those same global issues that we've seen the past few times previously? Gen G right now, entire new roster, the god himself, PO, back here on this team. With previous friends. It's just, oh my God, there's so many teams to talk about. It's all so exciting. How do we choose?
Oh, I know. This is such a crazy good lobby. I mean, 16 teams that we could spend all day talking about each one of them individually. I mean, Luminosity, again, this is, you know, so much firepower on this team. It's absolutely beyond belief. You know, Flood, Snakers, Raylo, Kickstart, all of these guys are capable of absolutely destroying a server almost by themselves.
Yeah, it's sick. It's fantastic. And look at them. Look, such good students, such good boys.
Yeah. Well, Snakers in particular, I've heard he's doing quite well in his university right now. So, you know, he's got that going for him.
His schedule, specifically his schedule is absolutely insane, absolutely intense right now. But listen, it's all about PGS.
Yeah.
School can wait.
Yeah, school's over for now. Yeah. New Happy, of course. I think a lot of expectations on them. You know, previous PGC champions kind of bottomed out a little bit at PGC last year in 2022. Yeah, it didn't go so great. For the expectations for that team, definitely not what you would expected.
Yeah. And then 4 AM, I believe. It's just a lot of, oh my God, it's so many good teams. 16 here. Now, we do have to talk about the maps that are coming up, right? Because we're actually starting on Miramar, and they already briefly mentioned it on the desk, but there's some scrim shenanigans, and there are always scrim shenanigans, but this one, I think, is going to carry over a fair bit into the match.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it yet, because if I say that it's going to happen and it doesn't happen, I'm going to look the fool, and I'm not going to set myself up that way. However, it's likely going to happen.
Look, all we have to work with is the scuttlebutt from the players, and the scuttlebutt is that this could be a spicy start to the day. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. It is time for Miramar, the inaugural match of PGS, as we get ready to put the plane up in the air and find out what exactly will our first match look like for our players. Of course, here we can see it. It's hard to tell from there. We don't know the angle.
Yeah.
Looks like south to north.
Okay.
But very western shifted on this plane path.
Yeah, a little bit. Pretty west. RD players immediately dropping out of this one, as is to be expected. Listen, what's it called? The waiting. There's a word for how do I do this for a living? It's fantastic. Anticipation. There it is. It always comes to me late. The anticipation is killing me right now.
Waiting's a type of anticipation. Sure.
Exactly. See, I was close.
Yeah.
I was on the mark. But I think, look at that big cluster all jumping out at the same time.
Yeah. Power Grid is certainly one.
It's Power Grid. It's going to be Power Grid.
This is the one that we definitely had our eyes on. There may be one or two others in the area. Maybe El Pozo with EXO and Gen G. But, with teams like Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road, and others potentially wanting the Power Grid area, as every team that played Power Grid from their regions pretty much qualified, it felt like they could be a little bit spicy. I see Pentagram in that mix as well. So
it's happening.
Oh my God.
It's happening. Yes, let's go.
Buckle
Three teams all fighting for Power Grid. I cannot give you the win-loss stats from the scrims, but it has happened every single scrim. And honestly, when there's 3 teams all dropping, there's no winner. There's no way to win a 3-team hot drop, no matter where it is. So the fact that they're committing to it, I have tip my hat to that.
Twisted Minds is sort of committing to it. They grab the vehicles and they're piecing out. So I think they're going for more of a contain and protect here potentially, as the first circle does drift up towards the north, sort of centered around the craters, a little bit off to the east. As we take a look towards Power Grid, some shotguns in hand. I saw a few DMRs grabbed by the Petrichor Road players, a Mark 12, Chewy as well with the SKS. And just looking to see. Pentagram, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to push base with just those shotguns. So let's see if they can maybe upgrade to some slightly longer range weaponry, or if they're just going to play, contain a little bit. I'm not sure.
There is Wicked off to the north for Pentagram, and actually we have the first knock and kill.
It's on rotation,
Yeah, it's completely separated from this engagement. But either way, still sticking here at Power Grid. Pentagram do have players to the north that they can try and exit that way. That is the direction of the zone as well, the center of the circle. So it seems to be that's the play that they're going to go for, is to not even try and go for this fight. They got a couple of good weapons, but you don't want to just rush into any compound.
Sure.
You know there are players inside. That would just be a really, really, really bad decision.
And like we've seen in the past, sometimes other teams will come to that third-party situation.
Like Twisted Minds.
Exactly, and camp the outside of it, right? Or, you think back to Buriram, who used to be infamous for doing that to these Power Grid fights. So as of right now, when I take a look at the map, I don't see anybody that's particularly guarding the north edge now that Pentagram's left.
Yeah, not yet. We might see more of that later on if this hot drop does continue through Pentagram or running to the north. The problem is, how much gear do they have? I don't think they have any vehicles, that's for sure. Twisted Minds took the few vehicles that were around there, so definitely a really successful griefing move by them. And Petrichor Road, they're pushing through, but because there were no vehicle sounds, they can't know for sure that Pentagram have left, so they're going to need to waste more of their own time to clear all of that. And who knows what Twisted Minds are going to do with that timing available. Are they going to close it on Petrichor Road? Are they going to keep them contained and just ruin their entire round one?
Certainly. It's Chris has the backside of Alo and has got the headshot and the follow through. So out in the open here, Alo not quite aware, I think, of It's Chris's position and was looking to get in that Bronco. Instead, it's going to be It's Chris picking it up fairly easily as the rest of SDK on the north side of 𝗟𝗏. And It's Chris had dropped pretty far away from Ascend, so I actually talked to Ascend. I was kind of curious when I was looking at their drop spots and things like before this. I said, you guys only drop via Del Mar. on Miramar. Why is that? And they said, well, A, we really like it. B, we don't think there is necessarily like a best drop spot on the map. We think you could play from anywhere. You just have to kind of, know the terrain, know the strategy, know the rotations, and all those kind of things.
Yeah. Problem is, what are they going to do if it's a super north? Or
yeah, you just drive easy.
The plane path though. But
that I asked about that. They said they're going to drive down there. I said that.
That's okay. I mean, okay. Well, listen. They got to kill. They're not the worst team in the lobby so far, so they got something good going for them. Sunsister now rotating through the new position by Pentagram. This is one of the parts of the map that actually has a lot of little choke points to be able to capitalize on, but Sunsister are roaming on in, potentially unaware of Pentagram's presence here, which could mean that they could get taken out really, really early. Wicked's definitely looking for an angle.
Yeah, certainly, Pentagram is a team that we want to see succeed. Everybody does, but historically, the Japanese teams have struggled at the international events, so maybe Sunsister, who made a monstrous comeback in their region. Oh, Emak. Oh, Hikari, you had him dead to rights, but he's going to wait to line it up. And is a little bit off the mark with that 3x spray. Can't really find much damage.
But it does keep Sunsister here, so there's still a possibility if they want to go for the fight. And potentially this is going to be a good loot injection that Pentagram might need. I mean, just looking at what Wicked has to deal with, it's not terrible, but that's more what you'd expect to see on a player at the late game. This is still only phase 1.
Absolutely. 𝗟𝗚 up here on the mountain. You may wonder why I call him 𝗟𝗚. Well, he's a Korean player. 9 in Korean is gu. So there you go. That's the explanation. But it's still a very good, strong team. Some of these players you may recognize from previous events on Sunsister, like RunAX, Imhak, Fevin as well. So, still a good team. But yeah, I fully agree with you, Cameron, that for Pentagram, you have to be thinking a little bit greedy here early to try to get some extra loot. Same with potentially Petrichor Road, who last we saw was, sitting with shotguns and Tommy guns and those kind of things. So
there was a barrel.
Yeah, okay, that's not bad, right? But now you need a little bit long-range weaponry, potentially. STK, after losing a player early, scrambling away, still Ascend on their heels.
Yeah, this was... Man, I was worried for STK. Once you lose a player, what do? Do you try and post up and maybe get some revenge? You try and move out and hope they don't get shot in the back? Right now, they're just trying to gun it here. And it doesn't seem that Ascend are going to be following their direct path. It does force STK a little bit more towards the west, which means that they might have to do a wider, long rotation, come in a bit more blind. But Purple Mood here, Hanawat, alone, not so far away from the rest of the teammates. They're in a bit of a Orion's belt sort of situation across those high grounds in the center of the zone. So a good position to play off of in the early game. But a bunch of other teams are also making their own rotation, looking at the Sonics, and they're going directly into 4A. 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗗 does stop early, spot out the presence of the Chinese squad, and they're going to move out and avoid that early conflict.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics today, a team that we really have to keep our eyes on because of their uncontested loot location this go around. Pachiki Picado is theirs for the taking. Yeah. So no 17 gaming in the lobby today. Yeah, right. I know this is a sigh of relief to Sonics and their fans as they're able to kind of get a little bit more pressure towards the center of the circle early. Yeah. Something I think that they're very going to be keen on here in this lobby today. It's really making sure that they take full advantage of today because it's the only day in this group stage where they're not going to have the pachinko, as I call it, drop spot. Yeah.
LG right now, not far away from that arrangement, and then Ghibli coming on in, looping up this eastern highway. Looking like they're going to be the last team to arrive in the zone, especially if they might actually be wrapping all the way towards the north, depending on what their read of the zone is going to be like at this time. Pentagram Sunsister still staring each other down very, very aggressively.
Yeah, and I think this is really interesting here. New Happy and Ghibli, I'm really happy that our observers are showing this. This is two teams that are very aggressive, that like to play edge, that are happy to take fights. Ghibli in particular, probably the most aggressive team we had in the PWS this year. And of course, everyone knows about New Happy because they are wild on the edges. They can absolutely just ruin teams' days in a heartbeat. So got to keep your eyes on them at all times. Got to keep your heads on a swivel, as they say, to look behind you because you never know when they might be lurking. Yeah, the new Genji, that's still the same as the old Genji. Yeah. Let's take a listen in.
PWS 진행하면서 저희가 했던 실수나 약점들을 보완해가지고 같이 게임하면서 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같아요. 작년 PGC 팀 나비랑 같은 경기를 하게 되었는데 한 공간에서 같은 경기를 하게 되었는데 올해 젠지는 나비보다 이제 교전력이나 운영면에서 뒷굴리지 않게 열심히 해보겠습니다. 말레이시아에는 우승하러 왔습니다. 우승 트로피를 들고 꼭 한국으로 돌아가도록 하겠습니다.
That is a bold statement to make because listen. Genji, good team. Navi, also a really good team. But Na'Vi at PGC last year was the most dominant performance I think we've seen on a team in a while. So to say that you are more competitive than that, if that's true, this is going to be a banger of an event. We got to see how that plays out, though.
Yeah, no, I actually do agree with you. I mean, obviously, you know, bias aside, that is an extremely bold statement to be making. Na'Vi, yeah, the best performance we've ever seen, period, end of story, at PGC in 2022.
They won every single stage. We've never seen that.
No, there's no denying it. And I think, you know, for Gen G, I got a chance to talk to PO because we were on the plane together coming over here. We actually ended up sitting right by each other. And
brag, whatever.
Yeah.
In first class.
I know, it was, no, we were in first class. But we, you know, I asked him, you know, what do you think of your chances here? And he kind of, you know, in typical sort of Korean fashion, kind of gave me a shrug and, you know, I don't know. But they looked okay in PWS. They didn't look, and sometimes they looked pretty great, but other times it kind of looked like the same old Gen G. It kind of feels like, you know, PO is in charge of this team, basically. Yeah. He's basically the one running the show, calling the shots as usual. So a lot of the gameplay is predicated on him sort of finding good positions, finding early picks, and then, you know, kind of leading the team to these late game sort of safe but steady victories.
Yeah. Looking at position right now, phase 2 is going to reveal itself, and Na'Vi is going to be in a strong 2-2 split here. A lot of teams that are in a good controlling position, looking at 4AM and Twisted Minds. And teams got to start to move out and make their way that direction. Sun Sister, while this compound is technically inside the zone and is on the edge, you don't want to stay here, and they have an open line to get closer towards the center, going to try and beat the traffic rush that way. Pentagram has yet to capitalize and really take advantage of that with a knock and potential kill so far.
Yeah, often these circles like to drift north of San Martin in the long run because of the land ratio terrain towards the south, but it doesn't have to, so we'll see where it wants to go. But certainly everybody on the edge here is definitely on the outside looking in. You may already start seeing teams go for some fights along the edge to look for some points. Purple Mood, a wild card in this lobby. A lot of teams talking to me about this particular team because of how wild, you know, how aggressive they are. It's a Thai team. We all know this by now, that they are spicy and they like to get involved. Now, Laz out here on his own for Ghibli. I think unrecoverable, and yeah, Tosi's just turning around, and I think that point is going to go over to Cerberus' Himas.
Yeah. Unfortunate to lose a player this early on, but you just got to take the L's when they come your way. And look at him as just in that strong position to overlook and have this nice little spread. It's not the best spot being on the edge. However, this is the, I guess, soft edge is a term I use sometimes, where there's not going to be a lot of traffic coming in this direction, which gives teams like Ghibli and Cerberus time to sort of send their feelers out and try and establish control and not be involved in the conflict that's going to be on that west side. We actually already see Adder going down from EXO, who are going to be overlooking that position.
Yeah, they were playing outside of the current circle on the crater edge, and they were able to kind of spot Adder out and get the finish there. So a nice piece of work there for EXO. I think another team that a lot of question marks about. Everybody sort of just expected it wasn't going to be them. You know, maybe AAP or Gas Cans, right? Like those were the two teams that we were all kind of thinking about.
Yeah, EXO complete novices, the opposite of veteran in this global situation right now. So excited to see what they can deliver, but there's not going to be nearly as much pressure on them as there is for a bunch of other teams here that we have seen deliver and sometimes not previous events.
No, I love that you're saying that. I had a little chat with Rain the other day while we were waiting outside the studio, and he basically said the exact same thing you just did, Cam. They're just playing with you know free thought, just sort of like, okay, well, we're here, we got here, that's awesome. Let's have fun. Let's
make nothing to lose.
Yeah,
which can be a really, really dangerous force if you know how to utilize that in your team and your teammates properly. Pentagram right now, they again have to continue to utilize no vehicle, running on foot. It's always so unfortunate seeing this early on in the round. Frankly, losing a player, having no vehicles, I have zero expectations for how they're going to get any points right now. They're going to be running directly into Twisted Minds. Now, again, lack of vehicle sound could give them an advantage of surprise, but it's, you know, they're going to get like one knock and then probably follow it up very, very aggressively.
It's tough for Pentagram here in a lot of ways, particularly what you're talking about. And then to make matters worse, there's a lot of compounds in the way of where the likely end of this game will take place. So to get there will take some time and maybe some deception and trickery in a way, and some sneakiness certainly for Pentagram maybe in store. We'll see how they want to approach this. Twisted Minds, after leaving early, took a pretty aggressive spot in the circle.
Yeah, they trying to get some knocks onto LG, and again, because their attention is towards the east and towards the north, that could give Pentagram an opportunity, but with a zone like this, Pentagram I think they're going to want to just try and make their way into the hardcover of that little mini city there. Not go on to Twisted Minds, just get inside the zone, bunker out because there are a lot of compounds there and a lot of open space around it. So just go for safety early on. It might not be a high scoring point game for them, but that's going to be the case for a lot of other squads.
Yeah, it's all about maximizing points. And I think you made a really good read here that Pentagram certainly can't go north, and even though the next circle is extremely likely to hard shift to the north in one way or another, whether that be northwest, northeast.
Yeah.
Now they've got a position where they kind of move from because Twisted Minds was eyeing the north side of things. Now they are going to get a knock onto 𝗟𝗚, who is trying to cut through the lines here to Spyro down to 1 HP, able to just barely find that kill and flush, but out of the frying pan into the fire. Pero now waiting for SST with open arms. It's going to be Chewy with 1, looking for the second, got some damage before he's backed off. Aches left on the flank, gets some damage into Fevin, and Sun Sisters in a really rough spot here, about to go down potentially. 1 player left, and there it is. Sun Sister wiped out by Pero.
Yeah. Chewy does get knocked, but they could revive that. You're going to be tossing some smokes out, trying to spot on where a lot of that pressure is going to be coming from. I think he should be able to crawl back pretty easily. So, situation, nullified. Pero, get the revive. And that's also given Pentagram an opportunity to slip on into San Martin, but looking at 𝗟𝗓 coming in from the northeast, they find a compound for themselves. There's a lot of open space around it, which could be good for control if the zone comes this way. Likely, though, they're going to have to make some bomb further on in, but again, just getting into the zone from this position is step number 1. Then you can try and see if you can get a knock, open up a spot to go further in.
Yeah, the good news about this spot is you can see the backside. I love what our observers are showing here, that you can see the backside of Hacienda.
Yeah.
So you at least have some information on what's going on ahead of you. Yeah, precisely. So shoots kill after losing a player early, taking their times. Vegas going to trade knocks here with Luminosity. So as is tradition in PUBG Esports, NA on NA action.
Every time! Listen, America has a long history of fighting each other. So, it really just does track.
It is just like hilarious to me because it seems like every time I'm tuning into PUBG Esports globally, it's these two, or this region squaring off. And Purdy Curdy here popping some tires, trying to keep LG pinned. Could get a little bit of damage going.
LG's not even in the zone, though. They're both committing early on to just be fighting out in the blue, and LG is the team that really has the open line to trying to get in the zone, and the fact that they're not moving shows how few positions there are left. They're not fields in the literal sense, but they're played as if they are fields. Penta is able to slide on in and take this ridge side, but whenever you see a team take this ridge below that compound that 4AM are in, you know they have no other option. Oh, Snakers with a potential drive-by, though. Gets a little bit of damage.
2-2 split for 4AM, and so this actually opens up enough space here for LG to cut through. A pretty good read. Now, of course, like you were saying, not a lot to play from. There's a few dips here and there out in this part of the circle, but they're very dangerous and they're already taking damage. Sonic's now on the outside of the new circle as it does hard shift up to the north, and Win trying to see if he can find a little piece of Penta to potentially take out.
The rest of SDK was able to slingshot past him a little bit, but again, they still got to figure out how to really set their flag down in a more permanent position. The zone did shift up this direction, so it's not going to be, alarm signs for this just yet. They can kind of bunker down and just try and stay safe, and then, hopefully cross their fingers that Na'Vi is going to have to put their attention towards the south later on. But Tickleton, a great line here. A little bit of damage, can't quite get the knock. Would have really wanted another opportunity at that one.
And New Happy continuing to just weasel their way in towards the south side of the circle, but able to find enough space as a lot of teams had pushed their way north, expecting this shift eventually, and just enough room underneath Cerberus for them to work. 𝗟𝗓, in the meantime, trying to find something to call home here in this circle. EXO, 4-man squad, grenades in hand. Let's see if they can find any damage. A little bit off the mark are the initials. Pio's going to pull one out as well. A little bit of extraction here from Taming to try to circle EXO. EXO stuck in a terrible spot. If some good grenades come through here for 𝗟𝗓, this is going to be lights out.
Oh, Foxy tagged a fair bit from counter grenades, and I think a couple other teams are going to try and look at this situation. Take advantage. Rain runs outside, gets a knock, tries to confirm that prone down, but does get traded in return. It's all up to Pio.
All right, Pio now has 2 players of EXO to deal with. Akita and Kong still on their feet, trying to find some way to get through. Pio going to be taken out by Akita there, and EXO is able to survive that onslaught with a little bit of help of some friends from SDK up in the north.
Oh yeah, but Vegas does get confirmed this time. LG are going to make sure that one sticks, and Sonic's also finding an opportunity to push themselves forward. The last 2 remaining members of SDK separated from each other, positions known. This allows the entire 4-man squad of Sonics to potentially isolate Purdy Curdy, but they do have to worry about these ridges, worry about Luminosity and 4AM's angles, as well as Na'Vi, because Na'Vi are going to be able to control so many angles in this zone, not just to the north, but back towards the south, where San Martin is still being filled with a bunch of different squads.
Yeah, almost 360 control here for Na'Vi right now in this particular circle. So positioning center north of San Martin early. Good recognition here by Na'Vi to gain some valuable real estate. Sonics have to recoup just momentarily. Smokes are out, heals are through. Try to buy a little bit of space and time here. 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏 still playing point for SDK. Penta behind him. And now Sonics are just curious about, if they can get any more space, if they can maybe find a frag. Eventually they know they have to make a push. 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏 there going to take a chunk of damage from Penta as they line up to try to soften up SDK for this assault.
Yeah, I mean, Penta has a lot of work here to keep his in-game leader safe right now. Kurt's gonna try and see if he can't get a couple of follow-up damage. Utility is gonna be thrown on in while Penta fires those shots. Let's see where phase 5 shifts. Na'Vi are likely gonna still be inside, but how much control? Still a lot. It's still a lot of control.
About what you expect here. With the way that the land ratio works, this is the likely result. Now you're pretty much fair game anywhere inside of this for the most part. So yeah, this can go just about in any direction, but yeah, absolutely Na'Vi sitting very, very nicely. Twisted Minds outside of 4AM as 4AM begins to load up and try to reinforce their position, their compound that's already in the circle. Battlegrounds looking to see if he can get a little bit of damage in on the way through, but not going to be the case. And Twisted Minds going to have to make a move. Vehicles at the ready. Let's see what they can get done.
Ooh, Purdy's getting pushed. Sonic's going to try and rush over him. Nades aren't hitting, though, and 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏's taken very, very low, so it's a knock, but it's going to be a trade, but can Penta follow up with even more?
Yeah, Penta trying to do the best he can. I mean, Purdy was under pressure for so long from SQ, and now they have got the flush as well. So a good assault here dialed up for the most part. They are going to lose 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏. Penta trying to escape with his life, but Tickleton hot on his heels. Ace trying to defend their compound against Pentagram. Ascend now 3 players inside of the firehouse, doing a decent job getting a little bit of damage into the weathered and wearied Pentagram. Let's see, Pentagram here taking their time, but they're going to have to make a fight happen, and Ascend has a fantastic position to defend from.
Yeah, and you can see Petrichor Road, they're just salivating at this, because whoever is going to come out of this engagement likely going to be incredibly wounded, which means easy free points for them. But can Ace hold off this assault? They already have 1 kill, 4 members still standing. Going to be a huge advantage for them, but Chris takes a couple of bullets to the face. Wicked dropped down to 1 HP, going to have to stall and heal up.
Meanwhile, New Happy using the chaos to take a position that's at least safe for now. Still 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏 on their east. Summer and 4AM up towards the north, but Ascend still doing a decent job, at least keeping Pentagram at bay. Could get some information here from 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏's position on the movement of Pentagram, depending on how much noise they're making on that outside wall, and he is certainly keen to watch this angle. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to smoke off the other side of things. Pentagram really focused on that other end of this compound. Molly's out, Sonic's crashing, EXO again, phenomenal defense. That is a ton of kills for them, 6 here in their inaugural PUBG LAN.
They're continuing to make it work, Ben Pentagram. They're going to try to make this assault work. Chris does get taken down. And 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏𝗏 is here in a nice, sneaky position. He cannot move out of this spot until Pentagram push on in. And if they do, he can be explosive for his squad, but he has to wait for the Korean team to make the first move. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, where they can look more damage, more sprays, and it's going to be trade still in the kill feed.
Ooh, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there with a nice repeat, gets the headshot and the knock onto the weakened Micah. Hikari then going to push forward and use this opportunity to sneak in some healing. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road doing a good job keeping more teams out of their sight lines. Brex had left for Ascend, and they are going to take him out and probably get that res. New Happy here now has spotted 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏𝗏, has them on the bad side of the circle, and it's actually Alia from Na'Vi from range getting that knock, and yeah, indeed, it is going to be the grenade from Nan that finishes off 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏𝗏.
Now they just gotta worry about Ghibli here, and then New Happy can put their attention towards what remains of San Martin. But now Purple Moon, Twisted Minds. Twisted are gonna be avoiding 4AM. We saw them staring down that spawn earlier. Now Tenema is the only one remaining. A huge grenade from Batulin. He's gonna key up another one.
Oh, you got Petrichor Road now trying to get in a bit towards this angle. Let's see if they can find an angle in towards Batulins himself. They're taking their time, really doing their diligence here, making sure that they don't over-aggress into a bad angle. Tanawat, the veteran for Purple Mood, the only one on his feet. They lose 2, trying to stick a res. Potentially, we'll see if he can get it through. Petrichor Road now putting tons of potential damage into Batulins, and it's not potential, it's good. Akkad and Battlegrounds here trying to clear out more space. They're going to find him trying to heal.
Ferrari peeking around the corner. And now Purple Mood is going to be eliminated. New Happy is swinging on into that position. And Twisted Mind's taking a lot of damage, and they're actually out as well. Suddenly we're down to 8 squads remaining. Petrichor and New Happy. This is going to be a fight that comes huge, and Wicked wants to take advantage of it. Wants to vulture this engagement.
How is Pentagram still alive? I mean, they are playing this game really, really well. You would expect it from these veterans. Now it's New Happy and Petrichor Road trying to fight in this transistor station. Ming Ming going to come through and clean out Chewy. Aches left, trying to continue to hold this angle down, and he's going to catch one player trying to sneak around the corner. ZP Yan going to be flushed out. Mill with a good repeat onto Ming Ming. Now it's a 2v2 here for Petrichor Road.
8 kills for Pero, 8 kills for New Happy. This is for a lot of further extra points, but these teams are going to be happy no matter what they end out here, except Molly right on top of him, going to be burning, and then his teammate downed. It's New Happy that wins this spot, wins this engagement. And 4 a.m., the team just to the north has moved towards the center, where we see the remaining teams contesting for the top spot after they've made it into the top 4. Relo, the last one up for Luminosity. Don't know how much longer he's going to be able to survive, but everyone else relatively healthy.
Yeah, EXO here coming out with a really strong start. 6 kills, 9 points total. A very nice game for them. 4 a.m. able to control a wide swath of this ridgeline due to their position. In the north of this, it's flat open terrain, so they're able to keep eyes on it and then also allow themselves control of that space to move into it as the circle begins to move towards the next phase. Na'Vi as well, still on this eastern side, but still control of these compounds. Relo in a shack by himself. New Happy here, a statement game to come out, looking to see if they can run some big numbers, some big games for themselves to start out PGS 1.
I'm looking at 4 a.m. right now to be the team that has the potential to take over. That's hard to really make a sure call on that, considering how healthy Na'Vi and New Happy are, and well, Relo actually being taken out is going to be huge for Na'Vi. I expected him to be at least a little bit of an annoyance for Na'Vi pushing on in, but now that he is removed, the circle also goes towards the northeast. 4 a.m. don't necessarily have the same ability to take over the zone as we saw maybe a few moments previously. It's New Happy that have to do the most work right now to make their way through this huge 4v4 crossfire that the other 2 squads have set up.
I mean, this is such an exciting finish here. You've got 2 PGC champions and a 4 a.m. team that has been oh so close in the past, vying for their first win here at the PUBG Global Series. 4 a.m. A little bit of movement still need to be made by a couple of their players who are on the outside. New Happy has to figure something out. It's been a phenomenal game for New Happy. 10 kills so far. Now they are in definitely the most difficult position right now. There's no doubt about it. I was like, I don't want to.
Yes.
No, it's true.
But there's a motorcycle. Magic can happen.
That's
miracles can happen.
Miracles can happen. That's right.
Get a ramp, get some fireworks, get some, explosive experts here, and we're gonna have a show, a true American show. Gonna happen right now. HS, in fact, he's drinking his unsponsored energy drink right now. This is the X Games. The X Games are gonna happen, I'm telling you.
Time to channel your inner Evil Knievel here, Ming Ming, and try to get in towards something. A little bit of damage done, so they're able to find just enough of an edge here towards the south, but this is not in the next circle, so they still have work to do before they're going to be able to find some kind of safety.
They need Non to try and get a bunch of these players to stop peeking, and they need to have a lot of smokes as well. I don't know how much is left over from the fight from San Martin, however, that's the big question. Oh, and now Non is... he goes down to the blue. He got taken very, very low by, I imagine, Na'Vi, and he's not going to get rezzed. A couple of smokes have been thrown out, but how much further can New Happy push this position? It's looking like it's going to be incredibly rough.
There is a dip they can use up ahead, but it is being... Exactly. It's being watched very closely by Na'Vi. Na'Vi, you know, of course, experts at this game know full well the terrain and the position that they can use. So now they have to ride the motorcycle again, and they do get there. So just barely able to sneak under the noses of Na'Vi here. Na'Vi doing their best to try to contain, but New Happy, with, like you were talking about, that motorcycle so vital in this situation.
And while we were looking at New Happy, look at Uba. made it to the center, essentially, of the zone. Could be a good anchor position for the rest of Na'Vi to try and maneuver around. However, will he be able to peek and try and get the pressure needed and not get shot in the side by either 4AM or New Happy? So we're going to have to see how these teams play it out. A few more moments and we see where Phase 8 pushes these squads to fight.
Yeah, it's still 4AM has a phenomenal angle here and phenomenal control of this circle, you know, basically up to that shack. Even though they're not at that shack, they have a lot of control over it. In fact, now they're going to start making a move in that general direction, looking to secure the center of this Phase 8 circle.
Yeah, it does shift in their direction. So this is back again huge for 4AM. They just need to confirm it, but they have all the cards in their way. But Mel looking for an opportunity, looking for a knock. If that would happen, who knows what 𝗟𝗑 would try and do. But I think he's going to maybe try and back away from this one. Gotta look for an opportunity, look for an X Factor. Crazy 112 pushing forward with the grenade.
Yeah, the PCL god who played out of his mind this year. A decent grenade, a decent amount of damage there onto 𝗟𝗓, who's able to scoot just behind the house in time to avoid a knock. Now 4AM starting to really barrel down onto Na'Vi's position. Na'Vi trying to return the favor with a little bit of fragging of their own, but so far not much damage done. 𝗟𝗑 holding the line, but not able to really safely peek that angle.
Might be trying to swing around the side and try and line up the angle that the rest of 4AM are standing on, rather than go fishing with grenades. But this is giving New Happy an opportunity. Look where Ming Ming has pushed himself. We didn't even catch that. And then HSMM is going to be following up behind that too.
Yeah, Na'Vi have to swing from this north side. They have to cut 4AM's angle off. They can't let New Happy get involved in this fight easily, or at least try to maybe drag New Happy into the fight potentially. A decent grenade here from 𝗟𝗑. Gets a little bit of damage. A frag and return right in 𝗟𝗑's chin. Takes almost full damage there. 𝗟𝗓 trying to switch with 𝗟𝗑 there, kind of swap positions.
My eyes are all on New Happy right now. I'm looking for HS to swing around the side. 𝗟𝗓 might not be prepared for this angle. Oh, he almost spots something. He might have seen a pixel off and maybe a little more aware, and that could be alarm bells for 4AM, and 𝗟𝗑 is going to continue to push on forward here. This is going to be a barn burner of a final engagement.
No doubt about it. 𝗟𝗑 there spotted a little bit, takes about half damage. Smokes are out though for Na'Vi, and 𝗟𝗑's able to safely park himself on the ground for a little bit. Now New Happy starting to watch their backline, making sure that 4AM isn't trying any kind of weird maneuvers towards the other side, but in fact 4AM is fully focused on Na'Vi right now. 𝗟𝗑 does get to the shack. That's huge for Na'Vi. That gives them a little bit of extra safety, a little bit of extra control here in the center of this circle.
New Happy are yelling at the other two teams. Why haven't you gotten one knock against each other yet? Because now they're just waiting for a window to open, a door to open, but Na'Vi going to be swinging around on their angle. 𝗟𝗓 spots something, not going to commit to the peak just yet. Gonna wait for some support from his team.
I love this from Na'Vi, taking out New Happy, making this a fair fight. Only one more to go, but the headshot doesn't get enough damage in. The spray finally under control, for example, but that's a knock. Now 4AM, if they can take care of 𝗟𝗑, they could potentially wipe Na'Vi out. 𝗟𝗓 starting to rain down on top of that knock in Na'Vi's direction. A little bit of damage up. Breaks the life against two. A huge spray from 𝗟𝗑, and now Na'Vi trying to fight, but now they've got two knocks. This is a huge finish example down. It's just on to 𝗟𝗑.
And they know where he is. Look at how low HP 𝗟𝗑 is. The 1-on-2. He could follow up and do another two-person spray down, but they are going to be zeroed in, those crosshairs on that shack.
𝗟𝗓, 𝗟𝗓 trying to double peek right on top of 𝗟𝗑, but he gets a 1v1 now here. 𝗟𝗓 versus 𝗟𝗑. 𝗟𝗑 looking to make sure he gets the points. 𝗟𝗑 there takes a bunch of damage, and it is going to be 4AM that takes the first game here at PGS1.
I told you that finish was going to be insane.
You were right.
And it was all on the 𝗟𝗑 to make that happen. So close to not stealing the win, but making some sort of miracle happen. But it's going to be 4AM that secure it. They played it slow, but they got it done in the end, and that is the important part.
They still racked up quite a few kills in the long run here, but yeah, this was a phenomenal game from both teams, from all three of our final teams. But really playing these circles really, really well. Particularly New Happy, I thought, because of their edge position. I mean, that is kind of their favorite position, but still tricky terrain to go through.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Paper, that was game 1 of 6.
Buckle up.
Yeah, we got a lot more to go. This is going to be, oh boy, oh man. We are in for a treat if the games continue on that way.
I mean, just think about the storied history that 𝗟𝗑 had, and he was so close to making just another page in that book for himself. Arguably, I think a lot now think our best player that we've had in PUBG Esports history, and you can see why, folks. That guy is dynamite.
Yeah, and already they were looking over some notes, some stats. But let's rest up, guys, because we have 5 more games to go.
Game number 1 in the books here, and we have had an absolute Bobby Dazzler to start things off here, gentlemen and ladies, of course, tuning in around the world, as we have had a close game to start things off. Na'Vi, New Happy, 4 a.m. looking fantastic at the end. 4 a.m. getting the wins to clutch things out.
Yeah, and also the absolute carnage coming out of San Martin. There are so many teams, and New Happy managing to survive and get that many kills was just so impressive. What a banger of a start here.
Yeah, definitely. So you can also see Na'Vi coming out as the world champion, looking for a great opportunity. Admittedly, Circle helping them a tad with that compound that actually did go down. But as we were watching the game of Enja start things off, we were kind of anticipating this Circle becoming a thing, them trying to kind of deal with that. And the terrain here, all of the teams kind of know it because they're also anticipating the Circle moving towards this direction.
Especially here with second Circle. You have a lot of unplayable area that the teams obviously know very well, and that's why we saw so many teams in there. But Oria managing to have a 2-2 split in 2 of the kind of hottest compounds was super important for them too.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. All right, let's take a little bit of a closer look here as we do break down the numbers.
Oh my God, 24 spokes. Are you kidding
That's a
me?
lot of utility to start things off. It makes a lot of sense though, right? When you look at this kind of area, how you're going to have to play things out. Na'Vi was trying to delay people coming towards their compound here. You can do that kind of with smoke coverage to a degree here, but then after you're trying to move out of that compound, you need that as well.
Yeah, and on top of that, with New Happy being kind of on that southern side of that ridge that split up the circle, that is exactly the reason why they knew they had to kind of execute them fast. And that one knock that New Happy got on Alia, that was crucial for 4 a.m. to push over. The timing that you could just see, they're sending it right when the fight started. Perfect timing for them.
Definitely, as you can see, number 1, 2, 3, 4 here, really covering the majority of the regions. However, where is Korea, Clinton? That's the big question. No, don't do that. We've got ourselves... They're right next. This is the best setup ever. They're right next to me. I can just throw shade as much as I want. This is awesome. But I think one thing's for sure here when you look at 4 a.m., they've already had their ups and downs here throughout 2023. This is a great start for them to get momentum on the board and try and solidify themselves as a top contender for this tournament.
And it's also been some time throughout the last couple of years that we've seen them at the very top. So it's really nice to see them come in here and dominate. And also, another surprise to me now that we're looking at the recap here, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 being able to defend that compound for that long, getting that many kills, getting that many points for them, and we were sitting right next to them. We could hear them screaming, stop the count, like it was fantastic. I love the Aussie banner coming in, of course. But it's a great start for them, and that moral boost that they're able to get, James, here, that is potentially going to be able to snowball them a little bit.
I think I also heard a woo Sonics as they took them out there from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 as well. So yeah, definitely excited to hear all the kind of bluster that's going on around these games. A lot of energy coming into this first one. Everyone really excited to just be back here at this international stage. As for Luminosity, of course, yes, you're going to get taken out by that. But look, as we take a look at the overview of this area. Yes, Alia peeks over, but you can really see how people were kind of marking their territory, taking things slow, and eventually you get corralled into one another.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's like in general, when you have a ridge through the middle of the circle, right? You're always going to have, and you're 33 teams, you're always going to have these teams that you're kind of trying to herd away. And you saw Xiao Hai from 4 a.m. He was the anchor. He was making sure that New Happy was kind of getting herded towards Na'Vi, so that would be the first fight we're going to see.
Here is the stats coming in from 4 Angry Men, and they were furious in this game as they were able to take themselves plenty of kills to boot, 11 on their way. Crazy not being able to get too much on his side of things, but you know what? Little 𝗟𝗓 with the maximum damage, you know what? I'm totally okay with this, Martin.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad because Crazy 112 is my guy, right? And 𝗟𝗓 is yours, but yeah, good to see, of course, here from 4EM. Also, popping off in general, 4-4-3 there, that's 11 kills. It's a really strong start from them at 21 points to begin with. That's potentially going to be another snowball effect.
Smart guys, connoisseurs, clearly. I was, eating ramen downstairs.
Yeah.
4 a.m., they walked in as well. They know class when they see it. They pick... Paper, why are you pulling that face at me? What's... Paper hates working with me. It's fantastic. Let's take a look at the man of the match then. It will be XXX Lou being able to get himself the position here. We actually don't have the average data coming in from all the other teams.
Because it's the first game.
It's a good point. I suppose you could have...
Touche. That's great.
I suppose you could have taken the average of the entire game, but it's whatever.
Yeah. No, we have to kind of pound on top. But yeah, it's great. 4 kills, nearly 600 damage there for 𝗟𝗓. Good to see, of course. And we're going to follow this throughout all the games. It's going to be exciting. Once we get some more statistics, kind of, and more games through, we're really going to be able to see who's really popping off compared to the other men of the matches here.
Here's where we get the points from this game. And as we take a look at these points, we're not going to rattle through everything, but we can still keep talking about this match. With it being the first game of Miramar here, Martin, we saw the initial challenges over by Power Grid, things like that. Teams moving away, very importantly, as well.
I could not believe when I saw 3 teams going for Power Grid. I could not believe it. 2, fair enough. But Pentagram. And I want to say a little bit of prediction here. Of course, just -3 points in this case here, but I expect them to go a little bit south, take the compounds there, maybe go a little bit further south of southwest of Picado and take this kind of so-called old DA split where they have a little bit of the trash compound down there. That'll be a fine split, and it's very close to their normal rotation paths, so they'll be fine. But the other thing, I don't think we're going to see the other 2 teams leave. Of course, we're going to be playing Erangel next, but once we get back to Miramar, I don't think we're going to see them leave.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, we're gearing up for our second match. And again, just to reiterate here for the schedule, we are alternating constantly between Miramar, Erangel for the 6 games that are going to be going on today. So, in terms of adjustments from Battleground to Battleground, you can't quite implement something straight away, but you can kind of keep it in mind, keep it in the pocket, work with it later on down the line.
It's more mentality, like everything that you're moving into that you can get into. You can't really say, okay, usually we've seen a three maps block. You'd have 3-3-3. But here, I kind of like it though. It's your favorite format as well, right? Me.
Oh yes, I'm all about me. Why do you throw me out like that? We've got ourselves a send there as well. For Sonics, as the commentators pointed out, it's the tried and true tested method of America fighting off America. You know, it's an unusual thing that we see, but I'm sure
never hear it from them.
No,
they never say that.
No. Well, Cameron, you know, he did all right. He did all right. But we'll see as they do settle down. But anyway, it seems like we are ready to go. So thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. It's PGS 1. We started off with a banger. Let's head off to the grassy pastures as we go to the commentators for all the action.
Thank you very much, Desk, I guess. I mean,
it's day 1.
They were there.
Let's play nice at least for a little bit.
Finally, 𝗟𝗓 shuts his mouth and we can start talking. All right, here we go. It is time for Erangel. And what a great game. I mean, just truly some back and forth moments, some just incredibly crazy fights. It's everything you wanted and more here to start off PGS.
Yeah, and so in terms of hot drops, I think we're still going to get them on this map as well. It's not going to be one large hot drop like we saw on Miramar, but it's going to be a couple of separate isolated ones. I'm looking at Novo, I'm looking at Farm, and I'm looking at Razak, where we have a couple of teams all going to be vying for each other. We'll see what this plane path does, however, because it is similar to Miramar, south to north on the west side. But while we're waiting for these players to drop down, and if we do have these hot drops happen, just on that conversation, I was talking to Gunnar, the coach of Sonics, earlier today, and he was talking about how the maps swapping back and forth might actually keep teams committing to these hot drops further. Like, hypothetically, realistically, we played 3 Miramars in a row. Petrichor Road, or they did well. Pentagram, not so much. you might have a bad game one and then choose to leave. If you have a bad game one, go to a different map, have an entirely different experience, you could be confidence, revitalized to continue it once again once we head back to the other map.
Oh, that's a fantastic point. And I think, you know, speaking of Pentagram, by the way, they are involved once again, and I actually did have a chance to talk with Adder, and he said, yep, we're doing this. I said, are you going to the farm? He said, yep, we're going to the farm with Na'Vi, and I'm like, all right, man. I hope you I hope you brought your tractors and everything you need for this one, because this is going to be one tough fight. A Western Circle to start, but shotguns abound there for the side of Pentagram. I see a DBS, a VSS in the other hands, and an instant headshot. Shotgun onto Lou for Twisted Minds. This is the Razak fight you were talking about.
Yep.
And it is going to be first blood here going to Pero.
Yeah, Petrichor Road, 4th place. In terms of points last game, continuing up with more damage again. 𝗟𝗓 with the barrel. No attachments, no sight, so it's a bit wild of a bucking bonker to hold it at Adder. He had the lineup, he had the shotgun, but can't quite get the shot off.
Oh, and then 𝗟𝗓 found a headshot with the SLR, and Wicked, grenade in hand, in that moment gets taken out. And Pentagram here able to avoid disaster early on in that previous game, even get decently deep into it, get some decent points. But now they are a bit in shambles. Just 2 left, 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓. SLR watching one angle, 𝗟𝗓 on the other. Trying to keep Na'Vi boxed in here. A little bit of information, but they're going to use this opportunity. That is quick from Alia to peek around that corner and get a little bit of extra damage in.
I mean, 𝗟𝗓's holding the angle, though. He knows that he needs to play it safe here. Doesn't want to overcommit because they want to be able to clean this up cleanly and then make their way into the zone. But don't lose a member. Oh, taken very, very low. It actually does get knocked. So this is a great opportunity for Pentagram to try and turn things back, well, more in their favor. They're still going to be down to 2 members at max. But 𝗟𝗓 with a good grenade doesn't quite follow up. It misses the mark.
Yeah, it's actually Mel there with that VSS that put a little bit of extra damage in to make sure that grenade couldn't really be accurately thrown. So nice peek of work there from Mel, anchoring for Na'Vi on the backside. 𝗟𝗓, the only one left now for Pentagram. A 1v4 awaits, and this is going to be a very difficult one.
You know where he is. He's got the same angle that he's holding. How do Na'Vi try and get this player removed from this spot? I think it's going to be 𝗟𝗓 looking for the angle from this, and, well, you see a couple of other teams just spreading out. Mel getting close, Smoke to try and block those angles to allow the rest of the team to perhaps just rush that compound 4v1.
Yeah, precisely. The second Smoke did not catch that top right window. 𝗟𝗓's still able to see just enough on the edge of that other smoke, put a little bit of damage into Mel. It's, you know, sensing that there's going to be an attempt to, you know, kind of take some positions based on Mel's movements. And now they are going to do that, but in fact, they're going to be reinforcing Mel's position. A little bit of, it's 𝗟𝗓 finishing off 𝗟𝗓, and now Na'Vi is going to get square up next to Pentagram. 𝗟𝗓 likely going to be mollying the stairs to try to buy some time, maybe jump out the window, try to do something a little bit tricky here.
Man, if only Na'Vi had just one more frag grenade. They just toss that into the balcony, likely position that 𝗟𝗓 would be holding. But he's going to wait till he hears some sort of noise cue, footsteps in his building, and toss it, as you said, on that stairwell. Make it really difficult for Na'Vi to push up. The problem is, what's he going to follow up with after?
Yeah, you can see Na'Vi's expecting something, so they're going to try to lead the way the stun. He was fully expecting it, but the reaction there from Example, so fast with that DBS. Now, yes, they will burn and suffer a knock, but at the end of the day for Na'Vi, that is job done, mission accomplished.
Yeah, didn't lose a single person. And they're not so far from the zone that they can't follow up, but I think 𝗟𝗓 is trying to third party that. We'll see what happens there, because Twisted Mind versus Pero, after that first kill, not much has followed up from that. Razak is quite wide, and now, well, 𝗟𝗓 has gone down, so that's another bad turn of affairs for Petrichor Road. Still 4th place on the leaderboard after map number 1, so it's not going to be a huge issue just yet.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's able to turn this fight on its head. They lost the first player, and now they are the ones with the odd man advantage. So AZ and 𝗟𝗓 spread out, you know, sort of a crossfire if 𝗟𝗓 were to push up onto that mountain on a Spyro, but I don't think he can. I believe that's covered, or at least somewhat, with those trees there. Batulans might be able to see it a little bit, depending on what optics he has.
And if 𝗟𝗓 sprinted, I think he can make his way under the bridge and over to Chewy's position. But yeah, he spots a member of Twisted Mind holding that spot. Perfector's going to make sure that that cannot happen. I mean, it's a Mark 12 with range sight on it. That's going to be a really hard wall to try and break through. So Petrichor Road seem to just be backing away from this one. Twisted Mind's going to be glad that that's happening as well. Just get out of there. Allow them to get a little bit of extra loot before they make their way to the zone, because every other team, or most of them, have already made their way there. And the teams that haven't are going to have a lot of loot in their backpacks at the very least.
Truly. This is just a great piece of work here from Twisted Minds to really understand the terrain, understand the angles, understand the tendencies of Petrichor Road and how they were going to want to potentially wrap to try to resurrect their teammate. Great job cutting all that off. So Twisted Minds now in favor of the 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 fight. We'll see if this one continues past phase one or not. Just kind of taking a look at the circle right now. Most teams are, I'd say, about half already in, the other half trying to get in. And pretty quiet. 𝗟𝗓 crosses the bridge. Purple Mood had been messing with 𝗟𝗓. That was another fight you were talking about at the beginning, Cam, that we didn't see come to fruition, at least not on our screen.
If my memory serves me correctly, which it oftentimes does not, I think 𝗟𝗓 actually took a lot of the trash compounds on the north side, the north road of South Africa. They didn't make their way all the way over towards Novo, where Purple Mood did. So avoiding that, and I think, again, likely because that plane path was not very favorable for Novo.
Yeah, I mean, I know 𝗟𝗓 wants no part of that fight. They are not a team that historically will overly commit to hot drops, especially at international events.
What do you mean? Look at what we're looking at right now. Why wouldn't you opt into this every single time?
It's a great question there, right? Surely no sarcasm there, Cam.
No. I am all serious all the time. Twisted Minds actually look to continue to take Petrichor Road out, and likely because they just don't want to get shot in the back. Spyro has been up there with the Vector the entire time, sort of giving information, hearing footsteps, whatever he could hear. I'm just surprised that Twisted Mind hasn't tried to move away and maybe gone out of the east side, but they just want to finish this fight, likely to have control over it for the rest of this series.
Yeah, AZ here has to move into the stairwell, try to get a better position, a better angle. He took the worst end of that fight initially, not able to find the A-spray. A really nice repeat there by 𝗟𝗚lans to get a little bit of extra damage into AZ. Frag in the bag for 𝗟𝗚lans. He could be thinking about trying to get into place to put that to use potentially. With Spyro on his flank, he's going to feel comfortable enough to begin flashing, trying to make this assault. I think he's trying to set up for this frag is my guess. The real question is he going to be able to suss out AZ? But no, he's caught by 𝗟𝗓left, trying to swing the corner. Oh, he was wanting to get in there and use that shotgun, but wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, it was a bit tunnel visioned, if I'm being honest. Just completely unaware and not even considering the possibility of someone holding that angle, and 𝗟𝗚lan and Twisted Mind's going to get punished for it. This puts it down into a 2-on-2, which gives Petrichor Road a little bit of more fire under them to try and take this fight and perhaps confirm the swing into their favor.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm with you there. I thought 𝗟𝗚lans would at least think about the frag first. Yeah. But, well, you know, I think he thought he had enough time to probably get in there while Spyro's watching the north side. You could swing in. Didn't quite work out. So now 𝗟𝗓left looks like maybe for a moment I thought he might go to the outside, might be just checking for vehicles quick, and then peeking back in towards the Twisted Minds position. But Twisted Minds as well now thinking about vehicles. Surely that UAS has to be what Spyro is angling for here.
He's not.
Right? No?
He's not.
No? Oh, we're just continuing the fight. Okay.
They want this, I guess.
Sure. All right.
They're both in the top half of the leaderboard.
They're both trying to kind of outflank each other.
Yeah.
And instead they might just butt heads.
They're just running around in a circle. Can't catch each other.
I thought maybe you could use the vehicle to fake something, or, you know, now let's see. Spyro is...
Or, you know, maybe get into the zone. Phase number one.
Well, now let's not get crazy here.
Oh, okay. Back. There's more action happening.
Ooh.
Has been trying to push down to 4AM's position. Not exactly sure what caused that to happen, but still, it's going to be another kill for 4AM. Sunsister going to be losing a player, and where is Zune 2 going to go? It's going to be on top of Quarry. Cerberus with a really, really strong position here. Tycon, you can already see moving back to the rest of the squad, going to be playing that into a 2-2, which gives space for potentially New Happy as well as Sonics to try and backfill that position.
Yeah, Sunsister, maybe a blind send, or maybe they scouted it and just didn't scout it for long enough to see anybody from 4AM. Now EXO on the bad end of things. Rain there actually runs over Penta. After he had gotten the knock, it was 𝗟𝗓lans on the backside now, keeping the rest of EXO away from this. Make sure that this res should come through cleanly, and it looks like EXO is backing off this fight as far as I can tell.
Yeah, they have some space to play with there on the northwest side. It's taking us a bit to get reacclimated to the circle. That is not Rozhok, and now Luminosity are going to be pushing in over New Happy, so New Happy didn't really move. This is going to be, oh man, what did we decide to call this mountain? Llama?
Which one?
Elephant?
Oh, this one? I think this looks like a fox.
A fox, okay.
But most people call it llama. Yeah, everybody has a different name for it. Like every region I found also has a different animal they think it looks like. Yeah. It's almost like a Rorschach test or whatever.
Yeah, a little bit. But Kickstarter with a very nice spray. Sun Sister just cannot catch a break here. Down 2 so quickly in the blink of an eye, it feels like.
Yeah, it's a risky, aggressive center circle rotation for Sun Sister. 𝗟𝗗, by the skin of his teeth, able to get into the quarry warehouses and get a res off. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 going to be using this opportunity to snag a little bit of more utility for themselves. And then they should be able to just kind of take control of the western end of this vaguely animal-shaped hill.
The big bushy tail, or maybe the ear, or the something. Again,
I think it looks
all
like
up to you.
I think it looks like an Eevee.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. I don't know if we have the IP rights to that though.
Nah, whatever.
Yeah.
The fox.
Let's connect those two companies and get the crossover. the collaborative experience. And oh no, LG, they want to continue to push this. 𝗟𝗗 is going to be running away from this one.
Oh, Snakers don't die, but he's okay, no problem. Just a little bit of front end damage. Nothing you can't just, buff out there, I suppose. And Flood here is keeping his eyes onto 𝗟𝗏 from Sun Sister. That's going to force 𝗟𝗏 upstairs. 𝗟𝗏 now isolated momentarily. 3 members of LG might not know that he's right behind them. They're fully focused on 𝗟𝗏 here, Cam. There might be some damage done here by 𝗟𝗏.
With the smokes, they have to consider it. It's just the amount of windows that 𝗟𝗏 could peek out. They're going to be looking in his direction, waiting for 𝗟𝗏 perhaps to make that move. But there's some utility that can come out through that window. But of course, LG, they're wise to that. They're going to be throwing some of their own. 𝗟𝗏 down to about half HP. Oh, and getting shot in the back, down to 31. Dropping some more smokes, but how much longer can he stay alive?
Yeah, this is a good read here by LG. Making sure 𝗟𝗏 was pinned and then just combining fire into these smokes, grenades, and just spraying through to find the knock eventually in the long run. 𝗟𝗏 trying to do what he can to buy 𝗟𝗏 some time, potentially, maybe get a knock or something, but this may just be a call to retreat here for 𝗟𝗏. Certainly with Flood watching that angle, this is near impossible.
Yeah, near impossible. Gonna have to pull out a miracle here. Purple Mood here on the southeast side. Na'Vi, after they had successfully defended their drop spot, still in a fair bit of trouble as their rotation does get cut off. The circle also shifts towards the north away from them. Na'Vi running from Purple Mood into 𝗟𝗔𝗡's crossfire, and then now, 𝗟𝗏, yeah, did not stand a chance. One quick grenade is all that it took.
All right, Na'Vi on the beach rotation under the sight lines of 𝗟𝗔𝗡. By the way, Foxy does bolt from time to time, folks, so if you're looking at that, that's actually been a kind of normal thing for him in recent 𝗟𝗔𝗡 history, as they have Na'Vi stuck on this beach. One car already exploded, another now in the water. Not sure if you can recover that or not. I'm not sure if you're able to get enough torque. No, the front tires are floating. You're not going to be able to get it.
Yeah, very buoyant of a car, I will say. But
was it made for that?
Yeah, I don't think so. Smokes already have to be deployed here to make their cross into the hill. At least they're going to have some terrain, but I wonder how aggressive 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are going to be on this sort of gatekeeping opportunity that they have. Looking at PO, is he going to turn left or going to turn right? That's the big question that Na'Vi are going to be asking themselves.
I think 𝗟𝗔𝗡 generally is more on the safer side of things these days, unless they find like a really, advantageous position in the. In this case, Na'Vi, I think, got far enough towards this mountain that they weren't able to really capitalize in the way they would like. So PO loves to work west to east on these circles. So I think he saw this opportunity with a clear road and decided, well, let's just do it.
Yeah, and I mean, with the other option being going in through Quarry or New Happy's compounds, you take that angle anyway. Yeah, so definitely a good rotation there by 𝗟𝗔𝗡. But let's look at the rest of the map, as a lot of more things have started to stabilize. Here we only have just over a minute for Phase 3 to close. A few teams still need to make their way in. I'm looking at Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road, who have finally removed themselves from each other, and they just got to find a small little spot to slot on in there. But this might be a slower minute as we wait for Phase 4.
Yeah, certainly. Ascend's compound, very nice in these types of circles.
Oh, hey, look, great.
There, I don't know if that was already picked up or not. I'm not exactly sure. He drove at it, so we didn't get to see if there was anything left in it and if he was the one to profit from it. But 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 now, 2-2 split across the side of this road. One of those valleys that, you know, teams like to control, that lane, that driving space, because if this circle does shift north again, a lot of teams going to be angling for that shark fin compound where 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is. So certainly, you know, a lot of teams like to set up traps in this area to try to punish teams that are going to try to set up on those hills to the east of that compound.
I'm liking a lot of these splits. Luminosity have a nice little split. Purple Mood with the spread. New Happy. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 have a nice 2-2. 4AM with a little bit of a spread. Just taking control, taking land, putting your feet on the ground where you can for the next zone, whether that means that you can center up on a singular position or, more importantly, in my opinion, deal damage to teams that are trying to rotate through you and just keeping them cornered and out of the next zone. Where are we going to go? Northwest? Ooh, southeast, exact opposite of what I said.
Yeah. Just like we
Americans
all
and land ratio. You know.
It doesn't matter here, fortunately. It's just it could just ping pong anywhere it damn well pleases. Purple Mood, this is a team I was kind of curious about here because they had New Happy and Sonics, two explosive teams right on their edges. New Happy now has spotted them out, started to put some shots down. Ming there with that Mark 12. Doing a bit of damage. Now, I don't know if they know Thunders is right there. That's the knock on a 𝗟𝗏. So Thunders here might be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Could be huge if New Happy step just a foot more forward than they would like to. Could give Purple Mood a great opportunity. We know we've seen them so far just be looking for those spots, looking for a little tricksy move there to try and grab something into their favor. They've already lost a member though. Very unfortunate. Just shy away from the zone, but they won't really have room to maneuver in until New Happy gets taken care of because, well, they're going to be on the low ground there, basically the middle of a valley. I'm looking at Thunders right now.
I know.
Make an opportunity happen.
Well, I mean, I'm really quite impressed with the discretion here from New Happy that they aren't pushing over that hill. This is, you know, not until probably if there was another knock on a Purple Mood, I would suspect then that New Happy might try to make the push. Just one, I don't think is enough for them to feel comfortable to make that commitment. And now 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 drives back the other way, right underneath Na'Vi. They have all of Na'Vi barreling down on this. Foxy, Shirley down. DG on the other side, PO as well. It is just Taming left and 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 here. They left Na'Vi alone on the beach and now they pay the price.
Where did 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 think Na'Vi went? That's my big question. Why would you come back that direction? You know Na'Vi are going to be on foot. You should know the timing of where Na'Vi could even have gotten to. That is the only position that Na'Vi could reasonably be. But let's look back onto New Happy and Purple Mood. Thunders has already been taken down. Fluky also down. It's all onto Boarboats.
Yeah, Boarboats here trying to do something. He has 3 members of New Happy there, and 𝗟𝗡𝗗 doesn't even need to scope in. The hip fire good enough to take down Boarboats, and for whatever it means there, Thunder's not able to find anything. I was hoping he'd be at least able to surprise New Happy a little bit there, maybe get a knock. Maybe he was the one, but regardless, not to be today for Purple Mood. SDK on the move, sees the hillside open from their position on the west, and now it's time to move east. And a little bit of space here. A wider hill can be a bit tough to control, as Shaq as well. And we'll see if they can lock this down.
If you can even call it that. And Kurt had to stop, and this is, oh man, this is old school meta car fort style. I know we got some boomers on SDK, but this might be too old of a strategy. Ascend is going to be sending a lot of those shots through. Gets a bit of damage, not quite the knock just yet, but already the fact that the smokes are being deployed this early on, and that's the knock onto Vegas. This is looking like a really rough situation for SDK. However, you can't blame them. Where do you expect them to go? Look at the zone. There really isn't much stuff to play for.
Yeah, you're right. It is a tough circle. There's some hills to the east, to the west, but not they're wider hills. They're not, there's not a lot of curvature in them. It is very long in circumference. So Na'Vi here trying to cut through the center of LG and New Happy, and certainly would not want to be them in this position, but 8 kills already in this game, so not a bad one at all. LG, they're going to confirm onto 𝗟𝗏. 3 members left for Na'Vi, 𝗟𝗏, Mel, and 𝗟𝗏.
I'll take
now, 𝗟𝗏, that's like, it's like a little 𝗟𝗏, and then now he's 𝗟𝗏,
little child.
𝗟𝗏, yeah.
Oh, no, okay. Yeah, New Happy have
pretty
good. This is a good grenades from a lot of different angles.
How is Na'Vi still alive?
I don't know. 𝗟𝗏 with 5 kills. Non does get taken out. Kickstart. LG are going to be looking towards that direction. The easier shots that way instead of having to aggressively peek over onto Na'Vi.
Well, LG's kind of just content to sit back a little bit in these compounds. Couldn't quite find the space to push out. Maybe New Happy able to put some pressure, and that's just more kills here for Na'Vi. Already 27 guaranteed points, 21 kills total, as they continue their reign of destruction here at PGS1, and we're only 2 games in. Should surprise absolutely no one. This team, while maybe they didn't do as well as they want in their region, speaking of teams going down, it's EXO there as 𝗟𝗚 finally, you know, I talked about this a while ago, and it finally comes to a bit of fruition. 𝗟𝗚's getting involved there, so some points for those 2 teams up on Sharkfin.
Who's third party in that? I think that's 4AM all the way on the east side. Again, just the lack of terrain is punishing so many different teams. It's only phase 5, and it feels like teams are making wild sends that you expect from like phase 6, 7.
Yeah, 1 knock now, maybe a second coming indeed. 𝗟𝗚 able to get the spray to find the mark, but Heaven the only one left now for 𝗟𝗟 versus 𝗟𝗗, the superstar of 𝗟𝗚. Oh, 𝗟𝗚 is still alive too. I'm sorry, I misread that on the screen there. 𝗟𝗚 as well, still up. Some pressure being put down, damage being done. The molly connected there, and 𝗟𝗚 is going to have, actually it's 4AM Summer who gets that knock in the long run. Heaven trying to wrap around, trying to find that final member, guaranteeing the points, but 𝗟𝗚 able to avoid detection.
Heaven, the player that usually plays from range for 𝗟𝗚, the last one up, has to make a move in. The close quarter combat. Him is just trying to peek around the smoke. A pixel has been spotted. Heaven does land a couple shots from that spray, but not enough to get the final kill of this engagement here. Flash in hand, but look at 4AM moving it on the side.
They know that if they finish this fight, they have firm control over the northern side. 𝗟𝗚 takes a bunch of damage from that nade. Trying to now kind of do-si-do Heaven. He has a pretty good position. I don't think Heaven has any idea. Yep, and Heaven there, gonna go down. So 𝗟𝗚 able to avoid elimination so far, but now 4AM is deciding to bite down on top of them.
Oh, more damage, not the knock, but I mean, it's a lot of members swinging on over. 4AM know where the last member of 𝗟𝗚 is. Spraying in the smoke, Bullet is going to find its mark eventually. LG have also been eliminated, and now Sonics versus 𝗟𝗟. Non-spray down to 𝗟𝗚, gonna confirm that kill. 𝗟𝗟 swinging in from the side, trying to get another angle as well. They are dismantling Sonics piece by piece.
That is some nasty shooting there from 𝗟𝗟. Mime looking to be rezzed by 𝗟𝗟. Looks like they should be good for it. You do have Na'Vi waiting in the wings of this fight. Ascend, though, doing some serious damage to SDK in that aggressive center position, starting to crumble a bit. I did see an AWM floating there for Vegas. 𝗟𝗟 has been knocked for Ascend as Na'Vi's Mel falling on the backside as well. Micah driving up, try to see if he can help his teammate out from the backside, though. 𝗟𝗚 is going to clean up that knock. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗟 Sonics just Non left here now as Sonics have stabilized.
Stabilize a bit. Molly comes out, pushes Non away. He does get a couple of bandages off beforehand. Now Flash is going to come out. Sonics, they want to move away from this, or at least find a couple of different angles, because it is a small little tree, but what another shot! Mime gets knocked again. Non is not giving this up to Sonics easily.
Meanwhile, 4AM is just barreling down towards all these fights. 𝗟𝗟 finally able to deal the death blow to 𝗟𝗟. Ascend still dealing with a couple different teams, and here comes 4AM. They are finding the perfect late game timings to strike, and teams are beginning to crumble under their purview.
Down to 2, 4AM versus Sonics. Are we 4AM looking for a repeat of that? 2 wins in a row potentially for them, and all that stands between them and that second chicken dinner is 3 members of Sonics, and they know where they are. 4AM once again have the space, have the control. 𝗟𝗚 gonna try and let some shots rip, but takes a lot more in return. 8 kills for 4AM.
Partner team versus partner team, and some great shooting from 𝗟𝗟 there is going to put Crazy down immediately. Now 𝗟𝗚 trying to flank to the south side. 3 members on the other end, and Summer taking a bunch of damage. The IGL for 4AM has been beat up. 𝗟𝗚 able to get here, get some much needed level 3 gear to make this fight more so in their favor. 𝗟𝗟 able to just barely get behind this tree. Repeaks, it actually does some damage. 𝗟𝗚 here out in the open.
That's huge. The fact that he gave his position up without being like, without getting a knock for it, but Summer is able to follow up on. So the war of attrition is slowly going in the favor of 4AM. Mime and 𝗟𝗚, I don't think they're going to try and get 𝗟𝗟 up. He's in a very dangerous position. Instead, 𝗟𝗚 going to be pushing around that west side, looking for another alternative angle. But 4AM are clearly, firmly pitted just below that initial ridge. It's going to have to be a hard push to try and find that line of sight.
I like what Sonics are doing here. This is the best option in a bad situation. You're trying to overstack an angle, see if they can catch 4AM sleeping. Damage done from Win, but it's not enough to get the knock, and he is knocked in return. Mime, the only one left in this. He gets one. Can he find any more? No. 4AM back back-to-back wins to start PGS1.
I mean, what can you say to that? It's a dominant show, it's a dominant performance here. And that was not an easy game. And the fact that they were able to make it to the end with 4 up, huge performance. Great control of the Northeast side, but more importantly, knowing when to move out, take over the weakened teams that have already dealt damage to each other, and just snowball that into full, firm control of that ending zone.
It's 2 games in a row where they look like they have a really good read on this lobby, a really good read on how to position themselves, when to take their timings as well.
Even better shots.
PGS, it's a back-to-back here for 4AM. What a result from them coming in here from the first 2 games and another win on the board. They are coming for a statement here at PGS1. What a start.
What an insane start. I honestly couldn't believe it. And of course, hoping a little bit that we're going to have some more different winners today, but still insane. They're able to take the back-to-back here with a lot of kills too. James, they're putting so many points, about double digits in the first game too. It is insane. Sonics though, good game for them. Second place. They managed to hold the cat hill for a little while. Got some points there, second place. And they did quite well with that.
Yeah, they definitely did, definitely. As for 4AM though, of course, when you start a campaign like this on 𝗟𝗗𝗄, well, let's start chronologically and think about where those drops are going on. We saw, of course, a lot of people are probably used to Twisted Minds heading towards those apartments, heading towards school, things like that. 4AM goes there. They don't want anything to do with it. They are deviating away from 4AM. This is a great middle drop location to be able to stage their campaign on 𝗟𝗗𝗄.
Yeah, and it's there's a reason for one of the apartments in the apartments being called 4AM, because they have hot drops, so many teams there, and they never leave. So everyone else is just forced to leave here. So they obviously get tested themselves, but still, we have 2 other hot drop situations, right? We have Pentagram with Na'Vi, and that's also a rough one.
Let's take a look at the top 4 then here from this game, as we do have 4AM once again at number 1. Still though, Sonics being able to take that number 2 spot. But it's all right for EMEA as a whole. Ascend and Na'Vi with 14 kills coming their way.
It's like every time they have more than 20 smokes, they pop off. 23 smokes for this one here. Full squad alive, only for 19 though. But that Gen G rotation on the south, it gave away their position, but it opened up the fight, and they actually pushed Luminosity Gaming really well, James, and they executed him quite early on. And then you have Uber in a situation where he's able to take out Ascend.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look at the moments here from this game, and Na'Vi moving up from that south side, as you were mentioning. Now, of course, as we take a look a little bit further on, this is the rotation that you were mentioning from Gen G. Yes, it actually illuminates the fact that there are teams down here for LG, but again, I was surprised that they weren't able to really kind of stagger the momentum for these teams coming in from the south.
And you can just see that in that exact case there, you have Luminosity. They're just turning 180, looking everything south. Okay, we got a big fight. We got Genji coming in. They're wiping. There's another guy, and then they actually managed to wipe him completely there with Na'Vi. But Na'Vi coming in is still taking down Luminosity game. They had the advantage. They had the circle, James, and they managed to make a pretty good rotation and take the fight to them.
Yeah, they definitely did here. For Sonics, it was always going to be difficult eventually going up against 4AM in the final moments of this. Very corralled into one location where 4AM really seized the initiative for this high ground, created effectively a big barrier situation. So Sonics really didn't have much room to breathe in these final moments, and you could really see it kind of exemplified here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I actually love the area here because you have so many potentials to get up to the hill here, and you saw that's why we saw so many teams try to get as late to the ridge as possible.
All right, here are the numbers coming in, and you know what? I'm not going to do it. We have 𝗟𝗓 getting himself 5, 𝗟𝗓 with 4, Summer with 2. Unfortunately, Martin, I am going to do this one. Crazy.
Remind me again, who is it that has Crazy on his team?
Is it you by chance?
Yeah.
These last 2 games, he's really good, but he's just not getting the better end of the stick for the
but
team
he
fight.
survived this time.
Yes.
Last game, Ubo, he flushed him in this game. He survived, he got rest. Still putting on damage there, still having an impact. You can see how much damage he's tanking. He's taking 3 times more damage than 𝗟𝗓 is.
You say he survived. He did get knocked at the very end.
Yeah,
and I seem to recall an Avenger going, no, please. But there you go. That's how it's going to go. But here's the man of the match as we continue things on. 𝗟𝗓 here for #1, baby.
That's great, yeah.
I'm okay with this.
And he's actually overlapping quite well, of course, after the last man of the match here average. So he's dragging the average up there. So I like that. Of course,
yeah.
500 damage. Good to see. 5 kills, though, putting in 1 additional on the top there compared to the last one.
Very, very impressive stuff coming in here from 4AM. Again, it bears repeating. I mean, of course, we just come off the back of a segment where we were talking about 4AM, how they had kind of an up and down couple of months, I suppose, but even, as you mentioned it, years, which is important. But now we can take a look at how teams have been performing overall. Yes, of course, 4AM has been able to take, in terms of to double wins, the average survival time. But Na'Vi, the world champions, they are not messing around to start things off.
They're coming here to play, of course. Good to see both in damage and kills. But in another case here, you have 14 kills in the last game. They got 4th. If they had a little bit more time, if they didn't have that 5 with Gen G, they could potentially have been 4 alive and taken this fight to Sonics and then taking it to New But yeah, of course, 4AM back-to-back. You can't deny the amount of points they're able to put up here. First one, 11 kills in both games. Yeah, so it's good to see for them.
Very impressive. And if you look down from 2nd, 3rd, 4th as well, very clear that China is very much here to play. 4AM, New Happy, Petrichor Road. All these teams really bringing heavy firepower to the table as 4AM is able to take 21 points from this game.
Yeah. Again, 11 kills here for 4AM. Na'Vi, 4th place, but 14, so 18 for them. Sonic still in a good showing here. They only had 3 kills, James, for 2nd place.
But, I mean, placement points going to help out quite a lot, regardless. I mean,
sure.
So getting themselves up to a 3rd place here, if you're able to just eventually kind of navigate towards those higher spots, similar to what we're seeing from Ascend here so far. We know that they're a team that likes to try and crash those middle locations, find themselves a good spot, and be able to play out those averages. And it works out to a degree. 7th place at the moment, but 42 points from 4AM in 2 games. It's definitely 4AM's time at the moment.
And we're talking a hypothetical cutoff for top 16 is going to be like 65 points. They're already 2/3 of the way there. In 2 games, they have 10 more games to play.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Yeah.
They're doing all right for sure here. Na'Vi, the reigning world champions at the moment, in 2nd place with 34 points. I mean, the funny thing is that if we came 2 games in and saw a team at 34 points, we'd have been like, oh my God, that's really, really good. But considering what 4AM just did, that's usually unimaginable.
Yeah, it is. We've not seen a lot of global tournaments start 2 wins like this and really pop off and put themselves in the lead. But again, it's the group stage. You don't want to pop the champagne too early here. Of course, they could continue, but the morale boost and the momentum that they're able to push from this is going to be obviously a huge factor for them.
Definitely New Happy as well, being able to take one of those top 3 spots so far. I think when you look at these teams, especially from the Chinese region, how they're kind of bringing to the forefront here these early performances, definitely scary competitors to play against. In those team fights, we're seeing them being really quick on the trigger, really snappy with their movement and attacks.
There's absolutely no denying that they have insane individual skill here, and they're coming here with an additional to that they are putting huge team effort into it, staying alive, taking the fights to all the teams, and they're winning so many 1v1s, except for Crazy 1-2 so far.
Yes.
Hopefully for me and for him, he's going to step up, put some kills on the board.
Miramar on the way to get things going for game number 3. Any thoughts as we get into that?
Yeah, obviously excited to see if we're going to have multiple hot drops. Are we going to have 2 or 3 teams in Power Grid? That's going to be a huge factor. And also, are we going to see something in El Posos too? Some changes there. Still drops. They have 12 games to play. I know everyone, or a lot of the teams are thinking we could potentially get quite easily top 16 here. But you want to make sure that you get that early. And not all the teams want to share their drops. They're trying to get in here and say, all right, we're going to stay. But let's see who holds on the longest.
All right, thank you very much, Avenger. That sets the scene as we're rolling on into game 3 in a few moments' time. Before we do that, we're going to go head to a break. And when we return, it's more PGS 1 to get things going.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，无敌力这边的，前面踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using the nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flash, please. The map. He is able to get it.
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lined up.
กูสิโดนแฟนน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟนอยู่9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดทเท
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền mới. Wow, đẹp quá rồi.
他这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても
Kang and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Kang, this is their first.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
And as we roll along, so does 4AM, winning 2 games here to kick off PGS 1. I'm Paper Thin, and joining me now, the lovely, the talented Toby, my friend. What a way to start this. Can you believe it?
It's absolutely phenomenal. I could not hope for a better start. I love seeing when we have that one team that just comes right out of the gates going, we prepared for this, we're ready to go for it, we want to claim it right now. Well, that's 4AM all over.
And Navi not too far behind, all things considered, with how dominant this has been for 4AM. 42 points, crazy start, probably already can... You could start thinking about them in the winner's bracket for sure.
Yeah.
Navi not too far behind.
And one thing that's interesting to me with Navi here is that usually Navi starts performing really well in the latter stages of tournaments. A Navi that starts off this strong, that is dangerous. That is real dangerous.
No doubt. I mean, this is a team that we all, of course, we're thinking about, we're talking about, and rightly so. They have certainly proved that they are, there was no flashes in the pan at all. This team is made of the real stuff.
And I love that 4AM comes in and performs this well right off the gate. I did my tier coming in, so the only team I put in, I'm not quite sure yet, was 4AM. And they go, Toby, why did you even, why hesitate? We're up there with the best, and well, they've shown it in 2 games back to back.
they struggled a little bit in the beginning of the PCL this year.
Exactly.
People might not know, it wasn't a great start. They sort of like Pentagram, but they had a much better finish, where they struggled at the beginning of their series, and as time went on, they got better and better and better.
Yeah, and it's just phenomenal to see. You have players with experience of, years and years and years worth of PUBG experience coming in and performing at this level. And even so, players that we saw doing incredibly well in their beginning of their career, then they fall down a bit, but now they're coming back up to kind of just show the world what they're made of.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you think about players like 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 that have been around for as long as I can remember. Yeah, 𝗟𝗏. I mean, 𝗟𝗏 is, well, he's a mainstay. There's no doubt about it. And so a ton of great players who have been here since it feels like the beginning, as we get ready to move back over to Miramar. And yeah, I mean, a solid little finish there at the end for the Sonics. It was a tough fight for them. So much going on at the southern end of that circle.
The open hillsides, especially coming up to that cat hill from the west, is so incredibly difficult. You have Ascent over there too, trying to apply pressure. Na'Vi coming in from the southern side. I mean, Luminosity, when they heard that fight on the southern side between Gen.G, well, it wasn't really much of a fight, let's be fair. But when they heard the shots being fired on that southern side, they were looking north. They were going, how are we going to rotate it? Wait. We have Na'Vi to deal with now as well. It just became a cluster on the west. And I think Sonics, to some extent, got caught in a bit of it. And then when the fight came to them in the end, they simply weren't ready for it.
Yeah, it just was... I mean, I'm impressed Sonics got through it.
Same.
Yes, but it was still like 4AM was doing such a good job of just clearing space and taking positioning that they were ready for it. Well, we move back over to Miramar here for game number 3 on the day here at PGS 1, my friend. This one should be... If anything, if these first 2 games have been any indication, this should be a barn burner.
I'm just excited for it. And we're taking a look instantly over towards Power Grid. And I've kind of been wondering, we're talking about it coming into this game, there has been a long time now where for the most part, in most regions, we see like 3 Wrangles back to back, then 3 Miramars, or the other way around. We're here back and forth between the maps every single game. Normally, when we have these hot drop situations, teams go out of one game straight into the other, boom, let's go again. Now, I know there's been hot drops on both sides, but for example, with the Power Grid drop, they have had a game to extra on a Wrangle to think about, are we really going to go on Miramar again? So I'm curious to see, now that you kind of skip a map, if that's going to impact the continuous hot drop situation, or if they've already talked it over.
Yeah, no, I think it is a really interesting thing that we don't have to get to see at the global events. And personally, I'm a fan of switching maps, at least as far as
same.
It keeps me fresh, keeps me kind of, you know, really dialed in. I want to see different circles and different parts of the maps and all that. But now it's like, maybe if there were 2 circles on the map, like 2 times in a row, I'd be like, well, I might not remember the last time. Maybe
so one thing it does for sure as well, especially here in a LAN setting, is that it creates so much more pressure on players. Because one thing is dying in a game, going out, talking over what we're going to do next game.
Yeah.
You come out of a Wrangle game, talk, guys, I know what just happened, but let's forget about it, because now we're going to Miramar. And now, well, here we are back on Miramar. And... well, here we are once again.
Similar.
Plenty of teams down towards Power Grid.
I'm curious if somebody's going to make a play here to try to prevent Twisted Minds from grabbing these vehicles. Yeah, I think AZ here got a barrel right out the rip and a 3x on top of it as well. Could absolutely do some damage if Twisted Minds... I think, although, when I start looking at the map, Twisted Minds actually pulled out early. They didn't even go for the vehicles this time.
Yeah, just trying to leave. The circle is going to take us towards the west side of the map, so easy peasy transition, or at least should be, for Twisted Minds to make their way in that direction. We are seeing the Ace at a long distance. Iron Sights taking shots towards AC would be treacherous if he was to fall to shots from behind like that, but seems like he will be just fine.
I think he got a tire there. Yeah,
I mean, the more they can do to make 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 regret going here to contest, the better off they will be in the long run.
But this the interesting thing about this, to me, Toby, is that right now, Twisted Minds is a step ahead of at least 𝗟𝗔𝗄𝗗 Road in this situation. They expected that somebody was going to drop to that guardhouse or whatever it is that's on the western side, try to prevent them from taking that vehicle. Instead, they put themselves in a position where they can punish that vehicle being taken themselves.
Exactly. Now, well, Pentagram last time, or 2 games ago, I should say, we saw them in this position. They were the ones who kind of say, you know what, we should just go north. Let's just wrap out on foot, get vehicles later. They ended up never getting vehicles, but let's go north, play it safe. Kind of being backfilled by 𝗟𝗔𝗄𝗗 immediately after. This time around, it seems like at least to more of an extent that they're sticking around. But on the flip side of that, 𝗟𝗔𝗄𝗗 all set in the break, not really too eager to go anywhere.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This one, a little bit quieter in a way than last time.
This is the, I mean, I don't mind a hot drop. You know what, go in there, have your brawl, see who comes out victorious. These stalling hot drops, they just end up become like big weights around both teams' ankles. Because now they have to rotate. As you just mentioned, Twisted Minds are already sat on the inside and will become kind of a gatekeep team for them to have to run through eventually. So for both of these teams right now, you're not going to get optimal loot. You're not going to get any vehicles. You have no chance of scouting what's ahead of you. All in all, this is just working against both Pentagram and Petrichor.
And credit where credit's due, Petrichor Road and Pentagram did a decent job of making something out of it in the previous Miramar.
Yeah.
It wasn't, probably as good as maybe they could have done, but still they came out of it with something. Pentagram, again, out early to try to get those vehicles up on the northern road. But guys, we got an interview here with Summer from 4AM.
我觉得阿伟对我的帮助就是他在 4AM 的时候建立起来的体系吧，然后我用自己的游戏理解，然后慢慢的去融入这个体系里面，就有很好的发挥。就我们的心态还是挺正常的吧，就抱着正常的心态去打比赛，然后目标还是冠军。我心里觉得的话是打闹吧，就我觉得他们4个选手个人能力都非常强，然后打法凶悍。
Our biggest goal is to become the champions. Well, I mean, they're coming off to a pretty good start. If that is the intent, that's for sure.
And this guy, Summer, if you don't know who he is, you should.
Yeah.
This guy is an absolute genius at PUBG. He's been such a successful IGL across many different teams. You think back to VG Gaming, I think it was, or whatever, VC Gaming. And of course, MCG over the PCS era. Just a mastermind of the game.
And giving credit to Godfrey as well, saying he laid out the foundation. He pretty much sat up and I could take over where he took off and then just continue building this team to an even higher standard. And well, again, off of just these 2 games, it's not the biggest data pool, but they have been pretty damn phenomenal.
Yeah, nothing to complain about, no doubt. Now, Navi here is over in Minas area, 4AM Summer. Snagged a vehicle and then drove away from that vicinity back towards Hacienda. Otherwise, the map is relatively quiet. It looks like maybe Pentagram, if Purple Mood were to have driven across that road just north of Power Grid, there might have been a scuffle there, but looks like Purple Mood is wise to kind of how things are working in that Power Grid situation, and they're driving around to avoid it.
We see Petrichor now make their Rabon out on foot as well. Once again, the Power Grid early drops don't really come with a whole lot of blood behind it. Maybe some discussions are to be made of whether they're going to continue this throughout not only the last Miramar of the day, but also the next couple of days.
Sun Sister with a really wide spread here on this mountain. If you look at the map, you may not think it, but in actuality, this is a very big 1-1-1 split from Sun Sister. So they're going to have to be very, very careful. You have SDK coming. You have Ascend on the back end of SDK from the south, putting some pressure potentially on making the move EXO to the west. It's going to be tricky, I think, for Sun Sister.
As we saw there as well, Feven is playing very lonesome down that hill below. I mean, he does have Imag up on the hill above, but he needs to apply so much pressure. If SDK opts to peek over towards him, if EXO coming in from the center of the circle tries to go towards Feven, he needs to go down. Actually, you can see it on the map now, already dipping. In the meantime, Koi trying to spot down towards Twisted Minds. Spotting 2 on a buggy. Well, if there's a shot you want to take, that could be it. Does he go for it? No. I think he's going to hold this fire for just a bit longer.
Yeah,
they don't have cars. So if they get stuck up there, I mean, they're in so much trouble.
Exactly, and he doesn't have a DMR to back that up either. Exactly. It was a shotgun, so a lot of things not going in Petrichor Road's favor in that situation, for sure. SDK, a little bit of damage on to Penta, but I think they're relatively okay.
And I love the play from EXO, we just saw here. They saw that Sun Sister opted to regroup, and while SDK were coming down, EXO said, you know what? No, we're sending 2 vehicles down. We're going to take this spot away from you, and as a matter of fact, ending up forcing SDK to think better of it. So smart, aggressive play from EXO. I mean, we heard them while you and Cammy were casting. We could hear them from the green room, and they were hyped from the start. So coming into these games with a lot of confidence, especially when a team that might not have the most or any LAN experience at all, that is massive, because that is something a lot of new teams don't manage to go with in the first couple of games, even the first couple of days.
Oh, certainly. I mean, that compound they had in that first game when Gen G crashed, I thought they were donezo. That compound is so hard to hold because it has that open roof. It's really small. Everybody on the team's in there, but they managed to make it work. So that is a phenomenal start to this tournament for them. And again, we hope to see them continue to play well. New Happy here, driving out of Chumacera. You did have Cerberus a little bit in the area, but looks like it is, or yeah, it is Cerberus. So it looks like they're okay. Sonic's just north of that. I saw Gen G heading in out of El Pozo. So everybody just trying to find what they can with this circle. A lot of teams, of course, thinking Monte Nuevo here.
Yeah, one thing that's so interesting about these circles in particular is that you have such a, I don't want to say easy, but doable rotation opportunity when it comes to rotating north to south or the other way around. But east to west here, because of the mountains on the southern side, and even the ones up towards the north, they're so damn difficult to traverse. So everyone right now trying to get their south to north rotations in early so that they can then start wrapping in the other directions on foot. Potentially, you see now New Happy already, they want to get up on the hill. They want to get that difficult rotation over with because north to south, much more doable.
Yeah, exactly. This is a tricky circle to navigate, but it usually ends up going more north than not, but we'll see how this one rolls on. 4 a.m. here cutting underneath LG's sight lines. LG holding fire thus far. Will they make a go of this? Maybe on the trailing member of 4 a.m. Sometimes you'll see teams wait for that last car and make a go. Kickstart, or excuse me, Snakers out ahead for LG. Looks like they're trying to mirror 4 a.m.'s position a little bit here.
I don't necessarily mind this. Just, you know what, go along with them, kind of swim in the wake of the boat in front of you, see what they're opting to do. If they go into a fight, maybe you can third party. If they don't, well, at least you don't really have to scout because they're kind of doing it for you.
It's like drafting in car racing, right?
Literally, quite literally. They're just saying, you know what, you do the scouting, you'll be the spearhead of this operation. We'll lash onto that one at least for a little while, and now shots are being fired, and that's going to potentially force 4 a.m. into a weird spot, because now they're finding out, wait, we have Purple Mood on the other side, we just got shot at from behind, we're in this open hill spot, this is not feasible, we have to keep moving.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and what better team to potentially stab in the back than 4 a.m. right now?
Yeah.
That's the team you're looking for. Purple Mood here putting some shots. Does there swat 4 a.m. away? There's no real intention there from 4 a.m. to get that aggressive, but 4 a.m. is finding a driving path now to cut through a couple mountains, potentially in towards Gen G's direction, but there is another path to the south. They could take more towards Sun Sister and Monte. We'll see which one they opt for.
We saw the drops coming in, and a lot of teams, kind of as expected, are opting the southern route in. So 4 a.m., despite the fact that they're rotating through what you would have potentially imagined to be pretty well-positioned teams, there ain't really a whole lot of teams up there. So right now, decent spot for them to be encircled, though, down towards the southeast. And why is this interesting, you say? Well, because the next ones might take us even further in that direction.
Yeah, there's still a world where this goes southeast. So as much as normally these circles end up more towards Monte, they don't have to. There's still open space on the other side of the circle. Na'Vi watching a few teams around them, Petrichor Road and Luminosity, who kind of settled up in that compound just to the southeast of El Pozo.
We're going to go into a really funny area now where the center of the circle was easy to play before, but now you pretty much have a spot in between all of Cerberus and Sonics where you can't do nothing. You can sit in a shack, you can hide for the rest of the game, but that is almost a square mile you can't really utilize. In the meantime, now Eggs left, telling Na'Vi not to come in their direction.
That is nasty from Eggs left. 2 SLR headshots. Absolutely decimating Na'Vi here, and they just have to leave. They have no hope of doing much about that. Now Gen G had fallen back a bit from 4 a.m., but 4 a.m. continued in their direction, and Xiao Hai, after the phenomenal game he had previously, is going to go out early for 4 a.m. Foxy takes a bit of damage, trying to find a flank angle here onto the position of Crazy and Summer, but right now, Summer firmly entrenched on the other side of the building. Crazy does take a bit of damage from that grenade from Pio, but Pio on fire from the molly. Is it enough to knock him? No, he's okay for now.
Huge suppressive fire coming in from Foxy up on the red side, allowing for Pio to get back to safety. Crazy is rare that he's out in the open, but he's still opting to maintain this angle. Summer can't really do a whole lot from where he is because he knows Pio is over on the other side, so have to back off. I would not be surprised to see 4 a.m. try and dip, but then again, first place, feeling confident. They are not shying away from a fight here.
Pio is going to change his angle of attack. He's going to go up top instead of trying to continue around the other side of the building here. Just try to get info. Maybe try to isolate Xiao Lu with the rest of his team. Summer and Crazy stuck inside of this building right now, starting to throw smokes, probably trying to give themselves another angle to either retreat like you were talking about, or maybe make an attack if they're feeling real confident today. In fact, a shotgun grabbed here by Crazy. We'll see what happens.
In the meantime, down towards Petrichor we go. They forced off Na'Vi. The remaining 2 Na'Vi players ran inside Montenuevo, and now Luminosity is on the hillside. But as you can see, Twisted Minds on the other side is forcing a difficult position for them too. We are seeing knocks coming through from Summer. That is a Hail Mary up on the roof. Down goes Pio. We thought the roof was going to pay dividends, but no, he falls down.
I thought it was a good idea, but 4 a.m. has better ones and better grenades grenades to boot. Foxy trying to get in here, and it's going to be taming from afar, getting the knock onto Summer. Crazy and Xiaolu, the only two up for 4M. Crazy going down as well. And here comes Gen G, one more player to deal with, and they've done it. They've done it.
Taming the triple with the Scar L. If there's something I did not expect to see in day one of this tournament, the triple Scar L to boot, and 4AM, well, not immortal after all.
LG seeing Petrichor Road, flood here, giving a ton of great information over to the rest of his team. A 3-1 split. A knock on to Raylo, though, trying to be rezzed. Crossfire from some of the other teams. I believe it's Sonics just to the south of this, making life much more difficult for LG.
Sonics there, Twisted Minds there as well. Luminosity really don't have from anywhere they're safe to peek from. Once their smokes fade, they will be seen by pretty much everyone. And now Na'Vi are joining the fight here as well. Such a hard position for both these teams to be in. Flood is up on the hillside to the southeast, and he needs to start hitting real good shots to allow for his team to get away. In the meantime, the circle goes north. We know due to unplayable terrain that this one should shift even further up there. Pentagram is currently the only team on that center north position. Believe me, by the end of this circle shift paper, there's going to be 3, maybe 4 teams up there alongside them.
Yeah, no doubt. This is going to be really interesting. There's a bit of a field in the middle, in between Monte Nuevo and the northern edge there that has a little bit of terrain you can work with, but not much. So it's going to be an interesting one. Maybe we get a full-on Monte ending if we're real lucky. We can only hope. Now, Mill here trying to go for... I was so hoping he would hit that shot. I was just...
You love it when it happens.
I know. It is my favorite thing in PUBG.
In the meantime, now, as we're just saying, so many teams opting to buy in from the southern side of the previous circle, now realizing, oh, damn, we have to go north, and so does everyone else. Right now, Monte is dead center, and that's where most teams are opting to set up shop for now. Let's just stay here, hope the circle don't go too wild, and see what we can make of it. We'll have half the server in this city by the end of this circle. I'm not too sure how it could not be the case with where we are.
Yeah, there's a few compounds here and there on the outer edges of the circle, but teams aren't going to be real keen on using those as any more than a staging ground, most likely. Now, some long-range shots coming here from LG, and Snakers with a good one from afar. The Mini going to find the knock on to Perfectix.
The fact that Luminosity doesn't only get to scare off Petrichor, but forces Twisted Minds back to the compound too, and live to write about it, that is insane. They're applying so much pressure from a position that is so damn difficult to play, and a lot of the effort that they're putting in is only possible due to Flood's off-angle position. He's doing so much to try and allow his team to sit in an arguably pretty terrible position, but because he's forcing teams away, they're able to play it.
This is such a well-drawn setup from LG. Really, really nice stuff. Perfectix is going to go down there, and LG here continuing to kind of keep their position open. Petrichor Road up to their northeast or northwest, but Ghibli driving in just on the other side of that, potentially cutting through the sightlines of LG. A fight may be brewing. Glaz up ahead with that buggy. First point of contact, LG here starting to rush in. They might want to cut Glaz down.
He has no clue they want to get it, but half-second late. Snakers was there, full sprint forward. Little does Ghibli know that they get to live with this gas. I say that. Shots fired, Glass hit. The buggy spins out. He's out of the car, and Ixlift able to take him down. No way he's going to be retreating from that position.
And now he's stuck behind this tree. May need some smokes or some help to get out of that position here, as Petrichor Road now starts to pour the fire in towards LG's position. Everybody desperate for that flush. Snakers is going to be able to find it, so the extra pressure applied by LG from up top allows them to also steal that kill away from Ixlift.
And Petrichor, again, applied so much pressure to LG, but because they never managed to really force them off, they're forced to play the low ground themselves. Now Circle does shift out towards the east, and, well, you got a city, you got a compound with Pentagram, and other than that, you're in trouble because the south side is completely occupied as well.
Yeah, there's a dip on the eastern side of the road up to the north after the crossroads, and there's not much else to work with. And oh boy, Snakers, that didn't go so good. And Ghibli there gonna get the knock. Lou gets the flush for Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, in Monte Nuevo, most of the team's in, but Purple Mood and Sun Sister are out, with also New Happy trailing behind.
We still have New Happy, as you're saying. Cerberus down there as well, having to make up their mind. Do we just crash the city and hope for the best? Do we try and play the open? Can we even get to the fields if we wanted to? So many decisions having to be made from the positions they're in currently. Hard to scout, if not near impossible. So you're pretty much just flipping a coin going, city or open? Well, the city, I suppose, looks more tempting right now.
Yeah, there I think is just enough room on the very southern edge of this circle for 𝗟𝗔𝗡 to squeeze in, and that's going to cut off another potential, path for New Happy. So I can even see them now starting to drive around 𝗟𝗔𝗡's flanks, trying to scope them out a little bit. Gen.G doesn't have much to work with. It's fields or nothing for them.
This is where we find out if teams have practiced this scouting on the go. Let's see if they can scout while driving, because you need to do so. You simply have to just start driving and hope that you will eventually have someone say, there's a shack, or there's a hay bale, and then your entire team can collapse onto that position. In the meantime, Pentagram, again, priority position for them to be in. 0 kills so far, but as long as the circles keep going this way, I wouldn't be surprised if it stays that way.
HS had been spotted, damage done. He has to go for the heal. 𝗟𝗔𝗡, the HEMAS has been really, really good for 𝗟𝗔𝗡 this year.
Yeah.
Right up there with Tycon in terms of damage and kills and all those good things. So, certainly a team that, Tycon, we all know, we saw it last year where he was playing out of his mind, but, HEMAS is stepping it up as well. And this is a team that really could make some waves.
And now Purple Mood is starting to apply pressure as well. I was wondering when Floki and Thunders were going to start shooting. They are only 2. They have the remaining 2 players safe inside the city. So a little hesitant on shooting initially, but they don't want them coming their way. And now finally, Thunders opens up. HS falls down. A save point for Purple Mood. And New Happy seeing no other option than crashing the city as well.
Yeah, New Happy just does not have much more room to maneuver. They're going to try to get ahead of Sun Sister. Zepion so weak. I think he's just barely going to get in, though. 𝗟𝗏 from Purple Mood had taken a lot of damage himself from inside of the arena and is just going to have to prone and heal it out.
It's only 100 meters they drive, but it is a crucial play for them to make, because not only do they drive past a 3-man Sun Sister, but they take no casualties and they wrap around them. Sun Sisters are outside of the circle. New Happy just got gifted with a center position, or a circle position, I should say.
Circle position, certainly. I mean, Sun Sister there, not able to do as much damage as they would like, for sure, and a grenade is going to be doing a ton of damage. 𝗟𝗡 taking one off of them. Sonic's here on the other side, going to take down 𝗟𝗏 for 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Circle is going to shift away from Monte Nuevo a little bit more, but more towards the north than anything, towards that field. 𝗟𝗏 here, putting some damage down. Ming Ming in response, puts him down, and now New Happy looking to potentially sweep and flush out this point.
Yep, the city is only going to grant you cover for so long, and if you allow for New Happy to wrap in without taking casualties, you will fall in return. And both Purple Mood and Sun Sister that just fell are now the victims of exactly that. 1 kill for New Happy. Still plenty more space having to be found for them to get inside the next one. It might not be too far on the map, but believe me, they'll be shut up by half the server before they make their way there.
Yeah, I like that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is at least trying to do some damage here, trying to clear some space. Sonic's already rotated ahead into the new circle, so a little bit of extra room to maneuver here on the eastern edge of things, but Twisted Minds right on the other side. Sonic's up ahead, LG over the hill. Now, you do have these compounds open, Toby, but they're not in the next circle.
And it's all due to the fact that 𝗟𝗏 had an absolute clutch knock onto 𝗟𝗏 just before. They were starting to flank up the hillside to try and clear that before they came in. They caught it. 𝗟𝗏 found the knock, allowing them to cross over, and now they know they're coming in from behind. This is a perfect timing for them, too. I'm wondering if 𝗟𝗏 catches this, because right now Sonics are looking the other way. They need to engage. 1 nade here. 1 nade could be the downfall of Sonics.
𝗟𝗏 drives into position, but he's on the other side of the road, a little bit too far away for a frag grenade. Batulins gets up ahead, and some crossfire from Lou gets the knock onto Flood. Kickstart trying to weasel his way forward. Relo had taken a bunch of damage. In fact, it's a knock from Taming from Gen.G over in those hay bales from the field. Finding just enough of an angle there with that mini. Gotta love that bullet velocity on that gun.
Luminosity able to play the hillsides for a while, but now this position simply not going to last them any longer. Ball boats will fall as well, so that's Purple Mood out in 14th. In the meantime now, such a tricky position for Twisted Minds to play here. They need to play it smart, but Patrick in the meantime going in a triple nade. That's out in the open. They had the dip, but not for long. Ghibli, 4 kills as Patrick fall in 13th.
That's huge for Ghibli. That's a little bit of extra space potentially, but now they're taking a bunch of damage from a bunch of different angles. Alia there going to get a finish onto Heaven. Tosi trying to get over to Gumin to get the res. Pentagram can sit in this compound. They don't have to move. It doesn't seem like they're going to opt to. Gen.G still doing damage to LG, but it's EXO. Akita returning the favor on to Foxy. Meanwhile, STK letting some grenades fly. This is their specialty. This is where they are well known to do a lot of damage. Vegas here getting some scrapes, getting some bruises into New Happy. Can he find a break?
Say SDK is well known for this. New Happy up close, as dangerous as anyone else, trying to see if they can make their way further forward. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 now doing the same thing. They knew they had to make the move eventually. They want to make the play down towards 𝗟𝗔𝗡, but no room to maneuver. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 trying to cover from the other side. 𝗟𝗏 is still there as well, trying to make his way back towards the team, which does manage to find Mime. But as you can see here, they simply did not make that play in time to cross the road. And well, good for them. The circle goes back into the city. This is a shift I did not expect that. I don't think anyone else did either.
I thought this was going to just keep leaving Monte.
Open fields, yeah.
Yeah, just right into that field, certainly. This is really interesting because the eastern side of the city is completely barricaded, whether it be Na'Vi or SDK, New Happy. It's going to be tough for anybody like Sonic, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 to find a way in.
Also now is where when you're inside the city, start to want to wait. Should we just have a truce for a second and kill the players that are gonna come into the city? Like, time out, guys, time out. Leave your shotguns. Let's do DMRs again. Shoot at the people outside the city because they will come here. Then we can fight for top 5 rather than top 11.
Yeah, Micah here just knows, with all these smokes that something is afoot, looking to see if anybody will try to go for a cheeky flank outside of them. 𝗟𝗏𝗡, though, actually doing a ton of damage. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 here, able to hold it down with barely any health. Takes Vegas down. He is all but out and somehow, some way holds on there. Huge for New Happy.
Again, I mean, for 𝗟𝗏𝗡, for 𝗟𝗔𝗡, we're already in a salvage situation. These 2 points could turn to be crucial come the end of it. He will find one as one gets stolen away, but crucial for 𝗟𝗔𝗡 to make some sort of space, potentially a fire escape to get to the city, and he's not done yet. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 finds one more, now they're making a run for it.
It's as huge for 𝗟𝗏𝗡. That might have given him just enough space to get into this next compound, to get a safer spot in the next circle. Sonics, in the meantime, have this dip available, and this crossroads has enough of a dip that they can hang out of it, but 𝗟𝗏𝗡 was waiting with open arms for 𝗟𝗏𝗡. A quick knock and flush, and STK continues to hold the line. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 still looming just behind them, ascends Micah as well, starting to claw his way forward just a little bit. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 got another knockout teammate.
I mean, unlucky for 𝗟𝗏𝗡 that he wasn't in a position to really help out 𝗟𝗏𝗡 in that spot, but he had to worry about 𝗟𝗏𝗡s. He had to be ready in case they opted to wrap behind. So it was a solo play, a solo attempt, didn't work out for him. In the meantime, now 𝗟𝗏𝗡 trying to make something happen as well. They found 3 onto Pentagram before with the nades, and they're still using them to perfection. 1 down, 𝗟𝗏𝗡 down to low HP. The Molly off a bit to the side. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 will fall, but again, a salvage game with plenty of points to boot.
Yeah, not bad at all from 𝗟𝗏𝗡, honestly. 7 kills in total so far, but yeah, at least they're getting some points. That's what matters. Now Gen.G is under the crossfire of Pentagram and EXO. Now that Pentagram doesn't have to worry about their eastern flank, Gen.G trying to continue to push forward, but EXO proving to be a tough nut to crack for them today, and a grenade will finish the job on a Foxy. Once again, EXO has thwarted Gen.G's attempts.
Yep, 3 for EXO as they make more space on the west side of the circle. All 4 still alive with space now to maneuver. They've got the north side. They have a potential to come down towards the south again, up against the Ascent. But for now, they're set up here for a little while, maybe getting some loot off of the fallen Gen.G players to then go back to the city. In worst case, let's wait 5 seconds.
Oh, this grenade. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, it's just yeah, exactly. And then the follow-up as well. We're right on the money. Nicely done by 𝗟𝗏𝗡. I love what the Sonics are doing, by the way. Is the circle just goes right into Monte Nuevo. Well, wow. I said I wanted it, and I got it. I'd apologize to the players, but I am not actually sorry.
So much of this, again, comes off of the knock from 𝗟𝗏𝗡. We didn't see it earlier, but it happened. He finds 𝗟𝗏𝗡, allows for Sonics to make the play out. Had they not spotted 𝗟𝗏𝗡 on that hillside flanking around, they would have been caught with their pants down. But nope, didn't quite happen. Sonics alive, potential to get 4 up on their feet as well. They're not inside the circle just yet, but they have a chance to move further forward. We'll see how much they manage to obtain as we finally make our way into placement points.
Yeah, Sonics probably going to have to send a player or 2 at that crashed bus in the middle of the crossroads or something like that. Meanwhile, Na'Vi still sitting pretty in the center of this. STK now sort of push towards the northern edge of their compound. EXO has 4 up, but they have to make a dangerous run. Micah making them pay for it. 1 down already. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 dangerously low. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 goes down. You only have a couple left here for EXO. They are able to get into the compound, into safety for now, but can they get 𝗟𝗏𝗡? I believe they can.
Oh, but Ascent knows they have to make a play. They found 2, they saw them, they got themselves. They know it's a 4-man team. They need to do the damage here if they want to have a chance of staying alive in this game. But with every second that goes, that's a player that's potentially rest flashes now coming through, but flashing a teammate, it's only going to slow them for that much longer.
𝗟𝗗 here sticking the res. 𝗟𝗗 with the sawed-off in hand. Starts to push in, but that's too long range for that. And 𝗟𝗗's going to make him pay. Not what he was expecting. Micah trying to do something here. Only gets one. He got two. Take it back. So weak right now. Playing a little bit of ring around the rosy, but 𝗟𝗗 hot on his heels. Does take him down.
Insane from 𝗟𝗗 to push despite his low HP. And now on the other side of the circle, Pentagram and Sonics fighting for control of the north. It all happens because Uber fell. That allows for Pentagram to push forward. It allows for Sonics to cross. And now they're running straight into each other.
I love what the Sonics are doing here. 𝗟𝗗 has been knocked. Mime stunned up momentarily, trying to push around the corner. 𝗟𝗗 there is going to put another, excuse me, it's 𝗟𝗛 who puts Mime down. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with a nice little spray onto Wicked. Going to find another knock. 𝗟𝗛 still on his feet, but he is the only one. You still have Hwin in the distance there, keeping an eye out for other teams. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 trying to see if he can buy enough time here to get the finish on a Pentagram and get the res on a 𝗟𝗗.
I like the play from Purdy there as well. We saw him kind of flex out of this building that they know they're only two. They know they're set center. Let me see if I can get a flush. There are knock players on both sides. These small points could easily become the deciding factor in whether or not you make that way into the winner's bracket. So smart play from Purdy to flex, understanding the situation. They had the space because as you can see here, Penta is holding the entire southern side of the road.
𝗟𝗏 chilling with a sawed-off of his own, waiting for 𝗟𝗏. I mean, Cerberus is certainly just trying to make life as difficult as possible. Yeah. There's the grenade from 𝗟𝗏 that finishes off 𝗟𝗛. More points for Na'Vi, and they inch closer to 4 a.m. Penta watching the outside edge. 𝗟𝗏 here is trying to find some way into this next circle. It's difficult. There isn't like a lot of doors on the inside between those two buildings. Nope. You kind of have to wrap around the outside to get anywhere. There is some cover here and there, but you are going to be exposed at the very least momentarily. Meanwhile, Sonics have found a little bit of space for themselves. Na'Vi here down to just two, but they're in decent position to potentially make a deep run in this one.
They are, and I mean, considering the fact that they lose to pretty much two of the first players to fall in this game, 𝗟𝗏 just takes them out of their vehicles. They tried to make their way to safety, not going to happen. And still, despite, I don't know, it's a city ending and they've been here for a while, but still top 6, 3 good games in a row now for them to maintain their spot in the top of the leaderboard.
Penta with the M16. Holding 𝗟𝗏 at bay.
Suppress, do not come to us.
Yeah, please do not. And even if he does, he still has to get through 𝗟𝗏 first.
Yep.
𝗟𝗏 here.
It's as if he knows there's someone around.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏, you know, oh, the timing, 𝗟𝗏 can't find the shots! Oh no, and 𝗟𝗏 with the pump is able to dodge two and find the kill.
And the sawed-off is great, but when you whisk both of them, that reload time ain't really gonna come in handy. So down goes one, and again, newhappy as well. A team in a treacherous position on that southern side, able to swing around Sun Sisters, and now find themselves in top 5 too.
3 players for Sonics in a really good position to potentially come through this. The way the Sonics have been playing this game has been really impressive, playing a kind of controlled aggression throughout.
Last circle as well, we're ending on the roadside, just on that southern side by those 3 barricades there. Purdy currently in the best position, doesn't have to cross, doesn't really have to go anywhere until the final few seconds of this game. But they need to worry about newhappy. They need to worry about 𝗟𝗏 or 𝗟𝗏 down towards that southern side first, because they will have commotion on the northern side between Na'Vi and Sonics.
Yeah, I like what 𝗟𝗏's doing, watching that potential exit angle for Na'Vi to make sure that they have to go out that northern side to go into the sight lines of the other teams on the other side of the road when they have to leave that building. 𝗟𝗏 trying to do some damage to 𝗟𝗏. If they could get 𝗟𝗏, if they could get EXO out of the equation, that would open up quite a bit of breathing room for Na'Vi here. Instead, it is going to be the smokes used to try to make some way forward in this circle. It's going to take a lot of smokes, Toby.
Na'Vi knows that they have Sonics right on their doorstep and they want to try and make space for themselves. As you're saying, if they can find 𝗟𝗏 here, maybe there's a fire escape. But with every second going, that is them getting that less space to maneuver. In the meantime now, 𝗟𝗏 with the jump, sawn off. We've seen it work before. Now spots him on the other side. Shotgun hurt on the other side as well. 𝗟𝗏 falls to 𝗟𝗏 of all players.
Yeah, both players trying to go for the jump shotgun play. And 𝗟𝗏 here dodging very nicely. Both players not taking any damage just yet. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗏 is just absolutely wrecking with the pump shotgun. 𝗟𝗏 got clipped by a molly, I believe, there. Has to back off momentarily. 𝗟𝗏 with this S12K trying to do something, and it's 𝗟𝗏 on the crossfire. 𝗟𝗏 taken down by Hwin. 𝗟𝗏 finally eliminated. 𝗟𝗏 out in the open on the road, finds the shots. Huge plays, but finally, Huynh puts him down.
In the middle of the street, sweeps over to the SLR, lasers down one, and maybe, just maybe, that is the winning play. 1v1, North America galore. Purdy against 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Strimzy, does he crawl for info? Do they go for the rest? No. He is the info gatherer. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 trying to wrap around 𝗟𝗔𝗡, and he finds him as well, as the Sonics come out victorious.
Oh, huge play here. What a game from the Sonics. Love the way they maneuvered this from start to finish. A brilliant game.
Huge.
In their macro strategy. Really just, constantly avoiding destruction, taking damage here and there, but at the end of it, able to come through relatively unscathed.
They get to sit tight in the compound for a while, but the flex out, the takedown of 𝗟𝗏, huge from them to come out victorious here in game number 3.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. A great game by FDK to really hold on through some difficult situations. 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, just they're so scrappy. 𝗟𝗏 just seems to always find ways to get involved, to do damage, and just, find themselves in good positions in the late game.
Absolutely huge. Let's throw it to the highlights for game number 3.
Sonics, one of the big hopes here of North America, is able to take game number 3 here for PGS1, and in a relatively uncommon circle to get things broken down in the final moments here, as I rarely see the circle actually being heading to this location.
It is extremely rare, obviously, because we have this high ground inside Montenegro that pushes it away in phase 4. But it went back again and again and again. We had an ending on the road, like the intersection, and I actually love those. Only had a few endings that is southern when I play ranked, but this is a really rare one. It's really hard as well because you have, like, it's separated by the road, and then you have so many sheets of metal that is defending everything for them. But it's interesting. Sonics made it play kind of well, but Na'Vi actually almost made a big dent in their team.
Almost here. Really came down to the wire here in terms of those 1v1s even here as we had. Once again, NA on NA action to finish things off. It wouldn't be the situation properly if it wasn't for that to go down here. But a great win for Sonics, considering that you get this weird kind of half and half pseudo-urban ending. Sonics not necessarily coming in from that angle initially here, playing kind of that east side and being able to intravenously work their way towards Montenegro. So I think they played it steadily, played it calm, and played it good.
It's actually the play you should be. Like, you should not be in a city unless you know it's going to end there. And it's extremely rare we have these months endings. So the way they actually made their way in and stayed with 3 guys for so long was really well executed by them there. And then, of course, sending one of the knock players forward to be able to clutch the 1v1. And also, unfortunate for Purdy, he did not have a first aid. He had to bandage a little bit, then pop a stun grenade and then try to peek it.
Here are the numbers. Here's the breakdown as Sonics fly ahead in terms of the damage done for this one. They were really big impact makers in this game here. 2,100 damage going their way. As once again, we still see Na'Vi and 𝗟𝗏 here. Aside from, yes, Sonics being able to attain the top spot here, there's a lot of sponging, a lot of spamping going on here, Martin, for the first 3 games.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's a little bit surprising. Usually we have a lot more chaos, we have a lot more teams doing a little bit more random things, and especially when we've talked to the players leading into this, they're like, the first day is gonna be super chaotic, we're gonna see a lot of teams fighting on the edges. Yeah, but it's very, like, they are so sure where they wanna go. The deciding factors here is coming in fast. I'd love to see some Cerberus action too here, but again, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with this play here, making sure that the kind of the last team going into the city staying 3 alive was really the win factor for them here. Ascent trying to defend a little bit here versus 𝗟𝗏. It's a nice try there, but 𝗟𝗏's a little bit too many. Nice nade by 𝗟𝗏. Taking out Pentagram. Pentagram, I've liked what I've seen from them so far, but it's really hurting from them in terms of the hop.
Yeah, the entrance to these last circles as well for them, always going to be difficult when 𝗟𝗏 and especially 𝗟𝗏 is able to finish that off. I say especially 𝗟𝗏. It was especially 𝗟𝗏 actually that was able to shut them down. As we take a look at some of the final moments coming in from this, 𝗟𝗏 trying to do 𝗟𝗏 things in the final moments. And, you know, it's always, I have to bring it back every single time. The fact that 𝗟𝗏 went away for a while and all of a sudden he was back and then just still as good as he ever was. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and getting even better.
All right, let's take a look at the winning stats coming in from 𝗟𝗏 as well, as we have good old 𝗟𝗏 getting himself the top spot even, I should say, with 4 kills.
The Beard brothers here back in action.
Lovely.
And also another thing here for the top 4 teams and what we've seen from them so far. Not a lot of kills in the top here. It's not as top heavy. We don't have that many teams in double digits, so it's going to be very more linear once you go through the total points here. But of course, good to see 𝗟𝗏 and the IGL, the brain man on the team, coming in here with a lot of damage and the 4 kills.
Some call him the big thinker, Martin.
The philanthropist.
The big thinker. The big thinker. Meanwhile, of course, as we take a look at the man of the match as well, it will be him himself. As we take a look also at the average numbers coming in for this as it does sit. But, I mean, not huge amounts in terms of overall damage done here from them, but compared to the rest of the lobby, massive. Like, nobody was really getting a look in. Because you've got this pseudo-urban ending on that west side, everyone's kind of taking these snide little shots at one another, and it all gets very spread out apart from 𝗟𝗏's.
You can see how it came down to so many 1v1s. It was only 𝗟𝗏's that stayed for 3 for that long, right?
Yeah.
That's always the case when we have these kind of urban endings here.
All right, let's take a look then.
Wow.
Overall, what we're getting from our first 3 games. Now we're still at the top of the 2, but 𝗟𝗏's will able to fly past the position that we see from 𝗟𝗏, new happy 4 AM over on the average survival time.
That 25 minutes is very, very high. Like, that is really crazy to see. But still, 𝗟𝗏 really close, of course, on the 2nd place. 38 seconds behind. Of course, the longer time you have all 4 alive is a huge factor, right? And when you have the top 2 situations many time here. But the match leaderboard, of course, 19. But as we're talking about here, not very linear. 10, 9, 8, 8, 7, 6. Like, there's not that many teams in the double digits.
It's the thing what we got to extract from Miramar, though, especially for 𝗟𝗏's. They are not contested in Picado at present in this group setup, which does give them their old school strategy, available rotations to them, so that is going to set them in good stead for now.
Yeah, and looking at the total leaderboard here, 𝗟𝗏's moving into 31. We're talking about, again, a hypothetical cutoff for the top 16, 65 points plus minus, whatever. Them being halfway here of 3 games is obviously fantastic, because once they're going to be moving into 17 gaming territory, then they could be hot dropped. And of course, they want to have enough points. They want to kind of front load their points once they get to play against them, because they have like 50 points or so going into those games. They might be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, word on the grapevine is there probably will be adjustments. And I mean, all things considered, when you look at what we've seen from 𝗟𝗏's in the past, especially at recent internationals and things like that, it has severely hampered their performance when it comes to trying to challenge for those locations. And I think now at this point, 2023, it would be smart and wise for 𝗟𝗏's to be going elsewhere if they were challenged.
Flexible for sure, and we've seen in some of the recent tournaments that they have been flexible. They've tried out different stuff, and it's working with varied success.
Well, we will see now as we're getting into Game 4 in just a few moments' time. As you can see, Ascend actually moved up quite nicely so far on the overall leaderboards. They've been quietly consistent for these first 3 games, but nothing hugely flashy just yet.
Their home turf circle, though, I was hoping for them to get a little bit more out of that one. Yeah, on Aragon. Well, they're able to get into a good spot from Quarry. It's ending on the Cat Hill east of Quarry. I would like to see like a little bit more points coming out of that game. That's 100% what they're thinking too.
Well, as you can see here, the players are almost ready to go. Martin, any more thoughts before 𝗟𝗏 before we actually get into this one?
Yeah, obviously, we're still keeping our eyes on the hot drops. This is going to continue to happen, and are we going to see more crazy action from 4 AM?
Yeah, I've got my eyes on 𝗟𝗏 as well, considering what we actually saw from the position there with Twisted Minds trying to challenge that location, as you're alluding to here, Martin. But it is now time. Let's get ready for the grassy pastures. Once again, it's PGS 1 as we head over to Paper Thin and Toby.
Thank you once again, boys. And yes, we go to Erangel, and I mean, tied at the top of the leaderboard, two powerhouses of PUBG Esports, Na'Vi and 4AM. Sonics now right in the conversation, having a phenomenal day. So, you know, three big teams from three big regions, partner teams across the board. This is exactly what you're looking for to kick off PGS.
It really is. And again, teams that we've seen a couple of times over the course of the last couple of years start off a little more slow, allowing maybe some of the teams that don't have the same track record to come on to a good start and go, oh, we might have a chance here. And then later, oh, well, no, we didn't have a chance because they just came back and they absolutely snuck it away from us. But now, right from the get-go, coming out here showing we're not a second-day team. We're not a grand finals only team. We will come out striking from game number one.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, it's just been a pleasure to watch these games so far today. A lot of high-level play. And EXO, I think, playing, you know, pretty well here today, Toby. This is a team that, frankly, I didn't have a lot to know about of them in terms of their LAN potential. They have no LAN experience. They're coming in here today fresh, but their mindset was good, and it's been okay.
We talked about it coming into the previous one as well, right? We heard them, like they were yelling, they were hyped, they were excited, and a team that plays confident from game one, regardless how experienced they are, tend to also come out with a better day one. So EXO, regardless of experience, regardless of LAN, jitters not, playing excited, playing confident, and showing forward.
No doubt about it. 4AM there. Drifting north, of course, they go up towards the school. I see Pero and Twisted Minds. Doesn't look like Petrichor Road is... Well, I'm kind of curious what they're going to do. Of course, we have the hot drop.
Yep.
We got this going again. Round two.
Ding, 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 ding.
Pentagram and Na'Vi last time. Pentagram really suffering at the hands of Na'Vi. A little bit of damage done to Example. He grabbed a shotgun. Hasn't been able to load it just yet. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just wondering. He did.
Yep, Haisaki and Uba landed on the same gun, but there you go. The ammo went the other way now and was picked up. The issue for Alia as he doesn't have a gun either. So Uba versus UMP. Right now, Alia is the one to fall. An example, and Uba not really in position to do a whole lot to assist. Good thing for them is that Alia is knocked on the other side of the building, so potentially they could come down and pick him up. But Melman, oh Melman, where are you in all of this?
The grenade from Example comes up just a bit short. Melman, now I can see him swinging in just on the right-hand side of this compound from the position of the map. Is going to get there to Alia. Is sticking this res. Wicked just kind of watching this a little bit. Now he's going to pull the trigger. He times it pretty darn well right as the res came through.
And the second nade to follow as well takes down number two. That is a huge teamwork play from Pentagram. They knew they were around there somewhere. I think someone might have seen them come running up close. Great play from Wicked to dare make that jump to get the info. Find one, two goes down unless if Alia gets rest. But second knock on Alia now. I don't see Example and Uba coming out of this one victorious. But then again, it is Na'Vi. You never know what they're going to do.
Ouch. That was a beautiful piece of teamwork there.
It really
I mean, the timing on that as well, absolutely nuts from Pentagram. And eventually Alia will bleed out. Now Uba able to heal up a bit. Example just going to hold the angle. And I will say this, Toby, with how good of a day it's been for Na'Vi so far, now they can afford to commit to this fight. Now they can afford to commit to contest this territory. For Pentagram,
for sure.
You know, obviously you want to win these fights no matter what, but the pressure is even higher now to win these because Na'Vi is basically looking at the winner's bracket pretty keenly.
Yeah.
And Pentagram's still on the outside, potentially looking in.
I love that Hikari is running up the hillside, but look at the map in the bottom right side. Sun Sister knows what's going on over here. And last game, they couldn't do it to the same extent because Na'Vi demolished Pentagram so fast, but now it's dragging out. Now it's becoming one of those situations where, wait, we might actually be able to find people with their backs turned this time around, and what better than 3 points at a global tournament?
And certainly Sun Sister needs points, so
definitely.
You cannot fault them for doing this. They have to take advantage of every situation they can. You can see Fevin already close enough to, you know, sort of get an idea of what's going on, and he is going to get the knock onto Adder. Patient with the M4, and he's going to profit.
Prone plays, though, tend to come in costly whenever you get shot at. In return, a cat does find one. He does have the rock for cover, though, and now, of course, the trap has been sprung, so they have to commit. But you know what? We had 3 teams here. Why not add a 4th? 𝗟𝗡, New Happy, peeking on over. Again, everyone's seen the kill feed. Everyone knows what's going on. Everyone knows there is no team eliminated just yet. So New Happy want a piece of the 3-point pie as well.
Yeah, that's certainly par for the course for New Happy. And instead, they're preying on Sun Sister, who's on the outside of the fight. Tegu basically down and out of this one. Indeed, 𝗟𝗡𝗗 just going to prone to make sure. Still Na'Vi firmly planted between the shack and the farmhouse.
Yep.
Nowhere else to go. Run AX watching, but not able to connect any shots.
Still haven't been able to get the res on Feven either, 𝗟𝗏𝗃. I mean, I think especially with their Hilltop kind of over-the-shoulder safety player going down, they really have to worry on this play. And 𝗟𝗃𝗗, I mean, he's pretty much 360 this compound now. He ran up to the south side, and I was like, you know what, guys? Well, I think I'll just continue and find a vehicle for us.
Well, he might also be able to get some more information on what Sun Sister's doing to boot there. So kind of a dual-purpose maneuver, potentially.
I mean, they're inside Circle 1. It's not really a stressful situation for them. The plane was far west, so north side completely open. They know there's so much space around the rest of the map available right now, so we don't really have to stress this. It's a very kind of clear-cut, easy-peasy circle to work with initially. Of course, things can still happen from here, but I think for Pentagram, they don't really have to stress despite having lost one.
And now a lot of people shooting at this Sun Sister getaway car. So far, it is getting away. Can HS find any shots? No, he just has to reload. Has to rethink. Penta, in the meantime, is going to get taken down by 𝗟𝗏𝗗. Tried to go up and over the hill, and 𝗟𝗏𝗗 barely got the better of him.
And this is something you will see. Like, you'll always wonder, why are they there at that moment? What's going to happen? This is what we always see in the first, not just day, but couple of days of global championships. Teams, rotations, you can prepare for so many things, but there's always going to be that one player just in a spot you could never anticipate a card. Alongside Wicked, damage done, and down goes Na'Vi. Pentagram out victorious second time around, meaning, at least I would expect, that this fight is far from over.
I would probably agree, my friend. I don't think that one's going anywhere for a while. Penta has been flushed here by 𝗟𝗏𝗃. Vegas trying to hold the line, but got headshot by 𝗟𝗏𝗃. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 repeaks, takes the fight, and takes the flush. Well,
welcome to APAC. SGK, they're pretty damn dangerous up close and from afar.
They're dangerous
everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think anybody doubts it anymore.
Nope.
Certainly not. And
I feel like last year was really a year for APAC on a global scale, like global stage to go out. So we are not a region to be pushed and shoved. Like, we will punch back.
Yeah.
And oh my lord, if they've been doing so ever since.
Yeah, no, look, they've got some really, really talented players there.
Yep.
You think about Daytrade, who's not here today, right? Who has just 𝗟𝗏𝗃 and Flash, who are unreal. Those two players right there, everybody knows it. You know, 𝗟𝗏𝗗 splashed onto the scene. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 has been having a great year so far for 𝗟𝗏𝗃. A lot of really good players. EXO looking pretty solid here so far. I mean, look, all things considered, you know, winning a couple fights against 𝗟𝗏 and just kind of holding their ground, getting deep into, you know, that last game there. They're exceeding my expectations.
Yeah, definitely. A team with I don't want to say little to lose, because of course they still have an entire season of PUBG to play. It's huge for them to come off to such a good start here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thrilled with it. Batulans, though, trying to see if he can spot out what was going on with 𝗟𝗏𝗃. Unbeknownst to him, 𝗟𝗏𝗃 was flanked quite far out from the rest of his team and is right underneath his nose. Still, though, some diligence to be done here by Batulans as he's checking his angles, just seeing, you know, if there's anybody else, and oh boy.
He's gonna die.
Oh boy. Certainly. Well, does 𝗟𝗏𝗃 push this hill to go for it?
He has to, and there he is, swings over the top. I mean, 𝗟𝗏𝗃 has booty-trapped all of Ruins, and so many players are running straight into them. And honestly, again, we talked about 3 points early on in the tournament. Limited contesting. Yes, Penta did shoot back earlier, but limited contesting in the first couple of points going the way of 𝗟𝗏𝗃.
And look, those points are so huge because it's 12 games. You know, that's it. That's all you get to qualify, to, you know, to try to get through to that winner's bracket, try to make your life a little bit easier to get to the grand finals. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 did find a knock on 𝗟𝗏𝗃, so Sun Sister didn't fully peel off this fight. I think that's pretty interesting to see. I think a change of mindset here from Sun Sister in this game.
Overlap on overlap on overlap, and eventually they go run into each other once more. And for Sun Sister, I mean, as you mentioned, they need points. They desperately do. And a free one there in the open. It's not one you'll say no to. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 falls, big loss for Pentagram. Pentagram, a team as well for most people that might have followed the Korean scene forever. There are so many years of experience on that roster.
Yeah, it is a crazy deep team in terms of the talent. Drive-by here, Fluky trying to find DG. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 has knocked 𝗟𝗏𝗃. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 waiting up on top of the hill, so DG should be flushed. Oh, just pulling on off the trigger here. He didn't fully reload. He didn't get the reload off. Now he finally does, but that gave Foxy enough time to get comfortable. Fluky's got PO. The knock from 𝗟𝗏𝗃 good on the 𝗟𝗏𝗃. So a scrappy fight here between 𝗟𝗏𝗃 and Purple Mood.
Amazing flank from Taman, understanding that they need to pressure 𝗟𝗏 in order to save Foxy on the side. But now Flanker spots Flanker, Foxy out victorious. But this one ain't done just yet. They still have one more to deal with. Let's see if Thunders can do anything. 2 alive still, potentially 3 for Gen G if they come out victorious here.
Thunders only had 1 bullet left there at the end, but Taman still out in the open. Didn't register that Thunders had swung that far down. Thunders had shot. I'm a little shocked that Taman wasn't able to react to that quickly enough. Foxy now trying to save his team's life. It's a 1v1 for all intents and purposes. Thunders, though, continuing to swing up. Stuns are out. Foxy dodging those. Potentially, you know what? Oh, Foxy's got 𝗟𝗏 now for sure. Thunder knows where he is.
Makes the running play forward as well. Uses the car wheel for cover. Peeks on over. Tack once. Not gonna get him the second time around in the end. Will come out victorious though. And Purple Mood lives to see another fight. At least one, that is. Purple Mood though, 4 points. Huge for them. And yet again, a APAC minefield that now Gen G ran into.
Gen G just unaware that Thunders was gonna rotate as far as he did. And then once Taman went down, Foxy kind of gave up a stronger position to try to find a flank angle on, I think, to try to kind of outduel him there. Haven't going to be knocked by Mill. Petrichor Road, though, suffering a lot of damage from afar. 4 AM now getting involved. Finds the knock onto Aches, left kickstart as well. Had already found a knock, so Petrichor Road able to get into this house, but at what cost?
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 trying to fortify now. 𝗟𝗏 and Glass coming in to help out. Ixlif will force Snake is able to steal that one off from the side. And now, AC 𝗟𝗏 all alone, trying to fend off against the remaining 𝗟𝗏 players, and LG was slowly creeping up.
I'd like to see everything in the kitchen sink here from 𝗟𝗏 in terms of utility. Doesn't look like Glass has much. No frags, no mollies left. Here they come from 𝗟𝗏. Still an opportunity to save Heaven if they can finish off the rest of Petrichor Road.
Issues with the pressure from Luminosity. Now you really have to consider, is this worth sticking around for? Can we potentially get out? And also for Luminosity, I mean, yes, they're focusing this right now, but you're seeing Cerberus in your minimap already, and there are still players that could potentially push in. Good thing for Luminosity is, though, they came in late from that hard eastern side. They don't expect anyone to back them.
Yeah.
Especially with the fight from Purple Mood earlier.
Yeah, certainly, right? A great rotation there from LG. Now Heaven had been rezzed, it looks like. Wow. Chewy's just kind of waiting. Kui's just kind of waiting here. This is, I don't know what happened while we were off screen, Toby, but something weird happened to Flash. Kui just holds it down. He's got 2 here. The hip fire is great while stunned. Another one knocked. Petrichor Road comes to life.
The communication from them to get the double, then you see the third 𝗟𝗏 come in to try and help out AC instantly there to take him out now, trying to make his way further forward. Not gonna happen. And somehow, Petrichor withstand the push. Great play. Nice setup from Kui and AC to make that happen.
I am speechless on that one. That is just Petrichor Road in a nutshell, folks. They react to things so well. That's why they've been so successful for so long in PUBG Esports. It's why they strung together 3 PCSs in a row in Asia.
And when you think about it, it makes sense because they had the house, they had the compound. Let's see if Kui can find the last nut just yet, but they had the compound. They knew with Luminosity applying pressure outside, if they want to push us, they have to make a play. Those shots will be fired from the other side of the road, so we will have a warning. So I think that's why he's stuck. That's why he allowed for the rest to say, if they push us, we will be aware. They simply said, our gunplay will be better than theirs, and well, it was.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 is going to take out Thunders from Purple Mood, so hell of a performance from Thunders, though. Had some huge kills there against Gen G.
Can we just time out for a second and look at the fact that we're 13.5 minutes in, and we have lost 26 players.
This has been a spicy game.
It really has. Again, as I said, day 1 of a globals. There are so many play styles, so many things you're used to being able to get away with in your own regions that now you're coming to the globals, you're up against the best in the world, figuring out, okay, this was not what we thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, the hot drops to boot. You know, I mean, it's just, it's a spicy day, as you expect on day 1 of the internationals. They're either like super quiet or like super aggressive. It seems like there's no in between.
Really is.
Oh man, Sonic's up on top of Potato, using it to get some information, get ready for, I think, the potential phase 4 shift. Right now, no one else really eyeing that direction. I mean, Potato's a little weird. It's kind of hard.
It is.
It's kind of hard to fight from.
It is terrible, because had the trees at least been a bit closer, you could play it properly on foot, but you can't. You need your vehicles, but you also don't want to drive around there. So it's that weird paradox of, do you really want to be there at all? Yes, if we're the only ones there, we'll
Yes. Even a knock now for Mime and Huynh from range. Yeah, they've got him down and out. Oh, yes, okay. I was going to say there, Mime taking some damage from Ming Ming in response, but couldn't quite find enough in time to save his teammate. New Happy, extremely spread out on the southern end of the circle, is going to lose a player.
And that's the danger of playing that kind of pearls in a string, really wide split, right? But I love the play that they're setting up here. They know that Na'Vi fell out. They know the Pentagram up to go north. They know that Sun Sister was up there with them. They said, you know what? Let's just play the south side. I mean, we can flank out. We can start vacuuming once the next circle shifts away. Here, I think they would have maybe not even wanted to take the fight if they could just have sat back and gone, you know what? We'll just wait the next circle up. A double headshot from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Well, ain't run away from those.
Yep, no doubt about it. Just some phenomenal shooting. He's having a good day today. 𝗟𝗗 hitting the shots onto Perfectix. Spyro there is going to get a kill at least for Twisted Minds as they continue to take damage throughout this game. 𝟏👥 running out of bullets. Trying to do something here against Twisted Minds.
𝟏👥 you didn't reload.
We've seen that a couple times there today.
Yeah.
Oops a daisies.
It's the land jitters. It's the land jitters.
Yeah.
Everyone's nervous. Everyone knows what's on the line here. 𝟏👥, well, they don't seem too frightened by it. At least haven't just yet. Now 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 over on the other side, I think they're well aware they have opponents nearby, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 well aware that a team has pulled up close too.
𝗟𝗏 has a huge split in the middle of this circle, just to the east, downhill from Potato Mountain. 𝗟𝗟𝗏 finds a knock. Whoa. Oh my god, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well. 𝗟𝗏mas could find the final one, just shy of finishing off Perfectix. But now 𝟏👥 continuing to harass the back flank of Twisted Minds with that SKS. Lou gone as well from 𝗟𝗟𝗏, just Perfectix left, and 𝗟𝗏 wants to finish the job, and they do. Perfectly placed by 𝗏𝗏mas.
Absolutely phenomenal to watch. Nothing Twisted Minds could do to stay awake, and I love that, or to stay alive in that position. I love that 𝗟𝗏's place is so aggressive because they have to, especially with a swing coming out like this circle just up towards the north. They needed to flank out. They needed to deal with the threats nearby. And ironically enough, the way that they kind of flex out of that building, take them out, it's exactly how Twisted Minds would go around or go about protecting their compounds of their own.
Just excellent play here from 𝗟𝗏 in our fourth game. Kong from EXO is going to go down eventually. Luminosity sort of trying to gatekeep. Only a two-man gatekeep here up on this northern edge. The other two down in the compound on the eastern corner of the current next circle. There's a bit of a dip here on the eastern side, but let's see if 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is going to continue to try to make EXO pay for it.
Yeah, right now, I mean, I'm doubting they're going to overcommit too hard, only having two, as you were just saying. A set now in the meantime towards the northwest we go. Trying to backfill 4 AM, but backfilling ain't an option no more because they've heard them. They're coming up close. Summer spots one, tags one as well. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 falls back down behind the vehicle.
Summer there had an opportunity to maybe do something that's pretty long range even for the M4. Long range shooting from 𝗟𝗏, trying to cover his team, trying to keep Ascend from being able to aggress any further forward, trying to keep the fight and the terrain in 4 AM's favor, doing a great job of it, finding some more damage there onto 𝗟𝗏𝗏, looking over towards Micah, can't quite find what he's looking for. Micah there, gonna get in the Dacia and try to make something happen. Sun Sister, well, you tried this game and you got more kills, so credit where credit's due. 5 kills is not bad for Sun Sister.
And look at who's making a run for it again. It's 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 say, you know what, as long as we keep one in the compound, we'll be fine. Let's just keep flexing out, keep making space for ourselves, and see if we can set up a winning play in the end here. Crazy, able to find one. Chris falls as Micah. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 go try to make a run for it. Not going to happen. Micah falls too, and now just 𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to find somewhere to go. But little does he know, there ain't really anywhere for him to run from here.
Well, think about the northern, quarter of this circle.
Yeah.
It's that garbage area in between the school and that road to the east. Really tough spot to be in, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏's already paying the price, but 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 has found the back end, has 𝗟𝗏 potentially out and down. He's got the knock, looking for more. No one's responded. Finally, somebody does, but it's actually 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 from 𝗟𝗏. Crazy tries to get in the edge, he can't. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 shuts him down. Ascend, Summer almost out as well, and 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 that finds it. Finally, 𝗟𝗏 puts 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 down, but not before they do a ton of damage to 4 AM.
Exactly, 4 AM wanted to get that fight over and done with as fast as possible. Seeing 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 leave, they thought that's got to be the last, but not quite the case. There was 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏, so much damage done, and Ming Ming now 1 HP, forced to heal on up. They have Pentagram nearby. We'll see if they're able to get out of here alive with the cart still looming nearby.
Oh, if the Sonics maybe had a little more information, they might be able to go down and finish the fight between Pentagram and New Happy. Instead, it's going to be New Happy reaping the rewards here, taking Pentagram out. 2 players still up for them, so not bad. They have a bit of space to work with. I see Huynh trailing a bit for the Sonics on the map. 𝗟𝗏 going down. Center circle. 𝗟𝗏 still in firm control of this one in my book.
Yeah, Definitely, and not just, oh, they got all the circles coming their way. No, they've been running around, forcing teams away from that position themselves. Credit to LG as well, though. We saw the fight between Pentagram and New Happy down towards the south. Not much came off of it for LG, but Snakers and Flood were both in their vehicles, sending it up the hillside, wanting to third party, kind of doing the same thing as 𝗟𝗔𝗡 in trying to just third party as much as possible and applying pressure, but that fight over before they could get anything going.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you're making here, that a lot of our top teams are aggressive on their flanks. They're making sure that their space is covered, that they're not over-aggressing, they're not losing a lot of players to any of these positions either. It's really well-balanced, you know, not overly aggressive, but somewhat aggressive PUBG, and that's the way you got to play.
Flex out when you have one team that you can fight, which is the team you're running towards, not when everyone is right next to you.
Exactly.
Exactly. We'll see now, Sonics did want to go the 𝗟𝗔𝗡's way. Instead, they're going down towards New Happy 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Smuts Ming Ming met with bullets in return, but that is the flank. He is the far-off player. In the meantime, now Takelson around the side, spots one. Doesn't quite get in. That nade could potentially be the downfall, and indeed it is. Both of them down. Nice play. The opener from 𝗟𝗔𝗡 to bait the attention, and then Sonics swing around.
Great coordinated play from the Sonics, and great recognition of the space and the timing that was going on there. I think that patience there does pay off. Like you were talking about, LG, who knows if they get involved in that fight, maybe between Pentagram and New Happy, and Sonics, patience pays off. Really well handled. EXO, center circle dive, car fort, a bit of a hillside is what they have to work with. But once again, finding themselves deep into a game here today on their first day ever at an international LAN.
I do not mind it at all. And to kind of add to what you're saying, that, I mean, just get games in, get playtime on the server, get comfortable in a LAN environment. They sure are doing everything they can to get as much on the board here, starting off in 8th. But very, very close. 1 point away, really, from a top 5 position.
𝗟𝗓𝗋's already got an AWM. Does he need more crates?
He needs more bullets.
Does he need more? Oh, if there's more AWM bullets in it, okay. All right, that's a good point. That's a really good point. All right, fair enough, fair enough.
Yep. In the meantime now, honestly, I mean, with EXO set in the center position, everyone heard the cars pulling up too. They're set in a pretty, I don't want to say guaranteed, but a really comfortable potential top 3 here, because there should be no way for either of the teams to push, knowing that they have so many opponents in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah, it could be a really deep run again for EXO. Well, Snakers trying to do some damage into the Sonics, but the Sonics trying to respond in kind. 𝗟𝗋𝗡 didn't get knocked, so just going to throw the res in and just reset here, as I think everybody's just going to wait for the circle. I mean, think about it, we're phase 5 and 17 players alive, so we got a little bit of space and time to work with.
We did lose almost half the server in the first 15 minutes, so we'll chill for a bit. But having said that, this circle does not cater to more players alive anyway, so it really is the perfect place for a lot of players dead early scenario, because there's so many open flanks, and really now is where these teams are reaping the rewards of how sharp were the knives on your elbows, how much were you able to keep teams at bay, the 𝗟𝗔𝗡 style, the LG style we saw before, and Sonics as well. The issue is the circles are now shifting away from them, so those the amount of space they've made now being lowered by the circle.
I was just about to say, look where 𝗟𝗋𝗋 got to. Sonics had no idea. Sneaky 𝗟𝗋𝗋 is going to get the knock in the flush onto the IGL of the Sonics. Mime and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 trying to do something about it. They get a grenade close, but not quite. But Mime out on the edge, gonna find the knock onto 𝗟𝗋𝗋. A quick response from Tycon to back him off. 𝗟𝗋𝗡 trying to keep their flank at bay. This is a tough fight for the Sonics.
Sure is. So far, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has been the kryptonite to NA PUBG in this game.
No
but
way.
EXO now, seeing the knock in the kill feed, reading it well, saying we gotta take the compound, we gotta claim it, we know they play aggro, let's make a play, and double headshot comes in instantly from 𝗟𝗋𝗋. Damage done already. Can they claim the building to themselves?
I mean, that completely caught Tycon off guard. Hemas, though, ready for the push, able to find the first, but not the second. The drop shot there is going to get the job done for EXO. Really nicely handled. This has opened the door for the Sonics to maybe take this compound, maybe reestablish their footing in this game.
The mega collapse ensues as everyone goes hungry for the compound. EXO lost one, the rest though, I think possible issues. The molly is keeping off. 𝗟𝗋𝗋 finds one, but needs to do so much more. Can't find it though, as 𝗟𝗔𝗡 takes him down in return. Able to run off, might be able to get the rest on up here as well. And you know who's really laughing off all of this? Petricorn 4 AM, because they don't have to do anything right now.
They just get to chill while everybody fights for this compound on the edge. LG now starting to smell the blood in the water. The sharks that they are, trying to see if they can feed on the chum of the other teams. Kickstart here, gonna let loose with a grenade. Splashes on the roof, doesn't do any damage to EXO, who's just firmly planted in the building right now, setting up for potential defensive positions, but I think Sonics might just use this opportunity to peel off this fight.
I think EXO is starting to regret actually entering the building. They got the kills, would have maybe wanted to run off afterwards. Now they know, great, now we have 8 NA players around our like, this is not what this was not part of the script, was it? We wanted to run up, get the kills, and be safe. Now we're in the bad position. What happened?
The aggressive play giveth and the aggressive play taketh, Toby.
Exactly.
That's the nature of it sometimes. I mean, look, I don't mind it too much because, look, it's your first day, you're building confidence.
Sure.
You know what, yeah, you might have learned here now that, okay, maybe there's a limit to how aggressive we can be, but you've learned that, hopefully learned that from your mistakes.
Definitely, and I mean, with everything taking into account of where they are, there was a situation where LG could have tried to see if they could make a play onto LG and thus allowing for EXO to get the third-party opportunity out. So they've done it right in claiming the compound, sitting tight for as long as possible and just kind of wait it out. We're seeing LG make a run down the hillside, but EXO, well, they hear the footsteps of Sonics. They know they're still around.
All right, Sonics now continuing to barricade. EXO trying to do what damage they can, trying to make sure that, you know, EXO is done and dusted as cleanly and efficiently as possible. Mime up front, 𝗟𝗗𝗡 out on the back end. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 watching the flanks for the Sonics. Some stuns are out. Mime's going to use that opportunity to throw a frag in. Should go wide of everybody. Pero has been wiped out by LG off screen. Sonics continue the barricade, and it's the opening knock for 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
I was just gonna say, is this a bait from Luminosity? They allow Sonics in so that if they can deal with the teams on the north side fast enough, they can then collapse and hold them out. They just got the circle up north, and Sonics are having to brawl their way through a building. And again, EXO staying alive, really being a nuisance to Sonics while LG are able to flank out. Now they took out 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗. They can make their way over towards 𝗟𝗓𝗓. They probably don't know exactly where they have him, but still, they made so much more space by actually leaving and allowing those kills to go the way of Sonics.
Yeah, it's very true. I think LG is really maneuvering themselves very, very well in this particular game. Rain has a decision to make, Toby. Does he try to make a play, or does he just eat the blue and let, you know,
go for it if they won?
I say why not?
Go for it.
I am with you on that. I'd rather see him just go for it. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 vibing out in the open. Some smokes are out. Rain there gets a brief spot, not able to find any damage. Now the damage being done to him, and he is all but out. LG's two-player Snakers and Kickstart lining up towards the edge here, and in fact, from long range, they're able to see 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 as he edges around the foliage of that tree.
I love seeing this. A player with little land experience in the global stage coming out here, not giving up at all. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 will find him on the edge of the smoke there, but valiant effort for EXO. Top 4 once again, as we now find our way into the top 3. 𝗟𝗓𝗓, it looked dangerous for 4 AM when they tried to make their way out and didn't deal with 𝗟𝗟𝗓𝗗 when they had to, but with everything going on the southern side of the circle, he's been able to grant himself a top 3 placement with a potential of more to come. You can never underestimate 4 AM.
No doubt. I do not doubt anybody on 4 AM. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 in particular, a phenomenal player for years. Absolutely nuts. Does take some damage here, trying to find something with an AW11. He does. It's 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 knocked, but the return fire is there. He is almost out. If anybody finds an angle onto him, he is done. LG, in the meantime, is wrapping up towards the Sonics flank.
I absolutely love this play. They were both going down, trying to find the scout, but now Sonics did the one thing they could, and they got seen, and now they're getting pushed from behind.
The timing is so good here from Luminosity, right as 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 gave himself up to 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗓 sight lines. It is a response from LG, and now they want to finish the job. And indeed, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 is going to help them out a little bit. Sonics are out. It is a 1v4. 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 has the positioning, but he just got headshot. They are closing down on top of him. 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓 had to back off. It's an AWM and a dream, but no, the dream will not become reality, and it will be LG who take our 4th game of the day.
Huge game for Luminosity Gaming, all the way from start to finish. They're maneuvering on the east side. Their backfill on multiple fights. Their ability to proactively go out and make plays, make space for themselves, and then the bait on the compound from Sonics, they give it to them. There is so much more to fight for down this hillside than that compound, which is going to be out in 10 seconds anyway.
Exactly. I just beautifully played here. I think back-to-back games for North America, Sonics before this, now LG. Just the maneuvering here has been really special. You can see the hard work these teams have been putting in. Shout out to the coaches, you know, getting these guys drilled, having them make good decisions. I am thoroughly impressed with what I'm seeing here today.
Very, very good game. Now let's go to highlights after game number 4.
Welcome back to PGS. We have America coming out strong with not only a single banger, but a second banger coming out, as it's now Luminosity's turn with the 1-2 punch here at PGS 1 for games 3 and 4. I'm lumping them in together, but it was Luminosity. Let's just focus on game 4 here, Martin. What a great win for them, considering the position.
Yeah, honestly, that was fantastic. I love to see how they're able to play it, of course. Rough game to kind of go out throughout the game in general, but there's a lot of different regions that's winning right now, James. We're 4 games deep.
Yes.
2/3 of the way through the day here, and there's some teams we're missing up in the top, and it's getting more and more top heavy. We have like 5 teams that are very far ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, 4 or 5 looking really, really strong here to start things off for day number 1 of PGS. Of course, there are plenty more, so many more games to go, actually, now that I think about it. But let's talk about Luminosity and how they were able to play this out, because, of course, them coming in from that southeast side here, really a little bit uncontested in terms of that position, but I think great patience when you're pushing up against EXO's position, knowing that Sonics is on the other side of that as well. Just play that steady, play that safe, and you've still got a really good spot to be able to play from as time goes on.
Yeah, especially also when the compound came out of the circle, they were like, okay, we have to play the side here. We try to hurt the other teams to kind of fight each other. The guys from Sonics obviously heard and saw that they're disengaging a little bit, which is smart. Maybe they wanted a few more points, but you can hear the IGL saying, you know, disengage from this one here and we're winning the game, and they're able to do so very well.
Here's how it breaks down. LG here up towards the top.
10 more would have been perfect.
Oh, that would have been very nice. A real old school throwback. But once again, Shanghai, 4 AM, more points on the board. That AWM doing all right. For me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean...
Big clutch. And also, he managed to get one of the Sonics guys.
Yes.
This should have been a Sonic second place, James.
Yeah, it should have been.
But Shanghai said no with 2 arm bullets. 1 to the chest and one for a knock there. That's super unfortunate, of course, for Sonics. But yeah, managed to get some points on the board here again. The consistency is really, really high.
Let's take a look back at this game and start things off with some of the hot drop situations that were going on. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, they lost out this time to Pentagram. Oof. But I do want to actually say, EXO, so far, even though we've seen so much sponging up towards the top, I will say they are one of my surprises so far of the first 4 games. They're looking great. They're consistently getting up towards some of those top positions and taking fights against the best of them. They're really putting the pressure on Gen G, for example.
Yeah, and we're sitting just behind them, so we can hear the cheering every time.
I love it.
And I love it. I gotta say, especially in Miramar as well, when Gen G didn't come into El Paso, like, Gen G, where are you?
Yes.
Fantastic. I love that kind of banner, and it's classic Aussies.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Really, really good atmosphere in the arena at the moment as we take a look back. And again, for 𝗟𝗓𝗗, unfortunately, getting caught out by Snakers there. The Orm being able to, sorry, not the Orm, the AUG being able to deal with him very quickly. And then the Orm on the opposite side from Shanghai, eventually he's eliminated off. But the fact that 4 AM's able to make a salvage mission of this, whilst we focus on Luminosity, is very good.
Yeah, and I love to see this because finally one of my players is fragging out Snackers, of course, doing good things here. Not as much damage as we've seen from before, but again, yeah, he's averaged more than 400 damage in PGS1, and still, if you continue to do this here and what we see from him, it's fantastic. Usually we see Kick really pop off, but here he's going to be in front.
I mean, it's a steady game, right?
Oh, for sure.
You don't have to be going absolutely Larry, considering the place that they were playing from and the terrain that they're walking towards. But let's take a look at the man of the match for this one as well, and it will be Snakers. Good job, Avenger, good job, and Snakers, of course.
We're a little bit low in terms of damage taken, but that's actually impressive.
Yeah, you want that to be low.
You want it to be as low as possible. You're not going to have your vests broken, you're going to miss your helmet, so it's actually really good to see it here. Of course, as we talked about, 500, 600 damage is where we haven't seen a 1K clubber yet. We really haven't seen anyone pop off like completely, so that's going to really skewer the average for the man in a match later.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, considering the skill of the lobby right now, I'm not too surprised that we haven't seen those huge pop-off moments just yet. They will become a lower commodity and a hot commodity as time goes on. But overall, Navi's still top when it comes to the overall kills coming in. But you're seeing the usual suspects at the moment here, considering the amount that's being put on the board.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's insane that we're seeing right now, after 4 games played, it's 1 kill less from second to third.
Yeah.
It's first to second to third. That is crazy to me that we're this close.
And of course, we do have 18 points going the way of Luminosity for this game. Actually, not exactly the most top-heavy game. Quite well distributed throughout as people are trying to get to what is a bit of a rougher position to try and play in terms of last circles.
4 teams on double digits, but also very nice to see 𝗟𝗓𝗗 up here. We've obviously remember Tygon from PGC last year, being able to do extremely well. A young prodigy, We've heard, of course, a lot of times we also heard Paperthin say it in this little bit intro with Annie. The prodigy from last year probably was 𝗟𝗗 there. You're coming in your first year, full year in professional esports, and he's coming in here to prove it again, of course.
I will say as well, just to wrap up on Cerberus, I feel like 𝗟𝗗 is also putting in a lot of work for them here so far. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. As you mentioned, the top couple of spots soaking up so many points. 4 AM. I didn't think they were going to be able to salvage too many points from this game, considering those final moments, but 𝗟𝗗, as you mentioned here, great stuff from him.
Second place, being able to get some kills on the board, and it's just survive. Like those 6 placement points that you're able to salvage from being alone for so long, it's just so important for them. Again, 52 points, hypothetical cutoff, 65-ish, so they're getting close. If they're able to hit like the 60s plus, that is super impressive.
Very nice indeed. So that wraps up our 4th game of the day. We still have 2 more coming, of course. We're going to have a Miramar and then an 𝗟𝗗 here. But in terms of our 𝗟𝗗 games, wasn't really expecting some of these circles, how they were playing out in situations like that. Even the Miramar games as well. We've had a few curveballs thrown these teams' way. You can really see kind of the adaptations already on the battleground that these teams are having to make.
Yeah, the big surprise is still the amount of hot drops that we see. There's so much space in the map, and also that is a big factor, right? Because usually when we have the start of a global tournament, we see a lot of teams play edge. We see a lot of teams be kind of spread out. But now, because so many teams are dead in the early stages, we're down to like 55 players. Means there's a little bit more space everywhere. So that's going to have an impact if it continues for the rest of the day too.
And also, if those hot drops keep going on, we're going to see other teams around them try and capitalize quicker on the engagements that are actually going on. So you're going to either want to conclude them fast or stop doing them entirely.
And that's what we saw from 𝗟𝗟, and that's why they succeeded and have succeeded so far this year so much.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world so far. That's 4 games down for today. We've got 2 more on the way. We're going to a break. When we return, more from PGS 1.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. 𝗟𝗏 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. 𝗟𝗏 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，无敌力这边的，前面踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using the nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag, please. The map. He is able to get it.
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lines up.
ผู้สิโดนแฟนน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟนอยู่
9 killท่านผู้ชมเดทจำdiện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo coi sở một mình trước những số tiền number. Wow! Nét quái rồi.
还这么被动，其实就是恭喜47个队伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても
Kang and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Kang, this is their first.
Welcome back, everyone, to PGS1. We're almost done with day number 1, but we still got 2 more games left to go. I'm so joined by Cameron. Welcome back. Cam, how was the 2 games? You got to sit back and watch. You enjoyed the action?
It was great. It was fantastic. We had North America on top, as expected. Listen. If I were a petty man, I would say North America is the greatest. I would brag about how we have 2 wins under our belt now spread across multiple teams, which shows depth of our region. I'm not saying that, though, because I'm not a petty man. But I would also say, if I were a petty man, that EMEA has yet to really show up in a big way. Yeah, sure, we've seen Na'Vi have a couple of good performances, but they can't find the win. But again, not saying that. Not saying that. It's just, what if we were to say that? Yes,
fair enough.
Exactly. It's all a hypothetical.
Fair enough. I respect you're not saying that. What I will say, though, is 4 a.m., even in games where things go against them, well, 𝗟𝗓 able to rag up points. I had a very, very brief talk with 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 just now. Like, we wanted to run down, we wanted to clear him out. We did not expect the Norm coming our way. Instantly peeks around the tree, boom, 1 goes down, and that is the win for Luminosity.
Yeah, honestly, serious talk here. These 4 games have really shown a lot of individual players, a lot of teams show strong performances, whether they're able to make it to the late game consistently or not. It's a nice depth here on the 16 teams that we have in this lobby. A couple of surprise performances as well. But at the end of the day, we do have a really stacked top 4 teams that are soaking up a bunch of the points. With Luminosity's win, maybe we can start to consider that into like a top 5 of point sponges. And it's only been, 4 games at this point. Things can still fluctuate a little bit. But it's wild what's happened so far.
We are just seconds away from heading on into game number 5 of the day. Here we go. Miramar is where we're going for the last time of the day. Are we expecting to see Power Grid galore once more? The path of Power Grid? Yeah, I feel like we are.
Of course. If Na'Vi and Penta still want to fight over farm on Erangel, then of course they're going to fight over power.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I am hoping, though, that we will see it come to an end sooner rather than later. Again, as I've been saying, I don't mind a couple of early attempts of claiming what is, according to players, rightfully theirs, because they played in their own regions. But having said that, we are the global stage. You only have so many games to perform. You've tried it twice now. No one's come out victorious. Land now, grab that gun, hunt down that opponent, and get the win. No more stalemates in a hot drop.
Yeah, that's true. If you're going to hot drop, commit to it.
Go for it, yeah.
Don't just stare and hope that they peek on you, because, I mean, if you're not going to peek them, they're not going to peek you. But honestly, I just hope that they just go away from it in the same way that Gen.G backed away from El Pozo, gave that up to EXO. It's just going to be a lot freer of a game. Even if you loot at a spot that is 70%, 80% as strong loot-wise, rotation-wise, you're still going to have much better priority in terms of timings, in terms of just not having to watch your back. But teams are committed. Pero, where did they go?
You know what's happening here? Twisted Minds for the last couple of games have been able to say, we'll just take the cars. And now I think Petrico is going, that whole taking cars and driving a race strategy, it seems to work pretty well for Twisted Minds. Why don't we just do that? And now, Twisted Minds are the ones fighting for Power Grid. They're taking turns here, Cam.
Ladder with the Winnie. Insta-scope on pickup is a strong weapon, but okay, wait. Petricore might actually want to get involved. A little more than we expected.
Are they just late engaging on this?
AZ wants something. He is going to try and... Okay, but there's a shotgun.
I was just going to say, they came in super late. Not sure if that's miscommunication or just not in agreement of what's going to happen. You can see all the players. They're all out in the hills. Mill is far, far away from all of this, but AZ, I'm not sure what the idea was of leaving a solo hanging inside the Power Grid space.
Adder's still trying to look for an opportunity. Saw the kill feed, realizes that Petricore Road is potentially being involved into this one, but I think that stalemate that we were worried about is going to set itself up. At the very least, Twisted Minds aren't going to be too super comfortable hard pushing onto Pentagram because of Petricore Road. They don't exactly know, have they fully backed away? Or are they just waiting for another opportunity to come on in here? With the circle being so far on the east, however, there has got to be credence given to the fact that, Petricore Road aren't going to want to stick around. Twisted Minds have to basically gamble that Petricore Road are going to back away from this, so they can maybe try and back away from this, because this zone is not going to be very favorable for any of this fighting to occur.
Having already given up so much space, Pentagram has absolutely nothing to gain in sticking around at this point.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of there. You've seen the circle. There's no good argument for you to still be up here.
problem is their rotation is actually in a really rough spot because if they don't go through Twisted Minds, they go through Purple Mood into 4 a.m. So they're going to have to wait for someone to leave first anyway. And in this case, might as well, you know, try and find an off angle like 𝗟𝗗 is going for, seeing if you can't get a nice little knock and punish Twisted Minds here. 𝗟𝗏, of course, still using the scope on the Winnie. And it's a strong weapon in the early game, I'll give it that.
Yeah, if you don't have a helmet, it's pretty decent. It's just a weird situation, right? Because we normally go, well, hot dropping is pretty bad already. But even if you aren't hot dropping, Power Grid ain't exactly an easy spot to rotate out of. As you're saying, good teams inside of San Martin, 𝗟𝗏 on the west side too. And when you have to flex far out of Power Grid early on with this circle that doesn't even contain Power Grid initially, it just makes it that much more terrible that you have a team sat right next to you.
And there's a lot of teams that are already in the zone right now. There are a lot of teams that have already made their way there. 𝗟𝗏's getting tagged up a little bit, but his distraction could give 𝗟𝗏 a little bit of an opportunity. But yeah, he's eyes on that vehicle. I wouldn't open up fire. Yeah, I wouldn't open up fire just yet, though.
I think what they're trying to do is get a knock on perfecting, so anyone in that north side warehouse, then we can run over, steal the car while they're resting, and get the hell out of here. They only have one car. Wicked is the one to claim it on the northern side. They just want to get out, but they don't want to go out instantly.
Exactly. Sonic's on the move already. That's going to free up space for Petrichor Road to continue on, which again is going to alleviate the pressure around Power Grid. 𝗟𝗏 as well, making their way on the top side of the zone. You got Na'Vi, you got 𝗟𝗏, you got 𝗟𝗏, you got a bunch of teams that are already engaging on, you know, the actual game itself, not caught up in a bunch of teams around them. A couple of teams also on the outside moving on through 𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏 as mentioned in the dead center.
Exactly. If we were to take a look at the heat map, I mean, in terms of where the big pool of teams are, Northwest still outside the circle, plenty of teams up there that are opting to rotate later. And it makes sense. Well, we're far out of the circle. It's a hard shift early on. Let's just chill. We'll get an extra first aid. We'll be all right. But the issue is everyone right now is playing that strat. Believe me, the north side, come 3 or 4 minutes from now, is going to be hectic to rotate through.
Na'Vi getting really close to 𝗟𝗏. Whether they've scouted this or not, they want this building, and they are ready to take it by force.
I like the proactive play from Na'Vi here, not taking anything from granted, getting out, shooting early on, spotting 𝗟𝗏 now as well. 𝗟𝗏 is still in a wide 2-1-1 split now. Heaven and Glass are starting to make their way over towards their teammates, but is the cavalry arriving too late? At least the vehicles will be heard.
Heaven and Glass are coming in from separate angles. This means that oh man, okay. Heaven stopping short. He is the range player. He usually likes to play that sort of Overwatch position for 𝗟𝗏, and he's going to be taking a nice little hilltop position to provide that covering fire against Na'Vi. So this is actually a really good response from 𝗟𝗏, but again, it all matters about landing those shots. That's the important part.
Yep, and even more important, or at least as important, do not get knocked up there on your own, because that is a player they are not reviving.
Actually, that is the most important thing. That's rule number one. Don't get knocked.
Get the info, scout for your teammates. 𝗟𝗏, what is the eye in the back of your head? Say, I'm not sure, but there's a player you have not noticed, and if Heaven peeks just a foot further forward, he's going to spot one in the open. There he goes, sees him, and takes him down. 𝗟𝗏, caught with his pants down.
Quick little one and done there. No rush to confirm that knock just yet, though. Actually, I think it's a couple of shots from 4 a.m. looking to...
All teams.
Yeah, there's
give
a lot
it to him.
there.
Give it to him.
Hey, look, back on the hot drop. Still no knock. Still no... Hey, Twisted Minds, they found an angle to get out. It's going to be the west, but it's a way to get out. 𝗟𝗏 still hasn't been stolen from 4 a.m., so there's an opportunity for Heaven to confirm that himself. Oh, one more bullet.
And bonk.
Okay, Crazy's going to take that one. Unfortunate for 𝗟𝗏, but honestly, that gives them an advantage in this fight. Right when I say that, 𝗟𝗏 gets a trade knock and a confirm on that end.
Such a good angle as well. Climbing up the backside there of the warehouse, able to peek him through the windows, take him down. Glass falls mid-transition. Heaven finds one, but one falls in return. And now this, I mean, with how good of a position this is in the circle, I don't think any of these two teams are really going to budge yet. They're waiting for another team to make a mistake, and I think, honestly, this could stalemate until the circle shifts away from it, because I don't think neither Na'Vi nor 𝗟𝗏 has a good reason to go aggro here.
It's Heaven's position that's the rough part if they do stay around, if they do just play stalemate, as you said. That position, maybe a few phases from now, maybe could get crashed. We'll see what happens at that point. Unfortunately, I think what's likely going to happen is that one of these teams is going to full out win a fight in this first phase.
I mean, let alone the fact that 4 a.m. shoots from the north has got to have Heaven say, okay, they can see me. When are they going to start shooting at me, right? Exactly. So that position, as you're saying, might not be feasible for much longer. In the meantime, Twisted Minds rotating up for vehicles, trying to figure out what they can get in terms of wheels for that east side rotation. Spear, in the meantime, left behind as a bit of a booby trap, hopefully able to find 1 or 2 in transition.
You have been taking shots towards the north. They have a little bit of a short 2-2 split of their own east of Los Leones, shooting towards Cerberus or Sonics, somewhere up in that general direction. Okay, they're still going for the fight. Hikari still wants this fight. They actually still want to go for the full wipe against Twisted Minds. And this is 11th place versus 12th. So you have to question, this isn't favoring anyone.
It really isn't. I mean, if Twisted Minds comes out here now without taking any casualties, they might throw it. But let's see. Hikari peeks over spots one double headshot, taking down one instantly with the AK. Those fall in return, and I don't think there's going to be a rest coming through on the side of Pentagram here. Tricky position, but as I say that, Wicked sends it down the hillside, but instantly met with bullets from Lou.
Yeah, what a great counter knock by Lou. Spyro going to be there on the angle to help confirm that, but unexpected, the adder flank. Who flanks the flanker? Everyone's all caught up amongst each other, but at least the positions are now realized and known, and this is going to be a 1 versus 1 here. But Akkad, I think, is going to try and loop on back and isolate Spyro. There's a shotgun in hand, though, so Adder needs to worry about getting pushed.
Adder needs to buy time. He needs to stay put, and it works out for him. Skyle on hand, comes out victorious as Spyro falls. Akkad was there ready to help, but Adder didn't need it at all. So in the end, it will be Twisted Minds taking casualties here again. I mean, both teams taking casualties, and once again, proving to the world and everyone else, hot drops, sometimes worth it. This time, not quite so much.
No, sometimes worth it.
I said sometimes.
Yeah.
One out of 100 is still sometimes.
Okay, technically that is true. Technically that is factually accurate.
Let's see now. Of course, I mean, again, with how far away these two teams are from the circle, and this being the last mirror, I think they're both reaching a point of, you know what, we're probably not going to win this game anyway. Let's just, for once and for all, figure out who is the better power grid looting team.
Yeah, and they're in the same group. So this is still, in a way, a fight for tomorrow when they go up against Group C.
Yep, they will meet again, no doubt about it. Who knows, we might have even more power grid teams joining tomorrow.
Oh, man.
That
is both exciting and scary at the same time.
Yep, I think the power grid looting teams from all regions qualified, right? So some teams already adapted, but we might just see. Are there also a world where this circle goes east? No, we're going Impala. And
technically, it is east as far as the main landmass is concerned.
You're not wrong.
But we know it's going to go back towards west because those Impala mountains, unless we see a hard shift down towards the south for phase number 3. So very likely that Na'Vi Ghibli compound is going to continue to be strong. Perfectix not allowing Penta to get into the zone for free, still getting knocked, still dealing damage, trying to get some more points. 1 or 2 here on the exit from their power grid rivals could help set themselves in a better position going into tomorrow.
Yeah, salvage what you can in a game that's not over by any means, but that you probably won't get the most points from. In the meantime, taking a look at the gas station here could very easily become a position from where this game will end. Adder saying, if I just go far enough away, they won't get the points at least, and that is the case. As we see it right here, will he get the loot? Nope, he's actually going to carry him back to safety and get the rest on up. It's only phase 2, so definitely doable. But they need to loot fast, because I don't think Adder has any more first aids.
I think Adder had 1. Oh, maybe. I don't... No. Either way, the point is, it's not going to be great no matter what. They're going to be using up a lot of those meds here, so they're going to have to like run and loot at the same time, and that is a very, very risky situation because they're going through places that have likely already been looted by the teams that have been long gone back into the main circle. 4 a.m. here, grouping up on the north side of Impala, swooping around the Na'Vi Ghibli situation, getting dangerously close to Luminosity, and considering where the circle might continue into phase 3, potentially more teams will be going into that city.
And we alluded to it earlier, right? I mean, we saw 4 a.m. now take shots at Heaven. He cannot play that hilltop position any longer. All of a sudden, his flank potential is now just dead weight out towards the east with no ability to suppress inside the compound itself. So Na'Vi, if they read this, now is the time for them to take the fight.
EXO coming in here from the north side, a lot of open area, again, because of that 4 a.m. retreat. They can backfill onto that position. Petrichor Road here on the west. They're going to have to go through Purple to make it into the zone. And we've seen Purple aggressively posture for fights. And some of them have gone a little awry, but they've been winning more and more of them as the day has gone through here. But, I mean, Na'Vi,
they're doing
Alia looking for a moment.
They know that there's no threat above. They heard the shots coming in from the hard east. They heard the vehicles from 4 a.m. rapping east earlier, and they know that if we want to make a play, we got to take it while the UAV is down.
Ooh, grenade. At the very least, Toasty now knows that he cannot play on that front location on the double here. Mel holding the angle. Toasie's going to try and counteract with the utility of his own. It's a good direction, just not quite far enough to get the knock on to Na'Vi. But the fact that the Sharks are circling.
Yep, issue for Alia right now is while the flank is a good idea, Cerberus from a mile away, or half beard, we're able to spot him out. So even if he doesn't get tagged up too hard, Toassie must have heard the shots coming in and hitting the ground behind him. But as I say that, he's vaulting up on the roof. So clearly no idea that Alia is right behind him.
Yeah, really good flank, really good opportunity found by Alia to continue on this fight and spots out Human, takes a couple of shots. Oh, and now Tanaman wants to get involved as well. Spots an angle, needs to hide. But this is going to be great for Mel, an example to continue to push this.
Damage already done. Perfect for him going in now with the gas can in hand. You shall not enter my building. As he runs back towards, I can only imagine what he wants to be safety. He's now going out on the side of the building that Heaven was on. But one does fall, so Ghibli down to 2.
Circle closing, about to shift. Northwest, so yes, this game is essentially going to end around that compound, so this makes it even more important for Na'Vi to try and win this fight as quickly as they can, to post up, because there's a high potential of them being crashed within a short amount of time here. EXO now swinging in towards the west. Purple Moon, they've been chilling. Purple Moon, they've been chilling here. They have a couple of positions. They do have Petrichor Road to their west, so they need to worry about trying to take too many fights, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Moon should, if not be in, then be on the very northwestern edge of the next circle. You can only imagine that it's going to shift down towards both Sonics and Cerberus. So they'll be all right. And for EXO, loving the fact that they're scouting on the go, going past that compound, saying, we know it's good, but you know what? Let's not settle. Let's see if we can get something even further center. And because they dare to play aggressive, well, they get what I could only imagine to be a very center position next circle.
I am loving this by example. Absolutely fantastic. Na'Vi are so confident, and partly because they are so high on the leaderboard, they can take these risks and not have to worry about falling too far behind. They're not confirmed in the top 16, but they are very close to it, just mathematically speaking, at least. And so going for these fights to just really knock Ghibli out of this and to just show their own value in this tournament.
Also, just for Heaven and for players in total, the angle you least expect to be shot from is the one you just held yourself. Like, that's just kind of the mental part of it. So there should be no way for Heaven to go, oh, of course there's one there, because he's probably currently thinking, I was the one there, there's no one backfilling us, I should be all right. Issue now, for example, is that as he peeks on over, all of Gen G is starting to shoot him, and as he actually falls in the midst of that transition.
SDK pushing on in, Sonics have line up onto that one, but they're going to be finding a little bit of a dip to hide on through right between New Happy and Sonics, which is a bit of covering fire for them to keep them safe.
Yeah,
utilizing other teams against each other.
Be all right for now. For Sonics, it's important, of course, still try and maintain full control here. Floki does find the double. Ixlift one in return, but damage done to Petrichor to try and come down the hillside. Thanarat now, along with Bobo's able to make an aggressive play forward, but can they get Floki back up on his feet? I'm not sure that's going to be possible, especially not with the shots coming in from Cerberus towards the south.
Yeah, that's a big threat, but they need to take care of Ixlift first before anything is considered. Pentagram do go out 16th place, the first full team wiped out here. And with the amount of field that we see in play, it's going to be hard for a bunch of teams to continue to survive that much longer. Just, again, this is reminding me of one of the earlier games here where there really aren't that many positions to play, which means that Purple Mood really fighting for this spot is so important.
I could say, well, at least there's a city. Unluckily, in 24 seconds, that city probably won't be there anymore. So for now, they have some playable buildings, but yeah, give us 20 seconds and we will be down to just a handful.
Boats backing away. Luki was unfortunately unable to get revived here. And actually, Ixlift is getting a revive of his own onto Mill, bringing power back up to 2. Twisted Minds looping in from the northwest, finally making their way out of the blue. They have got to be low on meds at this point. And yes, that shift away from Impala, it's actually not going to be favoring Na'Vi. It's going to be going towards Cerberus and EXO with that send towards the middle. Very well read by the APAC team.
Exactly, sitting dead center now. And again, I mean, we saw it from Cerberus in the previous game where they're constantly running out from that shack in the hills on Potato on a wrangle, spreading out, trying to maintain control, trying to force teams away. They're effectively doing the same thing here, but with a little more buffer space due to the terrain.
Problem is, we already have Gen G eyeing up that exact same path here on that road. And then there's Sonics and SDK on the road to the south side. I think EXO might be crashed. It's not a great crash.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know what options would be available for all these teams that are all going to be exiting Impala. And even for a team like Ascend coming from the south side, Gen G, as I mentioned, again, on the north, once they get their entire squad grouped up, that is. But Purple Mood versus Twisted Minds, the fight is going to be traded back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, for 𝗟𝗓 right now, PO and Taemin are miles away in the blue, and now up towards the southeast. That doesn't really make sense, but down towards the southeast, trying to make their way on in. New Happy, well aware of the push from the Germans, trying to make their way on forward here.
Utility played by both sides, and shots against Cerberus. They have so much influence on this zone right now. It's closing on their position, open ground. They are providing cover and a lot of shots towards a lot of directions, and 𝗟𝗓 swinging on through. Unsure if they expected Petrichor Road to be here, but 𝗟𝗓 is going to drop 2. Easy job to confirm those as well, and the remaining members of 𝗟𝗓, who are miles away, going to have to figure out some other spot to go.
I cannot justify that rotation for them. I know it's hard to scout, but at least wait for your 2 teammates and push together. They're running into an area where they've just seen people get killed from, and goes down. That is a bit of a head scratcher, but again, day 1, maybe need to shake things up a bit coming into day 2s of Miramars tomorrow.
Send on the move right now, going towards the hay bales. One of the few options that they have left, and honestly, don't overthink it. Stay here, stick here. Do not eye up Cerberus' compound. That's going to be a really, really hard send with New Happy overlooking that angle as well. Na'Vi versus ghibli, it is still going on. Alia again with a great angle, killing Heaven here. It is all into 𝗟𝗓, down to 1 HP.
Yep, now 4 AM again. They've been looming on the east side all game long. Able to get the first hit off his 𝗟𝗓 as Alia peeks on over one small shotgun. So we have a shotgun Winchester. That is not a loadout you see utilized too often. The issue is now Millman falls, and because phase 4 is closing in, Alia has no chance of getting him back up alive.
Yeah, Na'Vi has been taking a lot of damage in the past few minutes here. It's all down to one player. There's not going to be a revive on Mel at all. 𝗟𝗓 is pushing forward with the shotgun, going to try and take this fight close range. All of that range is really poor for this engagement.
The closer he gets, the bigger the chance of him to come out victorious. 2 shots left in the barrel. Make that one! Whoa! Finds it with the final bullet in the chamber, able to take him down. Not a whole lot will come off of it, but at least 1 more point secured.
Yeah, exactly. Not quite into placement point territory just yet. Mill! Oh, 4 HP remaining, somehow able to stay alive. Broppelmood are out. Circle does shift towards the east. Cerberus' compound barely inside, but LG and Sonics, they are able to stay in their position.
I love your addition of somehow, because Petrichor should not be alive at this point in the game, given what has come. But they have been served a couple of freebies. First, 𝗟𝗓 wraps over the hilltop, says hello, gives them 2, and now Purple Mood, eyeing the opportunity to just casually run down the hillside, they end up falling as well.
PO finding information. I mean, a solo player for 𝗟𝗓, can't expect too much out of it. However, info onto Petrichor Road could take them out and get a couple of points for themselves. New Happy right now on a rotation. All 4 into 1 vehicle, swinging in on the southeast side.
Stubborn scout. I like it. We still have time to play. 5 seconds to go. We couldn't see anything from inside that compound. Let's go down to the southern side. We know we have to make a play. We only have 1 car. Let's use our time wisely. And unfortunately for them, all they're finding out right now is, well, everything is taken here.
So PO isn't able to make a miracle happen. Drive-by Petrichor Road, and then on New Happy, they're going to have to do a drive-by of their own, or rather, a drive-through, because they're going into Sunset territory. They find a pit, they find a little bowl.
I love this. Instantly out of the car, spread out, running each their direction as soon as they got out of that vehicle too, because they knew exactly what was going to happen. They knew what was coming in, and now New Happy, this is going to be a hard attempt for them to try and make space for themselves. They did it last game against Sun Sister in Montenegro. Let's see if we can do it here too.
Rolling in the wheat field, shotgun in hand. Petrichor Road unknown, but again, Cerberus still constantly peppering these players. Oh, and now 𝗟𝗓 is on his feet.
It's Cerberus from so far, where it's like 𝗟𝗓, he's just looking at them going, guys, could you please? I'm trying to do a sneaky shotgun plane here. Just get away from me and let me have my heroic moment.
This would be the most tilting end to Petrichor Road if what we see in front of us actually unfolds in the way that I know we are all hoping it will.
Question is, I mean, they must have heard the shots hit the ground.
They were just looking behind.
But they were probably like, who's so bad that they aimed like 20 meters behind us? Petrichor they've got to be a bit confused by those shots connecting.
Every team has made their way inside this zone.
Yeah.
Most of them barely, but they're inside this phase.
I mean, everything that is playable is currently under control by at least 1 more team. So the thing I mean, I love that Cerberus have already sent 𝗟𝗓 out towards the east of the far west compound, because if they all are locked inside that space with teams sat on the other side just waiting for them, there's no way for them to getting out. But 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 already now has kind of found a spot for them to go to a landing zone. Like a better name.
Already on the move. They knew the circle was not going to go to them at all. And so now they're diving straight towards the center. Where can they go? That's the big question. They're probably going to have the car for it amongst one of these tractors, or they found the hill. They found a little defilade.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to grant them a whole lot of life, but we'll see what comes over. In the meantime, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 finally committing to the fight against 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and in similar fashion to what we saw go down in Montenuevo just 2 games ago, they are demolishing 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
Oh, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 also trying to get involved into this, but 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 back into one vehicle, pushing on forward, taking the ground that they stole from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, pushing off onto the side corner. A lot of damage though. Luminosity are going to try and follow up.
Snaker still has more nades to use. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with the double. There's only so much space for you to spread out when you're in a dip like that on Luminosity. Truly applying pressure to 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 as they try and just do anything they can to stay alive here.
Luminosity have a great position in this zone. They have a small little pocket on the side, which means they can have an isolated engagement towards 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗. They need to worry about 4 AM to the north side, but they're going to be swinging in the opposite direction. You can see in the very far end of the screen. Going into 𝗟𝗏𝗗. Empty has already been knocked. king with the grenade at the ready pulls that one away, but Crazy gonna try and land that one onto the ramp.
Such a great time push here for 4 AM again. Crazy 4 AM able to find all these crates, all these great guns. Issue for him is can't quite find the connection. Mill able to get one down and return, and eventually this trap will be sprung from the teams on the other side. Petrol will fall as 𝗟𝗏𝗗 is able to take down Norman with a shotgun. He lives to see another day of potentially placement points too, as the Winchester comes running up from behind.
4 AM, they are still alive somehow. The revives are coming on through. Same thing for 𝗟𝗏𝗗. This is such a precarious position. And look at 𝗟𝗏𝗏 also pushing onto this one. They're receiving zero pressure from the southeast side. They have all this room that they can push over and take control of this north end.
𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗗 is doing so much to contain Ascend on the other side, while the rest of Cerberus is making the play for the north. They know that if we can clear at least one of these two sides, the game just might be ours. But 𝗟𝗏𝗗, still 4 alive, somehow have been able to withstand the push from 4 AM, but they need to deal with Cerberus here as well. They can't just sit down and allow the fights to unfold around them.
It's all on to 𝗟𝗏𝗗 and Crazy for 4 AM. The other two have been removed and taken out. 𝗟𝗏𝗗 and Empty also removed for 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗. Duckby and 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗗, the last two up for Cerberus, so everyone has been wounded into this situation. Everyone's been wounded into this zone.
Yeah.
It's only Luminosity and Sonics who already have wins under their belts with the full squad of 4, but looking at how many members are in this southeast side, how long is that one gonna last?
The north is a brawl, and now the south has become one as well. P gone over, Rel find one, Snakers finds the other. 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗 able to get one in return though, so the fight not just done yet, but 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗 sat here alone versus 3 of LG, and now on fire, not gonna withstand the pressure as Luminosity lives to fight another day.
Was able to catch LG off guard, but wasn't able to finish the job for Angry Man. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗗𝗏. Duckby has been taken down. It's only him has left for Cerberus. Smoke coming out. Gonna go for the confirm there and get that 5th kill for his team. They're inside placement point territory as well. Jumps on the ramp. Knows generally where Crazy is. Makes sure that Crazy isn't gonna push. Goes for the revive.
There's no way he aggro plays this. He's actually pulling up with a nade in his hand. Unfortunately, his vehicle hitting a rock down the roadside. Will that nade connect? It bounces far! Damage done on both of them, but able to get back on their feet.
You saw them leave the smoke. I'm pretty sure he saw them leave the smoke. He spots one. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗗𝗏 takes a couple of bullets, but again, not enough for the knock.
Flash, lopped on over. That one should be good. Forcing one off, hands in the air. Well aware that the angle ain't quite there from Crazy though, missing crucial shots, and duckby, nice peek around the side, able to take him down. Will accidentally take out him as well, but the rest should be able to come up. And now, 3 times North America versus APAC for the last Miramar of the day.
It was a close clutch there for Cerberus, but they have the time for the revive. They don't have the time, however, for the attempt of spatial control. Sonics and Luminosity both swinging out as SDK do get eliminated. There are 3 teams remaining. And Luminosity and Sonics, there's a good chance that they go into a really explosive fight right now, which would give Cerberus the opportunity to try and fall into, try and steal this win away. But at the moment, it is looking like it's going to be another repeat win for North America.
It sure could be. Cerberus currently just 2 alive, having to make that play on forward as well. Mine with the VSS. Goes to show how little loot time these teams have had in this game. They rotated early, they wanted prime real estate, and it paid off, because look at where they're sat here. 3 teams left alive, with still honestly impossible to tell in terms of Sonics and Luminosity who's going to come out victorious.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 getting that knock with the bold action on the Duckmai is huge. It's all to him as right now. It is not really worth it for him to swing back behind and get the revive. Likely he'll be taken out if he attempts to do so. Sonic's also spreading out. They were in one singular pocket, which is so risky for grenades, and now 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗗 is up there with the high ground.
Sonic's Luminosity first and second place in the previous game. Now they get to battle it out once more. Luminosity won the previous one. We'll see if Sonics can come back and grab this one for themselves. 𝗟𝗚𝗡 is doing a great job, honestly, at staying alive here, but with both Sonics and Luminosity kind of closing in from either side, you could only imagine that 𝗟𝗚𝗡 will be the first team to fall here.
I'm sending those VSS shots out.
How many bullets does he have?
It's about the pressure, it's about the damage. Hey, 9mm is very, very light.
It is, but how much did he find and pick up is the question. Well, we'll have to try and keep track of it as Flood backs off the vehicle. No reason to stick around when the smoke gets this dark.
The problem is, Luminosity aren't in the zone.
Yeah.
They have nice white spacing, but Sonics have the zone, and they have the high ground. It's going to have to be one, likely two strong knocks from Luminosity to find that opening, make their way through, and that is if 𝗟𝗚𝗡 does not clothesline them on the rush in.
I mean, the situation here is, I love the fact that Sonics having the position on the other side of the street with their vehicles. You know what? This ain't gonna do it. We need to spread out. We need to back off that like one nade, and we are done so. Spread out, take the hill, say, you know what? We'll go into waiting position. Not aggro, we'll sit back and wait, because as you're saying, we know that Luminosity has to make the next play.
And that's with a good spray onto 𝗟𝗚𝗡. Doesn't get the knock, however, but 𝗟𝗚𝗡 is forced to prone back down.
Yep.
Drops a little bit of spatial control there. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 also going to be looping on up because they know where the zone is going to finish. They know that it's not going to end up on that high ground, so having too low, too high is going to give them a nice little spread of access to the center and high ground pressure over to Luminosity.
I just love that Sonics ain't overcommitting to any angles here. I mean, they're not allowing for LG. If they get one peek, if they get attack in, Sonics don't re-peek it. They say, we cannot afford a knock here, because that will be Luminosity insta-pulling up on us. I like 𝗟𝗚𝗡's off-angle position. Don't think he's been seen here just yet, but with the vehicles all coming towards his position now, that is going to be shown.
𝗟𝗚𝗡 here's the vehicle come on in, wasn't able to peek it, but it sends it right over his position.
How is he still alive? 𝗟𝗚𝗡's able to do so much damage, forcing the LG players down behind the vehicle. Now the money comes in, the nade to follow. Should be him falling, and in the end he will go down. But was it enough for Sonics to readjust, to reposition? They've only gotten two across.
This is a huge pit position for Luminosity, however. They're able to have a nice little spread of their own across that road. It's going to be difficult for Sonics to move out and get that central position, but it's going to be trade knocks back and forth, Kick and 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗗.
Yep, two of the high-impact players from either team. Finding kills on either side. 𝗟𝗚𝗚 versus 𝗟𝗏 here, up close and personal. Low HP on both of them. 𝗟𝗚𝗚, one more bullet needed to be hit. Can't quite find a takedown. 𝗟𝗚𝗡 falls as well. 𝗟𝗏 down to low HP, and now 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 with the MK in hand, trying to withstand.
Reload still keeping 𝗟𝗏 isolated there off onto the side, which means that 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 needs to come up with something huge himself. Luminosity doing a really good job of that vehicle send to separate, to drive a wedge into Sonic's members' positions.
Yep. So far, 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 somewhat isolated, but Kickstart is the same issue, being Luminosity in that aggressive push took no casualties. Now, finally, more pressure being done. The final pressure at that, and twice in a row, Luminosity Gaming out victorious.
And there's Snakers with one final message to Sonic, celebrating their win here. Really good showing once again by this team, and I was worried about them. Sonics had such a strong position. But man, that one send, two members in a single vehicle. If 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 landed maybe a few more bullets, it would have been an entirely different ending to this round. But hey, what happened is what happened, and Luminosity get another chicken dinner.
And again, for them, they are able to not only take him down, but able to suppress hard enough for his two teammates on the other side to stay alive. That is absolutely clutch in a winning game here for LG.
Yeah, really good play by a bunch of these different teams. Really good play by 𝗟𝗏𝗓 that entire game as well. Not taking their spot lightly, understanding that they are in a position to apply so much pressure across the board, across the map. And while they had to move out at some point, they took that ramp position contested by 4AM and 𝗟𝗏𝗄 very, very well. You have to expect that they would lose a lot of players in that fight because of how open everything was. But listen, guys, we got one game left. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
Welcome back here to PGS1 as we have America looking spectacular here in the first day of the tournament as a whole. LG, Luminosity getting themselves back-to-back after we've already seen a back-to-back here today. I've said it off camera and I'm going to say it again here, Avenger. I feel Luminosity is the best America has ever looked at PUBG at the moment. They're looking awesome.
Better than Sonics at PGI.
Yes, even though Sonics has got themselves a win here today,
yeah.
I still think, looking at Luminosity, how they're playing things out, I think they look excellent. And they're looking, when you look at this kind of performance, they're looking for the title here at PGS1.
And they're looking so certain the way they do. They're making sure they're 4 alive all the time. They're pulling back out of strategic pushes. They're like, we don't need that extra 1 or 2 points. Let's make sure we're 4 alive for the end, because if there are 3 here, Sonics would probably have won that game.
Yeah, maybe. I think both teams, though, kudos where kudos is very, very worth it. The way they're playing this location, it's not an easy location to play in terms of the terrain, in terms of how you're able to transition. To the other side of the road, Sonics actually did very well regarding that here, but obviously not enough to be able to actually round it out against what is effectively their biggest rivals in the entire scene, considering their regional play.
That 2-man send in the car to get the Rich, that kind of countered the other guy's position, was literally game-winning push there. Really well played, and good call from Relo there coming in to that. Of course, hard to push a little bit on the Rich, but Kickstart playing that anchor was literally the reason why they're able to get 2 guys down there. Super well executed by Luminosity Gaming, of course. And here, utility breakdown. A lot of smokes on Sonics, not that much of stuns and Molotovs. Look on the other side of LG, 13 stuns, 7 Molotovs. The amount of pressure they're able to put and use with that utility, that is what is winning the late game very often.
Yeah, holding down a position like this, how are you going to do it without that amount of smokes needing to come out for these kinds of scenarios? Meanwhile, though, Cerberus getting a 3rd place. We said it before this game. Yes, Tycon's excellent, but Himas was being able to put in so much work. He almost hit 1k damage for this game, so a very impressive performance.
And of course, as well, and how well they were playing, I gotta say, Himas also had more kills in their home region qualifying here at PGS,
exactly.
right? So obviously we heard that when we saw the opening show with Annie and Paper, but this one here in the breakdown, and what we're talking about here with the circle, the road effectively is like a river. It is so hard to cross late game, but when you're able to do it with a car, and also of course, once we saw 4am pull up, and also we saw of course a little Ghibli player that was able to sneak in with a shotgun, with a Winchester. That was beautiful, taking down one of the particular road players. That was fantastic. And this here, with the split you were talking about, James.
Yes, very important here, of course, is you need to obviously dislodge him from this motion. So they were able to do that. And then from that point on there, we're free to take the fight here against Sonics. Sonics, for all intents and purposes, I don't really think they had much of the initiative because they were the ones initially having to move over the other side of the opposite road. Otherwise, they would have had to have taken Luminosity on this side. But let's take a closer look here at Luminosity. It's a lot of damage coming in here as Kickstart is able to take a big leap forwards in those numbers.
And you might think the pictures are stretched here because Kickstar's looking so thin, but no, he lost an insane amount of weight. He looks so good.
Yeah, he looks great.
He does.
He does.
He lost like 60 pounds.
Just like they look in-game.
True.
Sick play.
And 707 damage here, James. A new record.
You said 707, but it was
770. 777.
You tried.
Can we get some 7s in the chat?
Lots of 7s. Get the 7s going. Let's take a look at the man of the match as well. Probably Kickstart. Yeah, it's going to be, considering the plays that he was able to make here. Damn, looking good here when it comes to the pentagram.
Right, yeah, true.
The Pentagon.
Sure. The Pentagon.
The star chart.
Still not like insane amount of kills. We're still around that 4 or 5 there. We haven't really have any double digits or anywhere in close 7, 8, 9. We're probably going to see it in the event here, especially once we get further and deeper and everyone's getting a little bit more comfortable. Right now, I was expecting chaos, but we're having a few teams dominating the rest here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really clear today. So far, so good for China. So far, so good for America. Beyond that, actually, we're seeing some contenders here and there. Of course, we've seen Cerberus, we've seen EXO, we've seen Na'Vi. All of these names kind of cropping up. So it's clear that everybody has come in very, very serious here today, number one. But what's very important as well is that China and America, they're standing tall right now after 5 games.
And it's very likely we could see, 1, 2, maybe even 3 teams qualify from just one day. Like go into the top 16, go into the winners bracket. Asher, obviously, they're playing for that here in the group stage. With another 19 points here from LG. another 4 teams on double digits, James, and it's 3 of them we've seen again and again and again. Of course, Cerberus, the 9-pointer in the game previously, they're also going to be putting themselves in there.
What a great position as well that Sonics can secure, considering that they are currently not, I'm going to keep reiterating this, for day number 1, currently not challenged when it comes to Picardo, Pachinki, and things like that. You had to make this worth it, and they have, which I think is excellent for them here on an international stage. 55 points, second place. LG moves up to 52. 4 AM though, still in the lead with that 62.
And we were talking with them this morning, of course, and we were like, it's like 50 points, and then you'd be down to go into Picardo Pachinki and contest 17. Yeah, around that marker. So that's obviously going to be interesting. Now they're at 55. They have one more game to do well. If they hit the 60s, I'm confident we're going to see them contest them tomorrow, because if they could dominate them there and kind of push them into a scary situation, that would be very interesting.
Of course, we focused on the leaders at the moment, but when you look at the teams that aren't doing as well at the moment, are there any surprises that stand out to you?
Yeah, of course. We have Twisted Minds down there at the moment, rough for them, but I want to say this. When we have that many teams that are that top heavy, we have not a lot of points to give to the rest, so it is extremely close. With one good game, even if you're on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, you could get into the top 7 quite easily.
Here's Sonics. They've got to be quite confident about their start here to the campaign for PGS 1. It is an interesting notion because at a lot of internationals, they come in, they have a harder time because of those hot drops, and they don't adjust. This is the perfect stepping stone for them to be able to dictate their pace, their campaign here at PGS 1.
Yeah, I've really loved what I've seen from them so far, and also being, you have to be flexible. Even though you have a lot of pride, we see that from a lot of reaches, of course, but they came in here with a game plan with backup drops. They came in here and they're like, okay, we have one day to do well, and now we've seen them here with 55 points in second place with 1 game to go. A little bit of points, a little bit of cushion more, and they're going to be completely fine.
And to that point, 1 game to go here for 𝗟𝗗𝗗 as we are ready to do it. Thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. Oh, thank you for thanking me. We have got ourselves game number 6 on the way, as it will be grassy pastures time. Let's go over to Cameron and Toby.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you so much, Martin, for the amazing breakdowns of what happened here in game number 5. Final match now, Cameron, of today. More hot drops? Yes, no?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Na'Vi and Battlegrounds were really intent on keeping that off-farm compound. So something about it has a secret that they want. That's the only reason why I can imagine anyone would contest it that much. I mean, there's no way that Na'Vi are leaving.
No, it's a good place to rotate out of. Na'Vi rotated out of it, winning PGC, so maybe there's a bit of, when we loot here in lane, we tend to do pretty well. And I like the play, because you're close to military, you're close to potato, so that even if the circuits go north, go northwest, which you've seen them do quite often, you have a pretty easy access point. You can beat the Pachinki teams, you can beat the School and Apps teams. It's a great place to loot that might not look like much on the map.
Where the drop's going to happen, it's a very nice playing path for the final game of the day. As even, as average as you can hope for. Here already Acers going to their usual Primorse position. Gen G and Purple Moon. We teased a Novo hot drop between that. Hasn't really come out so far. I wonder if that's gonna, it's not gonna happen. It hasn't happened before. Gen G obviously gonna back away from that. They are one of the best teams at not committing to a hot drop, as you saw on Miramar, but yep, here it is. Pentagram versus Na'Vi. It's still through.
If I see a Novo hot drop and military being free, I will flip a table.
Yeah, honestly. So Gen G are smart with that one, but Wicked already going down because of a failed parachute. And then example with the shotgun. This is looking even faster than the previous attempts.
Oh, there's a shotgun coming in. Hikari has one, but so is on the other side. 1 bullet is all that's needed, though. A couple with the one getting going, but the double fights the triple as well. We might have lost 1 early. We might have lost 2, but the Saiga comes out perfect and at the greatest time as well. As Hikari keeps Pentagram alive.
It is the hot drop special. That's Saiga. Absolutely insane performance from that gun. But 𝗟𝗏 knows where, or suspects where Hikari is. A nice grenade coming on through.
No health. No
but a revive. Adder is up. Hikari with an M16 holding the stairs. Pentagram have a moment to try and restabilize.
This might just be them back to 3 as well if 𝗟𝗏 doesn't go out tonight to flush. But I don't think, I mean, with everything going on so fast in the beginning of the game, I don't think there's any clue where Wicked kind of fell down from that tree from.
Oh, yeah, no, that one's going to be one very unlikely to know exactly what it is.
And also knowing that they're around here, you can see it. He does actually go for it. Yep. Claim those points. No, did he see him? There's no way he didn't see him, right?
He was waiting for a peek, and he's able to capitalize onto that one, gets another knock. And that's a second knock, which means that can't take too much time for Hikari to try and finish this one up. They're not going to commit to the... Oh, he's got a grenade. He baited it. He teased it, but they're going to follow it through. It's only a flash.
There's no way 𝗟𝗚 doesn't know that Wicked was right next to his feet, right? He was looking upstairs at that window the whole time.
He didn't want to get traded is the thing. He'll let the point go. He wants to try and finish the rest of Pentagram here because it's about pride.
Here he comes, shotguns in one hand, M16 in another. 𝗟𝗚 with no HP to work with, but only one shot for 𝗟𝗚 to try and find this goes for the first aid, cancels it. Hearing footsteps above, a bit too nervous to fully commit to the heal.
It's also about sound, it's about teasing things, about trying to bait Pentagram into doing something reckless that he can try and capitalize on. When you're in a 1 versus 2 like this, you have to try and force your opponent to make a mistake.
𝗟𝗚 still jumping around. Still no... Oh, it does fall. Never mind. Still no victor in this one. The first time around, Na'Vi out victorious, easy peasy. Pentagram fell. Second time around, Pentagram wins. And here, it looks to be a Pentagram win once more. And as we saw in the previous wrangle, Sun System slowly creeping their way closer.
𝗟𝗚 as well, as you can see on the east side. That's going to be Human getting curious.
A lot of these teams that haven't racked up a lot of points, so they want to finish off the day with a few extra. And why not? See if you can get a freebie in the compound.
See the hyenas circling off the pasture around you. They know what's up. They know what's likely going to happen here. While all that was going on, the zone number 1 was, again, far west, southwest here. Cerberus are in a solid position here. 4 a.m. leaving school. Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road didn't actually hot drop at all. Petrichor Road, I think, went a little bit towards Sunken and Ruins, but at the moment they're in vehicles and they're traveling through. Not a single point of damage that I imagine was traded there.
No, it's almost as if it was worthwhile for them not to hot drop each other.
Imagine that.
Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Meantime, EXO, again, a team who I think has caught quite a few viewers by surprise with their performance here in day number 1. Let's see a little repeat there. Hikari again. I mean, shotguns against no vest. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. 1 shot apiece is all he needed. Even had the ammo to whiff one and still able to find 3.
I mean, even the attempt at the throwing crowbar.
Valiant effort.
Use what you can find.
Don't bring a crowbar to a shotgun fight.
Yeah,
it's hereby confirmed.
I don't think it was done willingly. that shotgun was very, very intent on having an engagement there.
And speaking of shotguns, this fight, well, it ain't done yet. And now, I like Sun Sister getting close, but T9 literally crashing into the compound alone now has me a little worried.
It's a bit ambitious, for sure. Especially with 𝗟𝗚 not too far from this as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, 𝗟𝗚 is could get caught off, shot in the back.
Might wanna not be here right now. In the meantime, well, Cerberus, especially on a wrangle, have truly been the booby trap. The caught out in the middle of the open surprise, mainly to the Americas teams in the previous match, but now as well, catching Petrichor mid-rotation.
Petrichor able to back away. Didn't take too much damage, and there's a lot of cover there. A lot of little hills they can hide behind. Ooh, 𝗟𝗚 with a nice
him that finds
spot.
him.
Yes, finds 𝗟𝗚. 𝗟𝗚 removed before 10 minutes. And now the rest of Pentagram. Granted, yeah, that's the Na'Vi shotgun blow their full boards taken out. But also, wait a second, why are Sun Sister here?
This has got to be the most infuriating way to go down if you're 𝗟𝗚.
Yeah.
He fully commits 6 minutes to hold an ankle with a shotgun. And then he gets shot in the back by the team that is currently in last place.
Oh,
man. The commitment, though, but now you might have bit off a bit more than you could chew here.
I'm surprised 𝗟𝗚 didn't take more damage, much less didn't get knocked on the way. Hiding behind a small little corner, outrunning in the open. Runax did get removed as well, though. So 𝗟𝗚 with a good start to this engagement, if they want to commit to it, because again, that's outside of the zone.
Yeah, more teams making their way down towards Observatory, down towards Swamp, and Sonics, of course, well aware that 4 a.m. is now in the nearby vicinity. And 4 a.m. seemingly not really respecting Sonics' position here, pushing up close instantly, even lacking a player early on and forcing Sonics off the hillside.
Sonics smartly backing away.
Nice.
Don't take this fight early.
Yeah.
And the position that 𝗟𝗚 and Mime are holding down is a decent one to play out of here.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not like that single hill with the tower was the crucial part of their game plan.
I mean, it's one of those, you know what, we'll take a little bit of extra crumble on top of our cave if we get it. If we can't, we still got a pretty good foundation.
Exactly.
Let's see now, Pentagram with 2 alive. Wicked was not to be rest outside the building. In the meantime now, I mean, Circle, as we said before, far away from where they are, so you'd have to imagine they're going to leave eventually. In the meantime, 𝗟𝗗 from Cerberus taken out by someone. Not sure if a flush is going to follow. Cerberus were kind of spread out, so we'll see if they're able to pick up 𝗟𝗗, the prodigy player that really made a name for himself last year.
Yeah. 𝗟𝗡's now on the rotate. 4 a.m. continuing to send some players out. Summer is really, really curious. Trying to see if they can't spot anything else on the Cerberus location, Cerberus compound. Luminosity coming from the east side. And what they might not know is that, yes, okay, of course, let them go past, whatever, that rotation, shift testing in the night, whatever. But if they continue to go in the direction that they started, Luminosity, is they could also get involved in the Ghibli, Pentagram, Sun Sister, whatever we want to call that.
Yeah. Let's see, it's still a little bit of dodging and weaving as cars come crossing on through. Shots are fired, but nothing really connecting as Luminosity continues to wrap further south around.
Why would Purple Mood stop and take shots out of the blue onto Luminosity? Luminosity is not a team that cannot take risks and fight out in the blue. Purple Mood in 15th place with only 10 points.
If you're going to fight Luminosity at any place, I think your best bet is in a car.
I guess. Yeah. But I don't know. I just feel like that's walking up to someone twice your size and challenging them to a fight.
Maybe they don't know that it's Luminosity. And even if they do, you know what? I respect not respecting your opponents, especially early on. If you start fearing teams this early in a global tournament, you are set to fail. If you start playing, oh no, it's them, we gotta run away, you gotta play with confidence, especially off of day one, where so many things happen that will not be done the same way in the days to follow.
SDK, they're getting pushed by EXO a little bit. We saw very briefly. Ghibli have removed themselves from that Sun Sister situation. All four still up. EXO swinging all the way around the beaches, avoiding the SDK shots. Good information by them. Listen, we got a shot from a compound. We don't want to send onto that.
Well, in the meantime, 𝗟𝗗 hearing the convoy coming his way has to back off of the lighthouse position. Smart read on his part. Joining his friends from Ascent down towards the swamp, further down towards the south side of the map. Now, we still have plenty of water and plenty of, I would consider, pretty terrible terrains to have an endgame happening in this first circle. So let's see how bad this second one is going to be.
10 seconds left before we see that. A lot of teams, even though with the nonsense that we've been dealing with in Farm, a lot of teams with really strong positions here, a lot of spreads that you can see. Cerberus with a very ambitious one. Him way off onto the side, but this is a very, a decent phase 2 considering what phase 1 was. Continuing to center up once again onto Quarry / Llama / Squirrel / Elephant / Fox / Eevee / etc.
Don't need more names, just cat. Just cat's fine. 𝗟𝗗, in the meantime, shots fired, shots connected as well, but not as many as they probably would have wanted to onto Twisted Minds as they get a bit of a freebie making their way up the hillside.
Again, it's all about defending this position. This is a nice one for 4 a.m. to continue to play out of. The thing is, though, Summer might want to use this position to extend further and get themselves a nice line onto this hill, but Twisted Mind's already taking this spot, with Sonics in a good position as well. 4 a.m. might just want to commit to playing on towards the edge. New Happy, though, they are very happy in this spot. HS out alone, that's a bit of a concern for me, if I'm being honest. I'm at this point, I might like to see them group up, because that compound, pretty easy to get crashed.
One thing that's interesting here with the Twisted Minds rotation coming through is you rarely ever, if ever at all, see Twisted Minds hard commit to a center play phase 2. So a bit out of their ordinary playstyle, hard committing this early on to try and claim something they hope can last them a few circles. We'll see if it's going to benefit or not. Summer sitting all on his own, fighting against his fellow countrymen, but will not succeed. Eixler finds one as 𝗟𝗗 keeps on driving.
That was very, very greedy by Summer to take that fight with seemingly zero follow-up by the rest of the team. Now, the rest of the team is in vehicles, likely to try and backfill onto the angle that 𝗟𝗗 Road is trying to take. Twisted Minds with this hilltop trying to deal some sort of damage here. And this pressure is going to be enough to force New Happy here on the low ground, where 𝗟𝗡 is ready and willing and waiting.
For one Chinese team straight into another, Ming able to find one, just 1-1, the other side left to be dealt with, should be able to do so. Bo goes for the knock, gets baited in doing so, and will fall because of it.
Mill is very, very weak, however. Going to have to come up with something huge here. 𝗟𝗡 and Non both trying to echolocate his position. Mill swinging around the side, pre-fires it, but the health just wasn't there for the fight to go in his favor. New Happy control that position, but Twisted Minds trying to push onto that and turn that into a snowball that they can go.
And Ming Ming knows damn well that going for that flush there was arguably one of the dumbest things he could ever do. They had the players there, they had the time, they knew there was a solo left alive. There was no good reason for him to try and claim a kill that was already going to be theirs, regardless of whether he went for it or not.
Look at DG98. Up onto this position already. This is exactly what I mean, that this compound is really easy to crash. HS is going to have to defend this as a solo. The angles held by the rest of New Happy are not that great, especially since they've already lost one of their members. HS is going to have to come up with something huge, and Gen G, grenades at the ready, they expect someone to be here.
They see the US on the other side. That nade a bit fast, still doing almost half damage, though. Flash is now coming in. Two of those to follow. Hell's the gun in hand. Barrel acquired one down, but instantly traded. Nice shots from Foxy. And as you said, just 3 alive. HS, solo player left in the warehouse, and what was once 4 is now down to 2 for New Happy.
And I love this by Twisted Minds. They're again trying to push into this. They saw the vehicles, heard the vehicles, whatever it was, they saw it in the kill feed, and they're trying to see if they can't pick anything up for themselves.
Yeah. I like it, and that's the thing. I mean, that is how you have to play that hillside. There's simply too many entry points to the hill that if you don't keep running around, if you don't keep trying to go for kills, you will not be able to play that position on your own. Circle now. So we had a rough circle 1. Circle 2 made things a little more sober, and now straight back to chaos.
It is not the worst zone. The thing is, no one is there.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be a big rush to try and get into that forest hill.
It's pretty much a triple layer cake where we have the crust, or the crumble on top is Quarry. The entire mid layer is a forest you really don't want to be in. Southern side also practically unplayable if you don't have position of either the compound or the hill. And as you're saying, everyone is sat on the north side layer.
Twisted Minds already on the move, and they're going to stick on the high ground of Quarry. This could be a strong position. They also have a lot of information on this spot. I mean, more information than further down south. If they can recognize that Chris is alone there on the west side, they can try to isolate him, but the rest of Ace are already grouping up to try and defend this position.
Let's see. Twisted Minds went sent early. Paid off for them, now able to go towards Quarry. Could be a winning position depending on how the next couple of circles swing from here. But again, I mean, we're having a game where I know there are hot drops happening, which of course will lower their early survival amount by quite a margin. But 14 takeouts in first 15 minutes, truly showing that day one of Globals, they do get hectic.
A lot of sense. A lot of sense. And 4 AM are about to make another one.
Teams trying to read each other, teams trying to figure out, okay, what can we expect from this team at the Globals? You know, I mean, sometimes a team can be super aggressive in their own region. Come Global, they play passive, and the other way around as well.
It looked like 4 AM would have attempted to do the exact same send that Petrichor Road were going on, and it seems that might be the case, but they are slowing down here. Yeah. They don't have really any information of inside the quarry, and this valley right now is safe. It's a brief little moment to stop in. The problem is, will Cerberus or even Sonics find the angle overlooking them and really take them out? Because that's such a precarious position, but they'd rather play out of there than try and gamble onto the New Happy quarry position.
When one sense ain't usable, use the other. You might not be able to see anything, but sit there, listen for vehicles, figure out what's happening around you, look at the map, plan rotations, use that 5 second of a breather wisely.
Ghibli on foot. Relo might not have been hearing this. But then again, hidden behind a rock.
He's looking the other way.
At some, there's a big chance that the footsteps will be heard before he gets spotted.
Must be. Question is whether he's going to be able to feed that info across fast enough. In the meantime, Purple mood up towards EXO. I think Hang did indeed hear the vehicles, or at least he must have. Akita heard them as well, but they're backing off. I like this kind of passive, not passive, but defensive play from EXO, in lack of a better word. They're still inside the circle. They're waiting for the next one to shift. We know it's going to go away from water, but it could still shift hard west, in which case Primorsk control could become crucial.
Blood getting shot at, so they didn't know before. They know now that some members of Ghibli are around this position, but do they know how close the main squad is? Again, Heaven is the far-ranged player. He's overwatching the rest of the squad push forward.
It's a mecha bait. Heaven is set all the way down the compound, as you're just saying. Trying to maintain control now. 4 AM, I mean, they were safe for a while. They tried to set their way further forward, tried to play a two-way split, but it has come at a deep, deep cost, because the 2-2 is now a 1-1, as Crazy is sat all alone on the side of the wall with just the smoke for cover.
Yo knows where the last person is. Trying to find the angle. Crazy runs away from that. Here's the footsteps from the rest of Gen G pushing on in.
They have to find him, right? Yep, see him, spots him, takes him down. Clean sweep push from Gen G. They knew they have to do it fast too, because as you can see in the map, as soon as they peek on over, here comes Luminosity. And had they been just 5 seconds later, that would have been Gen G players running around in the open, but now they're back in cover.
Oh, Luminosity having to make another send in towards Quarry. They lost Flood, they lost Snakers, and they're likely going to lose Rila with the car going haywire like that, proning behind a tree. Such a scary situation. Can Kickstart try and free his in-game leader?
It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. Rila with the Skyle in hand. Limited what he can really contribute with in this position, especially with 𝗟𝗗 kind of sat in between their current 1-1 split.
I'm just surprised that Nana's allowed to stay alive that close to Twisted Minds. But here Sonic's pushing on in. They find the remaining members of Pentagram coming in super late, which is not too much of a surprise considering their early game, but good on Sonic to not get caught off guard, keep all 4 up. But the question is, how are they going to get into the zone? Likely similar path to Luminosity. Can they survive it better?
How many times have we seen Sonics finally get something going just to be decimated by snakes and grass? When they get good games going, they get taken out here. Spot 2 running in from behind. Could have been a backstab. Turns out to be just 2 points going their way.
2 appreciated points. Not going to say much because they're currently sitting in second place, but hey, they're going to be appreciated either way. But vehicles, it's going to be a scary push. They're not going quite as far as Luminosity, though. They're going to stick on this north side, and that's because they have the information that they're the only ones left on that angle, so they can take it slow.
Yep, 𝗟𝗚 now in the meantime, opting for a south side wrap, trying to make their way up towards the hillside. Should be doable. No one really claiming any real estate on that side just yet. As I say that, though, 𝗟𝗚 are transitioning further around straight into EXO.
Again, this spread, this little box position by EXO Clan. Good crossfires, but they need to find an opening to get into the zone. Because Purple Mood, they are waiting for members of EXO to peek on out. Not a lot of damage that they were able to give over towards 𝗟𝗚, but 𝗟𝗚 pushed even more forward. Not the best position to keep EXO out.
I mean, I think they're just very happy that this wasn't contested at all. I think they were expecting to be fought against coming up here, but now in a position for free Nan. Well, the solo player with 𝗟𝗗 having fallen down. Peeks over, not gonna happen. Perfectix able to clear him out. We did see Ascent take down Batulans before, but they've been able to get him back up alive as Twisted Minds continues to maintain control of the center.
3 seconds left.
Right?
Where's phase 5 gonna go?
Goes north.
It is centering up
it is
on Quarry. This high ground is going to be incredibly stacked. This is a big challenge, but a welcome one for Twisted Minds, for Ascend here, because they certainly would appreciate the points, and they can pick up a lot of them just controlling that high ground as they've been doing so far.
Off screen earlier today, Martin was like, nah, Toby Circle's don't go inside Quarry. We'll see if he's right. We'll see if this somehow shifts south of Quarry, because to me, this looks a lot like a Quarry ending right now.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It has Quarry written all over it. Quite literally.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, look, EXO, able to make it through, still 4 up. They have 2 vehicles, they're not all stacked into 1. This shift meant that Purple Mood had to push away. They couldn't stick around and continue to gatekeep. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy continuation of the send by EXO, but it is something that they can backfill through.
Yeah, loving to see Ascent this proactive now here as well. They heard the shots. They know they have threats up towards the northern side. They know they have Twisted Minds out east. They know that they have to deal with these south side pushes fast, because if not, they will get overrun. So proactive, lobbing those nades down early and able to fend off the teams coming in from the south. But that was one. Now there's one more to follow.
Rain in the first car, trying to make the entry. 𝗟𝗚 and teammate swinging in from this west side. No one's been knocked by EXO. This is such a good opportunity for them, right when I say it. Empty does get dropped by Penta, but can't. This might be a position that can get a revive, but Chris has a lot to say about it. Yeah. He is looking for the angle. He is trying to peek over.
How much do you want to commit to it if you're Crystal? Right now, 𝗟𝗚 kind of doing the work for you. And while you, of course, you want the kill still, it's also a... Would you rather just keep 4 alive and then take the fight to them later? Purdy, though, he wants the points. They're not exactly having the best days so far as 𝗟𝗚, so why not rag up a couple of good nades? Still got 2 more to play with. If he can find the last, that would be 4 nice points going the way for shoot to kill.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. And 𝗟𝗚 getting a bunch of points off of utility, off of grenades. It is as true as the Big Bang.
Yep.
But like, Micah, though, backing away. Ascend, they're all backing away from this. They're going to be trying posting up, I suppose, against Twisted Minds or 𝗟𝗚 pushing through.
Yep, and while all this is happening on the south side, up towards the north, 𝗟𝗚 and 𝗟𝗚 kind of just squeezing in on Sonics in the end, take them out. EXO will fall as well as Micah finds the last. And now the push continues. They know that it's been dealt with on the side of 𝗟𝗚 up towards the north. And now, for Ascent, they can wrap further south. They can take the fight towards the last remaining Purple Mood players. Make the player as Chris finds the double. Down they go. Ascent now with plenty more space to play with. Having said that, here comes 𝗟𝗚.
I love that play from Chris, however.
Yes.
Just going on the low ground, understanding to isolate that last player, and more importantly, recognizing where are the angles that I can get punished from.
Yeah.
Non-existent, I'm going to make that send and get those points. Members up on the high ground going to be defending as he tries to climb back on up. 𝗟𝗡 have gotten dangerously close, however, as you said.
And that's why he aggresses, right? Because he knows 𝗟𝗡 is going to try and make a play on this. So running back the other direction now, circle, out towards the east we go. Once again, Twisted Minds sat in the center.
Yeah, what a circle shift for that Ascend 𝗟𝗡 face-off. And it actually looks like Ascend are backing away from that because they're worried about STK's push from that west side. And that only gives 𝗟𝗡 space to maintain control of that south position. Here on the north, 𝗟𝗡 versus Gen.G. They are essentially going to have to fight each other at this point. There's no way that they can share this position on the north side.
The faster they can get that fight over with, the better off they're going to be. I mean, Gen.G could try and wrap south around it. I suppose 𝗟𝗡 could try and backfill STK if they could do that fast enough, and I think they would be better off for doing so, because right now you can see 𝗟𝗏 was the one holding the off angle, trying to make sure that 𝗟𝗡 doesn't push this direction, but with the threat from Ascent being that much closer now, he needs to come down and fortify Chris in the meantime. The sneaky snake from down below.
Chris is getting all his steps in. He is running west, he's running back east, and he's running back west all over again. He's like a dog that you let out without a leash.
He's just waiting. The issue is Brax is hearing so many footsteps from 𝗟𝗡 on the other side that they can't really fully commit to it. Chris wanting to run further forward, wanting to grab his team some info. Penta is still looking up high, so I'm not sure if they're aware that he is there. Brax, though, easily found, and Chris now peeks over from down below, able to find one. Get the flush up through as well. Micah, shots fired, but little to no shots connected. As I say, that the last couple does come through, trying to maintain control, trying to force 𝗟𝗡 back the other direction.
And yeah, with Chris engaged with STK, this is one team fighting two. And they're going to be isolated engagements here. Penta chases Chris down, confirms him, gets the full kill. And now Ace, they had a solid position, but it has all fallen away from them.
4 men pushing from each their side. Penta with a jump shot down from above, taking out 𝗟𝗡. That was their flank, that was their ace up the sleeve. And now for 𝗟𝗡 and Micah, all they can do really is sit tight here and hope that this fight will somehow be 𝗟𝗡 versus shoot to kill, with them able to hide it out.
And I don't know where you can hide.
In the warehouse. Sit there, act like you're a box. Look like cargo.
How well did that work for HS? Not very well, I can tell you that. But 𝗟𝗡 and Micah here posting up a lot of smokes at the ready. They are just waiting for STK to run into the meat grinder. And this means that 𝗟𝗡 can continue to put pressure on that west, because no one's going to be challenging them from the north or the east at this point with the state of the zone.
Now, Purdy did fall down towards the south, but nice instant response, and now on the north side again. Gen.G falls 8th place for them as 𝗟𝗡 continues to rack up points. Penta down as well, and this is really playing into the favor of Ascent. Let 𝗟𝗡 and STK brawl this one out. We just want to play third party from arguably the worst third party position in the world.
Look at the leaderboard right now. A lot of teams on the bottom half that need the points are still in play. But you look at the points gap between 6th and 7th place. It's very tight below that, but it's going to be a huge challenge if you want to be considered in the top tier, which, you know, is getting a lot wider from what it was for the first few rounds.
Do we give Martin the upper hand? Do we shit out of Quarry? No, we do not. This one could literally not be more Quarry, and I'm all for it. Still got plenty of teams alive with the lay of the land, allowing for people to sit tight for a little while longer. Micah once again up at the same angle. He managed to withhold the push from 𝗟𝗡 earlier from this exact spot. Works the second time around as well, but I think he has to think twice about peeking that one the third time, because you could only imagine they're going to be ready for it.
Look at how the two different teams are holding these center warehouses, right? Twisted Minds, they have a few members running outside trying to find those angles, but Sun Sister only 2 up. They have to both play inside. Batulins, though, gets a great knock on a Tycon, which is great for Sun Sister to continue to stay alive. Kickstart as well, solo player. These teams are very well pitted in the zone. The big question right now is, how are the teams to the south? 𝗟𝗡, Ace, STK, how are they going to make their way in?
And how much are 𝗟𝗡 going to commit? Because they do already have a spot in the circle. How much are they going to commit to try and hold out STK and Ascent? They need the points. They're sat down in 14th, but do you hard commit, or do you just wait to take whatever is left?
You definitely want to be engaged in the fight, right? It's so much easier for them to pick up whatever points will be available for them than to try and make some sort of vehicle-less send onto Twisted Minds compound. So definitely just continue on to this high ground, see what you can get from this position, but don't overcommit. It is still very chaotic. There are still enough members alive on this west that you don't want to just rush into it.
Yep, shots now being fired as Ascent is trying to avoid the angles from STK. They're leaving themselves open to the ones from 𝗟𝗡. They know they have to take a fight in some direction, and what we want to do, 2v4 or 2v2. Let's take the fight to shoot to kill. Here they come. First one seen by 𝗟𝗏. Second one spotted as he finds the double. Ascent fall in 7th.
Huge for STK to get in front of Ace like that, but 2 up. 𝗟𝗟 saw that in the kill feed, and they know that it's going to be a 4 versus 2 engagement here if they want to push it, but the 3 members up close are being a little conservative here.
Yeah. I don't necessarily mind it, though.
It's because of 𝗟𝗟. That's exactly why.
Yep.
The angle's held by 𝗟𝗟. It's going to be a crossfire that they don't want to be engaged with, but Human with a really nice angle.
Yep, they finally get out STK, now they can start flexing. Now, I mean, they're the only team now on the south side, and that's what they want it to be. You can see as soon as that kill comes through, as soon as the confirm comes in, that we take out STK, spread out, take control. Now we start looking inward.
Shots across Quarry, trying to find some sort of knock. I don't know about you, I have not seen a competitive game end here in quite some while, if ever. So the precedent for how this is going to play out is virtually non-existent here. The circle, though, does stay relatively central. We know where it's going to end. It's going to be between the compounds of Twisted Mind and Sun Sister, but heavily favoring Twisted Minds.
I will say this, I've had a couple of games end here, and this is, to me, one of the best, like, arcadey endgame areas. Like, it really is amazing for up-close fight, because there's so much cover, so many different dips and divots you can work with.
Look at the low ground that 𝗟𝗟 is now pushed onto Sun Sister. This is going to give room for 𝗟𝗟 to try and take some control around Twisted Minds. But 𝗟𝗟, they want this warehouse for starters.
Sun Sister's play of the day has been, or strat, I suppose, has been allowing teams way too close and then getting taken out by those same teams. And I'm a little worried for them that's going to be the case this time again. 1 nade with flashes to follow. 𝗟𝗟, though, can't quite find the angle. Falling back, I like Tosi's kind of peek on the left side of the warehouse there. A little bit of a help over the shoulder for Sun Sister. As 1 more nade comes in, doesn't find a target.
Gonna go fishing with it, but yeah, a little bit of damage on 𝗟𝗟, but nothing that can't get healed up pretty quick. Ooh, 𝗟𝗟 is looking for an angle there as well. The problem is, it's not finding anything. They're just gonna have to go for the push. A nice Molotov is gonna clear the space, but Himas up front, peeks the corner.
Lovely 2-2 push coming in, sweeping around either side. Any critic at all on that play is why use the flashes early if you're not going to push on them anyway. They were able to get back to full vision, full audio as well before they pushed in, but they win the fight. No casualties taken. Good play from 𝗟𝗟.
Does 𝗟𝗟 know where Kickstart is?
I don't think so, no.
That's the big question.
And does Kickstart start shooting before he knows that he has no other way out?
He's likely, the good play here would be waiting for 𝗟𝗟 to engage Twisted Minds, let them get in front of him and get a nice little spray down, pick a couple of kills, if not a full team wipe that has already been started by another squad.
If 𝗟𝗟 dies on the north side, I think Twisted Mind will think that they're the team furthest north. Issue is, there are 2 by 2 alive, so if all of them fall and they're out, they see 9 alive and we just got elimination, there's got to be 3 teams up.
Yeah, no, they know that there's another team. Just
exactly.
the math doesn't work out to be anything more than that. What happened with the stand with 𝗟𝗟? Spyro with the first knock, a nice little crossfire setup, waiting for this exact moment.
Trying to aggro play this one down the hillside. Glass falls. Nice off angle by Spiro. Will take one. Kickstart now. Able to enjoy the fight as well as 𝗟𝗟 jumps down and finds Spiro. Damage done on all fronts. And right now, somehow, it looks to me like 𝗟𝗟 are going to be the ones in the best position.
A really nice push. They're taking the space when they saw the fight. Himas does get knocked. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to be going for the revive just yet. He's going to get confirmed by Batulins. But Batulin's the last one up. Angle found by 𝗟𝗟. Twisted Minds taken out. And this is where Kickstart is primed to strike.
Kickstart took down Himas, so 𝗟𝗟 is well aware that there is a snake to the east. 10 kills, though, for 𝗟𝗟. What a hell of a game for the APAC team as they try to rag up even more. They have the dot outside the warehouse. They know they have one still sat north. They know they have 𝗟𝗟 towards or inside the warehouse. This is now a waiting game for 𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏 to try and just dictate this game to a win.
Look at the crossfire that 𝗟𝗟 has had. It's absolutely fantastic. Kickstart, though, the lone player, the solo player, needs to push forward. Has nice smoke to block the angle from 𝗟𝗏, but it's 𝗟𝗟. Will they spot his position out there in the warehouse? So likely not until he gets right on top of them. Question is, do they know that he exists?
These smokes are from 𝗟𝗟 as well, and he's using them as best as he possibly can. 𝗟𝗏 finds one with the nade. 𝗟𝗟 stuck inside the warehouse, and the longer they wait, the harder it's going to be, because with the blue already closing in, it's going to be practically impossible for them to lead any other way. But 𝗟𝗏 taking blue damage that he would not want to be taking at all. Gets the flush on through, but here comes Kickstart, finds one as well.
He's going to try and go for the confirm. He wants these points, every single point that he can get, because now his position has been compromised. Glass, the last one up for 𝗟𝗟. Takes 𝗟𝗏 out. It's a 1v1v1 here.
𝗟𝗟 has Glass. Cerberus has 𝗟𝗚. Issue is, Glass is inside the warehouse, and I do not see him getting out unless if he can time it perfectly. Molly to try and isolate. Peeks on forward, goes to the peak, doesn't get him the second time around either. Glass now down slow HP, has the peak as the blue is on his back. 𝗟𝗚 continues, misses, but finally able to take him down as Cerberus comes out victorious.
Those constant peaks did not need to be clean. That was not the important part. It's just to make sure that Ghibli could not get onto his final position. A nice win there by Cerberus, and it was not an easy one either, but they played it position by position, leapfrogging through compound to compound.
They take out Sonics in the north, they wait off against Gen.G, take them out as they come on their approach, then they wrap on down, take the brawly fight to Sun Sister, and despite taking casualties to kickstart, still managed to come out victorious. Huge game for Cerberus, huge game for APAC.
Absolutely, they took 4th place, they overtook New Happy with that round, just shy of 3rd, that is currently being held by Luminosity. But the point, like, listen, guys, 6 games down, amazing round so far, a lot of expected results, a lot of unexpected ones as well.
For sure, a lot of teams can go out from day one being very, very satisfied with their performances, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 2 more games left. We got groups A and B coming up tomorrow. I just want to know what's going to happen with Na'Vi and Pentagram.
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't just continue fighting one another. It's been the way so far, and I think Uber felt a little cheated by Sun Sister coming in and shooting him in the back.
I'm sure.
So I think he wants a proper revenge play at that.
Man, what a day.
What a day to finish it off on Quarry as well. That is absolutely amazing. Let's see some highlights here of the final game of day number 1.
Given the individual performances coming out from this team, it's no surprise that they were able to get a win on the board. Cerberus here with quite the performance. What a showing coming out from them here today.
And they have leveled up throughout the day. We've seen them get better and better, and now they're able to put this game on the board, and that's so fantastic. I love what I'm seeing, and the 1v1 clutch in the end. Kickstart almost made a little bit of a dream happen there. If he wanted, or maybe got a little bit more kills and got a second, he could have taken the first place home.
Could you imagine 3 on the day as well?
Honestly, that back to back to back.
Yeah, that would have been insane.
Insane.
At a level like this as well, especially since North America has looked so fantastic in these last 4 games, never mind throughout the day as a whole here. But let's focus on Cerberus for a moment. We've said it from game to game. We're like, oh wow, okay, Tycon's really good. Oh, Himas is really good. 𝗟𝗚's been able to put in some performances as well, as we see them being able to round out a win. And when it came to PGC, how things were there, we thought to ourselves, okay, clearly they're representing their region extremely strongly. This is another great statement for them on a big stage like this.
Yeah, and I gotta say, honestly, I'm so happy for a young guy like Tycon come in here and have continuous success. It's not just like a one-off like we saw with PGC, but able to come in here and continue that performance together, him and the guys. Huge clutch as well, and also I think it was 13-14 kills with the win is 24 plus points here for this. And nearly 3,000 damage across the team. That is crazy.
It's going to be the highest of the day.
I think we might have a 1K clubber.
Yes, we may. So
we might have the the man of the match. That is like the best man of the match for the day.
Ah, there you go. There you go. All right. So yes, an extremely strong showing here from Cerberus. But once again, we have LG still alive. Oh, actually, they lost someone so early.
5 minutes and 56 seconds. Yeah.
So very, very clutch here by Cerberus as a whole. We still have Luminosity Gaming representing up here. For once, Twisted Minds here today has been able to show up, but they did get a little bit rolled by the rest of the lobby here, understanding they had to dislodge Twisted Minds.
And that is the problem. Once you're in like a big building or warehouse or something like that, you have to get out early and get control of at least like one edge or 190-degree angle. Otherwise, you're going to get closed out. And Cerberus did that so well in that warehouse. I gotta say, Twisted Minds had a rough day today. I've seen Battlegrounds a few times today, and he was not, like, you could see
not happy.
The grievance in his face.
Yeah, I can completely understand as Kickstart was able to clutch out even just a few more points here for Luminosity. That's bumping them up quite nicely. Here's the crash on towards Twisted Minds. And yes, while ghibli was able to deal mortal wounds to Twisted Minds as a whole, it was the rest of the lobby that stepped up, realizing, as we mentioned before, dislodge this team, make it hard for them to do anything, and put the pressure on. And when it came down to a 1v1, it was 𝗟𝗏 at the end that was able to clutch it out.
Yeah, huge clutch for him here. Of course, with the bridge, with the advantage, also the barrel versus M4. Like, you almost always win those fights there with the barrel. So good to see here. 850 and a 1K clubber. We were talking about it, James, but 𝗟𝗏 is the first at PGS 1 to get 1,000 damage in a single game.
Look how close the other two were as well.
With 2 kills only as well. That is crazy.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. Isaki was the cheerleader for this game. So he must have gone down at the 6-minute mark.
He was there.
But, you know, it's what happens here. The fact that they can actually make this happen. But it is 𝗟𝗏 rounding out the game that's going to take the #1 spot. And kudos to him for being able to kind of deal with that high-pressure situation. I think the 2 angles that they took in those last circles didn't necessarily guarantee them the win, but gave them the best chances to be able to make that happen, considering they know they have to come out of the warehouse.
The most kills today, 150 damage, less than 1,000, and also the clutch in the 1 versus 1 to win you the game. That is huge. Total kills today.
No way.
Cerberus is able to take it away in the very, very last game of the day here with 39. That is insane. Also, super close to total damage as well. 100 more, and they would have been first there too.
I will say, in terms of what we've seen here all day, it's been quite consistent. We've seen the usual suspects being able to crop up, especially in those total kills overall, and kind of hold onto those positions.
Yeah.
But how competitive it has been in these final moments, in these final games, as we see 24 points going the way of Cerberus #1 ghibli. Some important points, 14 points. They were languishing down towards the bottom, and 9 points for Twisted Minds, also down towards the bottom to start things off.
Ghibli and Twisted Minds, such a rough day today. So this was an important moral booster for them, of course, going into this. ghibli, I love what I saw from Heaven in general, coming out of Korea, of course. He's been able to put out a lot of damage here, and I'm hoping to kind of see that continue a little, because Gen G have not had the performance that we're expecting from a team of that caliber.
Yeah, absolutely here as we continue on. That is very impressive to see. Again, a hyper-competitive day at #1. And here's our overall standings to get things rolling for the first day. 4 AM, 62 points did not shift in this game, but 59, 59, 58 points from 2nd to 4th.
And on the other end, 29, 29, 29, 28. There's 1 point separating 4 teams here, James. Our mid-pack and our top pack are super separated today.
I will say as well, though, when you look at ghibli's and Twisted Minds points they were able to get in this last game, very important for them to join that mid-pack. Considering we're going to have the group shuffle, they will be going up against 8 different teams here. Yes, the lobby's going to be different, and they can maybe gain some traction there, but it was important to not fall too far behind Avenger.
For sure, and on top of that, we're talking about this kind of hypothetical cutoff around the 65-point mark.
Yeah.
And when we have this many teams that are 55 plus, 58 plus, it's going to be a few games for them once they play again to make sure that they're in that winner bracket for the top 16.
Tomorrow, same time, same place, we have got groups B and C going head-to-head and clashing, as we will have me, to get things going. Another 6 games coming at you here to figure out how it's all going to fare. For Group B, that will be their last day here. So it's very important for Group B tomorrow, Martin, that they come out swinging, get points on the board. You don't want day 3 not to be in your hands effectively. You want to be able to dictate the pace.
Yeah, and that's, of course, when you're playing in Group B here, you have the last day. But the advantage that we have had from these top teams that are this many points right now.
Yes.
If you're 50 plus, you're looking really good going into tomorrow if you're Group A.
Thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to the casters and everybody tuning in around the world. It is time now to hear from the leaders here of day number 1 at PGS1 as we head over to the stage for the interview.
Hello and welcome back to the main stage. We're joined by Summer from 4 Angry Men to talk about their amazing day 1 performance. Hello, Summer. 你好.
Hello.
Okay, tell me, what does it feel like to have such a great start on day 1?
所以在 PGS 的第一天就拿到如此好的成绩，你有什么想法吗？
我很高兴嘛，就希望我们后面会延续这个状态。
He's just generally happy about the situation, and he want to keep on the pace on the following days.
That's good to hear. So this is your first international game as your team, as you joined your team as the new IGL. So what has that been like for the team?
作为就是 𝗟𝗟m 的新成员之一，新成员，然后又作为游戏内的指挥，请问一下你觉得为团队带来了什么？
就我们的打法会更加灵活吧，然后更加稳定。
Okay, he thinks that he brought in some new ideas and new strategies for the team.
You're the good additional bonus to the team, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. You were up against 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Sorry, I have a lot of questions. You were up against 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in match 3, but that didn't go well. So I want to know what were your thoughts behind that.
就是在第3局的时候，你们跟𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 对线，然后结果不是很好。请问你对此有什么评论吗？
就我们当时踩位不是很好，然后他们对这个地形研究确实挺透彻的，他们拉的位置很关键那种，然后枪也挺准。
Okay, he says that the team's position is not very ideal at the compound, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 actually had a good strategy when they fight each other at this part.
Okay, so we can expect more 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and 4 AM action later on, right?
所以你之后我们能期待更多𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗和 𝗟𝗟m 之间的对抗吗？
可以，我觉得我们后面不会失败的。
He says yes, and he won't let the fans down.
Oh, that's good for the fans. Okay, thank you so much for the interview.
谢谢。
We'll see more of you. Oh, 谢谢 too. Okay. That was Summer from 4 AM, and now we're joined by our best performance guy. Come on up. Hey, take.
Oh, yeah, that was helpful.
Okay, great game. Oh, guys, this is 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗 from Sonics. Say hi.
Club gamers.
Okay, great game. I want to know, what was your success behind, what was your key to your successful kill spree today?
Really, I think it's our new coaching staff, 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗. He's just made us prepare harder than we ever have before. He's whipping the horses, and we're trying our best to be aggressive. Obviously, we got some circle luck today, but that's PUBG.
Shout out to 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗. But despite having 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗𝗗 as your coach, what do you think was your biggest challenge during the matches today?
Our biggest challenge during the matches today, really just picking the right fights. There were situations where we had 3 different opportunities, 3 different options, something we could have done, and it's hard to always pick the right one.
Yeah, all right. And last but not least, this is the most important question. Are you going to drop at 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗𝗗 tomorrow?
We're just going to play our own game, whatever that means.
Okay, so I guess it means that you guys will all have to find out tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye. That was 𝗟𝗏𝗡𝗗𝗗 from Sonics. And thank you for all of you watching at home for joining me for PGS1 Group Stage Day 1. We'll be back in action tomorrow, same time, same place, so mark your calendars and follow our journey into the grand finals, which start on May 5th to the 7th. That'll be all for today, and we'll see you tomorrow. 안녕!